What is up, everyone? We are live with our 57th episode of OnPoint, the Gaming Newscast.
Woo!
I am CMoney, and we are here with our familiar faces, familiar face and familiar voice. On the other side, you see the very lovely and always beautiful Doodle.
What's up, you guys? Welcome. I'm so excited.
And then you have the
super cool.
the picture in the middle.
Super cool.
Who is the super
Awesome.
cool and awesome
Magnetic.
Madman.
It's me.
You guys
All
ready
right,
for
guys.
this?
Listen, this is, it's funny because I haven't been excited for like a podcast like I am right now.
I know. I was gonna say you're excited for every podcast, bro.
Yeah. I mean, I'm excited for podcasts, but this one I'm like super excited for, right? Because I think this is gonna be really spicy.
Yeah.
I think so.
Listen, last week's podcast was pretty spicy. It got pretty spicy. So I'm excited to hear what you mean by that. And before we get started, I want to give a shout out to our boy Jacob. First one in right away. We're so excited to have you here, along with everybody else who's in there listening and being a part of our day.
Of course.
Absolutely. We also want to go ahead and we're going to do a new thing where we shout out some of the comments that we got in the show. Just to kind of acknowledge and see what we have going on. So we got just a nice drop by Happy Loved 9909. Drops by and says hi.
Hi.
So that was very sweet of them. Then we have at 3 Mile Island 516. So they go ahead and say, maybe Starfield has been searched for more than Spider-Man 2 because Xbox's marketing is doing a terrible job putting the game in front of customers. On the other hand, PlayStation is shoving their marketing in our faces constantly, so their audience don't need to do as much legwork to find information. Just a thought. I mean, it makes sense.
It does. Right? And the curiosity for Starfield, it's like, okay, what is it? What are we getting? Like, for the longest time, we kind of just saw like just this stunning world, but it's like, okay, what can you do in there? And that was pretty much it until they had the big show. So yeah. You are correct. They haven't been out there promoting and showing exactly what the game is essentially supposed to be about.
I think it's working in his favor, though. Like, now people, as they start trying to be marketable and stuff like that, and they're starting to market and put more effort towards marketing Starfield, now people are like, oh, I've heard word of this game before. I gotta check it out. And they'll start delving further into the advertisements and start researching more about the game than they ever would have if it's just been advertised year-round, So that makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely. We're going to dive a little deeper into Starfield's marketing as well. But thank you for that comment.
Thank you so much.
You got the homie K Saya 4350.
What's up, baby?
And they're saying first family of gaming.
Love that.
Another banger.
I love that.
Thank you so much, Kasaya, for that.
Thanks, Kasaya.
And if you want your comments read in the beginning of our next podcast, just leave a comment after the show, and we will discuss if it's discuss worthy.
Yeah.
But we will at least mention you. And Jacob in the chat starting off. I read a little bit already, so it was funny. He showed his 60-year-old mom today a comparison of the Xbox Series X and the PlayStation 5 from 2 years ago, and she laughed when the fact that you need to open up the PS5 if you want to put in extra memory and stand it up. Yeah. It's wild.
You go into
wild.
like
it's so
building
crazy
mode though.
You know what's a fun fact? I bought a while ago.
Okay.
A while ago.
What did you do?
An extra 2 terabyte hard drive to put into the PlayStation 5.
And I know exactly why you won't do it. And if you had talked to me before, I would have told you don't buy that crap.
I
because
have not done it, dude. It's literally sitting there.
Going into building mode is
probably years.
Dude,
I think I got it like a little after I got the PlayStation.
It's crazy.
And it just sits there because I don't want to freaking take it apart.
Yeah, you got to like kind of reconfigure the whole thing. And even if it's simple, it's like, oh man, do I want to do that?
Absolutely. It's wild.
Man.
It's way too much energy.
Yeah.
Jacob also says, if anything, fanboys market Starfield by getting new people interested in it by hating on it. Those are facts.
Sure.
That was beautiful.
Those are facts. Absolutely. All right. So, like we said, we were not playing around. We got a spicy.
Let's get nuts.
We got a spicy show ahead of
Let's
us.
get nuts.
All right. So let's get nuts indeed. I am just going to, because I'm lazy to do it afterwards. I'm gonna go ahead and take the timestamp right now. So it's 9:24.
It's easier, see.
Yeah.
You know?
All right. So we are moving right along. So topic of our show, which honestly it was a struggle for me because I had a few kind of fighting for this spot because this was a big thing and then some other things are pretty big. So
Okay.
but I have it right on the front page of our thumbnail right there. It says developers want us to settle.
Yes.
Okay. And
This was so crazy.
yeah, this is wild. So basically, Destin Legary of IGN fame, but also his own YouTube channel, which has blown up. Congrats to you, Destin.
Congratulations, Destin.
He did an op-ed, like an opinion piece, but he
Yeah.
did it in a video form for IGN.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not going to play it here, but if you haven't seen it, definitely go see it because I gotta say, I've been following Destin for a long time. I know of him for a very long time. And this is probably the best video that I've ever seen him make. It really was phenomenal. And if you go and listen to that video and watch it, I 100% agree with everything that he said.
Yeah,
So,
IGN's been putting out some pretty decent op-eds lately. I've been watching a few myself. They're pretty interesting.
well, they're upgrading, which is good. But this is a big topic right now. Okay, so we've talked about Baldur's Gate 3 is the
Making
kind of
waves.
linchpin to this whole topic, right? So
This game is causing wave, you guys.
it really is. You know what? Let me before we dive into the real meat of it, let's go ahead and do a little stat update since
Okay.
the last time we spoke, right? So last time we talked about Baldur's Gate, I think we said that it crossed 500,000
Yes.
concurrent players.
And it may have hit 600.
And it may have
Yes.
hit 600. Okay. Well, here's the update. It's actually went ahead and passed 800,000
Yo,
concurrents.
that's nuts,
813
guys.
and 778 to be exact.
Dang.
So that is a huge number.
Yeah, it
and
is.
that number has actually skyrocketed them to become the number 8 in all time concurrent players.
That's,
all time.
That's a big status.
When you
right
think
there,
about how
yo.
big some of the games in the past have
Yeah.
been in life, that's a big
That's a big
difference.
statement for the game.
Absolutely. What's up, Shin? How you doing, buddy?
Shintaro, welcome.
Bro.
So, yeah, that was a big thing, but it also passed another big milestone. It is actually, as of right now. Now, to be fair, there are a lot of reviews that have not come in yet. Okay, but based off the reviews that have come in, I think it's like 20 reviews or so. It is sitting at a 97 Metacritic.
Jesus, one of the highest rated games of all time.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's the highest rated game of the year. It has dethroned Zelda,
Tears of the
Kingdom at 96.
Ouchies.
And this is across Metacritic and OpenCritic. So both places,
Damn.
97, which is
Jeez.
phenomenal, right? That's just amazing, right? So,
It's the Elden Ring of 2023. Remember, that was the
Apparently.
highest rated game for a little bit there. A period.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and you know, that's huge. And for Larian Studio, congratulations. You guys.
Congratulations, you guys. That's
They killed
freaking
it.
awesome. I
Killed
told
it.
you guys on the last podcast that this was huge for PlayStation.
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge.
Purpleberry,
And-
welcome, baby.
Welcome, Barry. Welcome, Shin.
Welcome.
So I am. I'm also going to just put this in here because we're not going to dive deep into this because I feel like this topic has kind of
A rabbit hole?
already came and gone a little bit. But for a moment, there was this big
Rage.
hoopla about like PlayStation people saying that Baldur's Gate is an exclusive because it's coming out first.
Oh, that was a
on-
good joke.
on PlayStation and then coming later on Xbox.
Okay.
And like one of the developers actually had to go in there and
Clear
answer
that
them like
out.
it's not one, mate. Like he literally says
not exclusive.
his name is very AFK. He's a director of publishing. he goes, MBG, I guess, wrote that. And he goes on to his tweet and he says, it's not a PS5 exclusive, mate. So he made it his point to say that. And then there was like literally like this big back and forth between PlayStation fans and the developer of the game.
Exclusive.
Right? So this is the thing.
Listen, they go hard. I told you guys.
They do go hard. So this is the thing. I mean, realistically speaking, the reality is that it is in fact exclusive to PlayStation until it comes out on Xbox.
As soon as I got a moment to speak, like, listen, it is exclusive for now. It doesn't matter how long the exclusivity is for, but it is. Maybe they didn't pay for it, but you guys are not trying to put it out with Starfield, essentially, is what's come down to. And you found a loophole around it.
Yeah, and that's what it is. And I think we talked about it last week. Yes. So that's why I don't want to go too deep into this. But the point is that was something that kind of came from it, right? But the big hoopla is last week we spoke about it, right? Where they were saying that the Series S was holding it back.
Was holding it back.
Okay, so that's all fine and well. But now there's a new whole saga that is coming. So our boy Destin wrote a tweet and then he did the thing. So just kind of sharing the video. He says, while Baldur's Gate 3 is being widely celebrated by fans and developers alike, some are panicking that this could set new expectations from fans.
This is crazy.
Okay. So this whole video is in reference to this guy here, Xavier Nelson Jr., who wrote a pretty lengthy tweet. Now, he runs Strange Scaffold. I guess he's written for video games. So he's like a writer. Mm-hmm. So he put this tweet together. I'm going to read it because it's basically the linchpin. This is what, Destin was referring to. So I'm going to go ahead and I'll read it and we'll kind of dig deep on it. All right, so Xavier writes, like a lot of people, I'm deeply excited about what the lovely folks at Larian accomplished with Baldur's Gate 3, but I want to gently, preemptively push back against players taking that excitement and using it to apply criticism or a raised standard, quote unquote, to RPGs going forward.
Oh my God.
Yo, insecurity's creeping in.
This is not the first time an RPG has blown up. So, like, why is Baldur's Gate?
So let me finish the whole tweet and he'll explain to you more. You can't separate a game from the process used to build it. So let's look at what Larian is taking into the development and final version of this game. Number 1, dev cycle stretching back to 2017. It took 6 years to make this game. And they have two massive games and their definitive editions worth of tech and institutional knowledge to draw from. So that was number 2. And number 3, super successful early access period lasting 3 years, providing crucial community feedback, bug hunting, and cash flow. Number 4, over 400 developers in 7 different offices around the world, not including outsourcing partners. Number 5, the license, brand, and world of one of the largest entertainment IPs in the world, D&D. And the apex of its popularity with the rise of the actual play movement and the movie. This is
wait, hold on. Question.
So, this is hard for me to even read through.
So Baldur's Gate is actually canon to D&D, like it's part of that world.
I don't know if it's canon. No, they just use a D&D template. I don't think it's Baldur's Gate is his own story. I don't think D&D is Baldur's Gate, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe somebody in the chat can let me know. But all right, he continues. Okay, we're still going. Right. This is a small, incomplete list. Larian is coming into this game swinging, all capitals, with a gigantic weight of expectation to deal with. But they're also doing it with an immense, quote unquote, amount of wind. Direct experience plus resources plus specialty tooling, etc. at their backs. As a TLDR, in an era of mega games, Baldur's Gate 3 is one of the largest attempted, built by a specialized group of people using mature tech specially built to make this specific game, reinforced by invaluable mass player feedback and market validation ahead of its launch. This is not a new baseline for RPGs. This is an anomaly. Trying to do the same thing in the same way, especially without the same advantages, could kill an entire group of studios.
Oh my God. This is catastrophic.
A group is all capital. If they go as big or bigger with their next title, Larian themselves could die! Exclamation point. That's the risk and reward of the mega game. We are an industry dangling elephants over cliffs, pointing at the ones that don't collapse under their own weight as indictments to the ones that do. So please celebrate the achievement represented by Baldur's Gate 3. It looks like a massive amount of effort is about to pay off in a big way for one of the brightest voices in the medium. But if you shout that, quote, every RPG should be like this going forward, you have no excuse, end quote.
What?
You've not just missed the point. You've created the expectations and conditions to ensure your favorite creators may never be able to give you the thing that you love ever again.
Got it.
Wow.
What a lecture.
Holy
Oh my gosh.
For one.
And to be clear, he stopped there, and then I guess people wrote, so he started talking again, but we're going to end it there because...
Well, we're going to take a second.
Holy shit balls. All right, let's first take a second to say what's up to the our fine folks in the chat. We got G Maybe in the house.
Yes,
Jacob,
G Maybe's in the
Shane,
house.
Purpleberry, everybody's hanging out here.
I don't think Baldur's Gate 3 is going to kill the RPG. When you've got you got legendary RPG studio powerhouses pumping them out, like CD Projekt Red and like Atlas and From Software, I think we're gonna be fine.
Well, I think the point that they're making is
don't expect that from us.
They don't exactly right. So what they're saying is that the level that Baldur's Gate 3 is performing, the quality of the game, the writing of the game, everything about the game, that is at a unicorn level of quality that does not exist elsewhere. And we as gamers and fans
should not have that kind of expectation.
Expect anyone
or they're going to let
it.
us down and fail and potentially go out of business because our expectations are so high.
So you know what's funny? If you really think about what he just said, essentially what he told us is that, well, in the realm of CRPGs, no one should ever make another one.
Exactly.
Because if they're not going to push to make something better than Larian did, then why even play their game?
Even if you
just replay Baldur's Gate 3, and that'll give us everything we need.
You fall slightly short, but like seeing what they've done, and I smell nothing but insecurity. Okay, a tantrum and bitterness because he's just bitter, pointing out everything that they had to their advantage. And kind of diminishing that they put a lot of hard work into this game, and that's why it turned out the way that it did. It doesn't matter how much money you have or how many people you have working. If the talent is not there and you can't produce and the dedication is not there, then you don't have anything.
Yeah, like this is the Game of the Year nominee no one saw coming. Like this could
well, that's the thing.
Huge rival, bro.
He talks so much, and G maybe asked who was this. So this was Xavier Nelson Jr. This is the guy that Destin Legary did the video about. Like this, not the guy, but the topic. Destin didn't just take this and like attack it. He used this as a jump off point. Like the idea of what it's trying to put out there is an issue. He's a writer at the studio.
And Destin did the right thing by challenging what he's saying and kind of
back.
Yes, because this needs to have a light on this type of situation where you're saying, don't expect anything, but yet you expect us to go ahead and pay for these games to give you our money. Like, show me what you got. Show me what you're sitting on. Like, don't like this world that you just don't want to be challenged. It's kind of like the whole Jim Ryan situation where he's throwing a tantrum. He doesn't want to fight for, like, he's got all the exclusives on his side. He doesn't want to go ahead and...
Call of Duty is the best. It can never be remade. So I guess we don't need another shooter ever.
Literally.
Exactly.
Like,
just
you think
Call of Duty.
Baldur's Gate 3 was, like, the high point. Like, no one ever touched that level of quality. There have been plenty of RPGs that have made waves, that have incredible Metacritic scores and shit like that. And, like, they saw, let's say, Elden Ring. That's, like, the last huge RPG. And then they were like, "Oh, we can't go beyond Elden Ring. We just cancel this game."
But that's a different type of
listen,
game,
guys,
right? It's
just
not
in
a RPG
general,
completely.
let's put a light on this. It's like if Phil Spencer came out and said, "Guys, you're getting Starfield in September, but don't you dare expect anything like that to come out of our studios
We'll never make
again.
a better game.
We'll never make a better game. So
Done.
keep your expectations low from here on. It's ridiculous. No.
It's asinine.
Yes,
it's asinine to come out here and to start saying, listen, that's a great game,
We'll never do it again.
No one's gonna make a good game like that again. Or nobody's gonna beat that game. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, like, go sit
Like,
down
what are we
somewhere.
doing
You
here?
shouldn't be
Then
talking.
why are we making new consoles? Why do we get new tech? It's to push things forward. That is why that's why you hear me bitching about Spider-Man 2 and why I wish they pushed it, but they didn't. They just made more. And the same thing with Nintendo and the Switch too. I want them to push, right? Like, I don't want people to just stay still. This is my whole life of gaming has been seeing the next evolution, pushing forward, pushing forward, pushing forward. And now because the dollars are getting higher to make these things, what they're saying is that they don't want to spend more money yet their profits are higher than they've ever been. And these people are making billions of dollars in profit. When you talk about the big guys, right? Yeah. You're talking billions in profit that they're saying that, oh, well, we can't. We can't invest more into these games to make it better. Meanwhile, this smaller entity, even though Larian is a big studio, quote unquote, right? 300, 400 people, that's a decent sized studio. It's not the size of like a Blizzard that's 8,500 every 8,500 developers, like Destin pointed out.
We can't have a small studio and make a great game. This is ridiculous to even bring to light, to even bring up. And listen, I would argue that the games that I do play from Nintendo, if you put them side by side with the previous ones, they have evolved, of course, in time, naturally. Right? Mm-hmm. And I do believe that Nintendo is in its own lane, and obviously they do go ahead and they make the games that they make for their system and their system for their games.
Like Nintendo, I can see why they wouldn't want to go crazy with the graphics is because that's much cheaper hardware. Meaning that they are not spending big bucks to make it the crazy shit you've ever seen.
However,
and since they're making way more than all the other competition, that's way more profit than anyone's making. So to keep costs down and to make more money than everyone else and keep most of that money, it makes sense why they want to say a bit cheaper.
But doesn't this make you think about the developers, though? Think about it for a moment, right? Mm-hmm. Nintendo likes to make...
When we say developers, we're talking the development studios, right? Like, we're not talking about individual people here who are like entities, a problem.
Like the studios.
It's the studio, the studio head, the publisher, the person funding it.
Okay, so when we think about this and we think of Nintendo and how they like to make their own situations happening, right? They don't make their systems for someone else's games, right? Mm-hmm. Essentially, they keep everything boxed in. We think about Phil Spencer going out there and saying, I'm just going to buy the studios and run it myself. Imagine the difficulties that they must have going back and forth with studios like these that are out here. Oh, we can't do this. We're, we can. And essentially the game that we're talking about right now, talking about how we can't adapt it to the Xbox Series S, and we're having trouble with that. And that's why they're going to have to wait. Think of how much of a challenge it is to go ahead and work with these outside studios and kind of like getting them to challenge themselves, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, obviously developers naturally will push themselves. I mean, I think the point is that, like you said, like Madman was talking about Nintendo and how much money they're banking and they do things low. Like, this is the fundamental problem, though, right? Like, they are part of the problem, right? They are only thinking about how much money they're going to make. So they don't push hardware because they figure with the games they can make, they don't need to have such big, powerful system that costs them more money, which lowers their margin because they can't charge as much, right? And that's the same thing that all of these other developers in these studios are doing.
But
right?
wouldn't you think essentially we're not paying the same thing we're not paying the same for a Switch or a Nintendo system that we're paying for PlayStation or an Xbox,
It's
right?
fair.
But exactly.
It is more money, right? So, like,
it's
get
more
what you
money.
get.
But it's more
And
money
also,
at a
people don't
lower
go to
margin.
Nintendo. A lot of people don't go to Nintendo to go play Call of Duty or any of this other stuff. So if
yeah,
you
so
jump
to be
into
fair,
that
to
market,
think
that
To
might
be
be
clear,
a
this
situation.
is not about Nintendo. So we're not
It's just that
figuring
they
out how
are an
Nintendo does things.
undeniable
It's
part of the problem.
it's
But
just
that
that
doesn't
they
mean
are
that they're
part of the
wrong.
problem because of and this is what every
PlayStation
publisher
sees this.
does.
Everyone sees this, and they're like, "Oh, you make not so good looking games, but great games at their core, and you get big money." Spider-Man 2 is probably a great game at its core, but it doesn't look impressive. But they're like,
It looks
people
the
buy
same.
it. It's Spider-Man.
They didn't push,
Problem
right?
is that they didn't push. They didn't change the foundation. Listen,
Xbox
we
pushes.
go back. I understand that. We go back to, again, Breath of the Wild, right? And they used the same foundation for Tears of the Kingdom, but they pushed that, right? Meaning they went ahead and they expand what you can do. So it doesn't feel necessarily like the same type of game.
Yeah, and Tears of the Kingdom
Now-
is
Well,
it is
it's
different
highly rated, so
graphically.
nobody's debating Zelda,
No,
right?
Yeah,
but
Tears of the
what
Kingdom-
I'm going back
Also-
to the way that PlayStation made Spider-Man.
Yeah, Tears of the
right?
Kingdom was
You-
a big upgrade though, because
Yes.
remember, Breath of the Wild was a Wii U game at its heart, but it was brought to Switch late in its life, like Twilight Princess, because it was like, yeah, the new console's coming out, and it took this long. Why not make a Switch version?
Yes.
This was made solely for Switch, so if
Yeah,
you compare
so
them,
that's-
it looks better.
So
by
they
far.
use the power to do better systems.
Yes, they
to
did
make that work.
but they used the same
Spider-Man
foundation.
has Miles Morales that was already on the
But it's
PlayStation
very
5.
obvious that they didn't challenge and they didn't push to
course.
make it different enough, because when I do see it, when I first saw it, I was like, yo, this game is going to be dope. And then when I saw the trailer for it, I'm like, what the heck is this?
Yeah.
It's not, I wasn't impressed. So
Yeah.
even if you use the same foundation, you have to push it.
The problem
That's
is that
what we
the
are
Switch
now.
is weaker than an Xbox One. That's pathetic. You can't expect them to make anything too crazy. But PlayStation and Xbox, like, they are next gen hardware. They better damn make you like the craziest shit you can see for $500 a console.
And that's
It's
the
crazy.
thing. Like, we're talking about Starfield. That is the first freaking really next gen. Look at what this can do game, right? Look
Yeah.
at what this looks like, right? So when you're thinking of Spider-Man, you're like, yo, where's the next gen? Where's the power of the PlayStation 5? I'm looking for it.
So like I agree, and I kind of want to steer this back in line. Like I want to
To
get away.
the-
Like it's not
yes.
about graphics. Like graphics are one part of it, yes, right? But it's just, you know, Baldur's Gate 3 is not amazing because of its graphics. The graphics look very good. Like they're amazing.
Yeah.
They're very, very nicely and well done. But it's more about the idea of, you know, at the quality level that they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
The bugs are not rampant. You can enjoy the game. The voice acting is a super high
Oh my
quality.
gosh, which I had
The
such a problem with
writing-
Final Fantasy
Yes,
with
I
the
know.
voice
Yeah,
acting.
exactly.
It was crazy.
The writing is amazing.
Everything needs to
right?
be
like
coherent.
everything is good, and then there's so many systems in the game and so many paths that you can take, and they accounted for everything. And it's all interesting. The amount of side stories that there are no side stories. This is what I love about that game. It's not a side story. It's another part of your story
Yeah.
that you just happen to come across versus maybe you missed it, right? So it's not like, hey, this is a side story. This is just a part of your story if you engage with it,
Yes.
right? And they do it so well. And again, when you think about this, they are setting a new bar of quality level that you would expect from a game.
And that should be
All of it.
celebrated.
Graphics, everything.
And this guy should not have came out and given that speech
Yeah,
because it
because
was
that's ridiculous.
unnecessary. Honestly, there's no bad publicity. What he's doing is pushing on this game, essentially, which is not
Literally.
what he was trying to do, right? But
Yep.
that's essentially what he's doing. I am curious as can be to watch this game. I feel like we should do a gameplay
Yeah,
where we
I
can
wanna do one.
show
Day
the
3.
game and I can freaking see it because you've been
Yeah.
playing it and you've been loving it. And
Absolutely.
we, even now, talking about this, it kind of throws dirt and covers up the fact that the developers of the game, the way that they presented the whole situation with the Xbox Series S, you were kind of like annoyed with. And the game is so good. And now these type of comments are being made that it makes you forget about that.
Yeah,
right?
It really changes everything.
It changes
but
everything.
The game is just so good. So, but we missed a lot in the chat, so I do want to kind of
let's go back
up.
Yeah.
Because we do have
there's a lot here.
Our homies chatting with us about this, so I want to bring them.
Sorry guys,
I want to bring them into the show. We got a bit much. All right, so let me see here. Jacob says, "Oh, okay, man. I'm way far back."
That's all right. Thank you guys. We love talking to you guys.
We do. We appreciate you hanging with us. Jacob, I agree, he says, because BG3 is awesome. People shouldn't hate future games of the same genre if those games don't turn out to be better than the things set in BG3. That's true.
100%.
See, I feel like better is not. I feel like better is a different thing, right? Like if a game comes out and it's not as good, that's one whole other thing. Because games come out all the time. Some review good, some review bad, right? The problem is the idea that we shouldn't hope that they're doing better. We shouldn't expect them to push the boundaries, because if that was the case, BG3 wouldn't be as good as it is. Because they wouldn't feel like they needed to do anything to stand out or to make their name, right? Like that's more of the
predecessors
issue.
Were decent enough, but they didn't blow up or anything, or they weren't like iconic or anything. Baldur's Gate 3, even that.
Well, Baldur's Gate 3, I can tell you right now, Lorien is now at a different level right now. The other games they did, I think, were highly rated like this, and people considered them. Well, before they weren't. I would say they were popular within their niche, but I would say now, right this second now, with everything that's going on and all the fever around it, 100%, they have just launched themselves into the public eye. This is exactly what it is. This is their Witcher 3 moment. It's like the third game. It always takes you. That's why I want fucking Xbox to buy a Sobo, because I think Plague Tale 3 is going to kill. Woo! Okay, let me get back to it.
Third one.
Absolutely. All right. Purpleberry says that's so stupid. A level of quality that can obviously be achieved. Exactly. If they can do it, you can try to do it. You know what I'm saying?
Anybody else can do it, right? Like just because they actually take pride in what they're presenting to you, it doesn't mean that like you can't either. If you take the time to polish a game the way that they have and put into it what they obviously did, you can come up with something good as well. And how about this? How about instead of telling us to lower our expectations, you hire yours.
Raise your expectations,
raise your
fam.
bar, okay?
Raise them.
We're not in a world right now where you're going to be entitled of saying, like, this is what I got. Take it or leave it. Leave it. There are too many games coming out, too many games being produced in order for us to sit there and settle for your nonsense.
Literally.
Agree. I feel like he also is trying to somehow confuse ambition with success, right? Because he mentions the D&D license as like a big point that's pushing them up. Like, no, if this game wasn't D&D and it was just a game that had nothing to do with it, we would still be praising it, because games that have no name whatsoever blow up all the time.
Exactly.
There was a
Look
D&D.
at Fortnite.
Yes,
that was out, and it was a garbage game, and they made it what it was. You have Vampire Survivors, that game that we played, that we love. Nobody knew that game. It doesn't have a name to back it.
Remember,
it's a game that just came out.
Exploded out of nowhere. Hades. That shit got Game of the Year nominated.
These are all games that come out of nowhere every year. People come out with new and exciting things that are not tied to a big license. So the fact that he's even mentioning the fact, like trying to bring them down a notch, like, well, it's because they have the D&D license as well.
He's taking away their dedication, their hard work. They should be enjoying this moment, not having people like you come out here and try to take their moment.
And mind you, there was a D&D next-gen game that came out, remember? I don't remember the name.
Yeah, there was one, and nobody liked it because quality is the answer, not the brand name.
And guess what? This game got a freaking 7, wasn't it?
No.
Wow,
wasn't the
that's
score?
different.
Early access.
No, it was early access.
That's the thing, right? They got freaking a 7 early access, but the people have spoken. You can't cloud good stuff.
Well, remember, the game
You can't
was early
hold
People are
it
gonna see
down,
it.
bro.
They thrived on player feedback, meaning that if they had criticisms, they probably changed it for the final game. And now, perfection.
Mind you, no
Forza.
marketing. Mind you, no marketing. But let me get back because we're gonna end up in the same
straying off.
position. Jacob says always make better games than the past, but never expect every game to be better.
Yes.
Well, I get that. You shouldn't be playing a new game like, oh man, it's not better than the last one, so I'm not going to play it. No, but we should be seeing ambition. If I tell you right
And
now,
that's what he's
if there's
lacking right
another
there with what he said.
if another CRPG, another game similar to Baldur's Gate come out, and I go to start to play it, and the graphics don't look as good or better, if the voice acting is crappier, if the storytelling is not as good, like these are all gonna absolutely, I'm gonna be like,
Your checklist. Your
this is not good
checklist.
enough for me to play.
You have standards now. Okay?
We have too many good games out
You
there.
have standards.
And especially if you're on Xbox side, maybe if you're on PlayStation side, you have to deal with a little bit more now. But if you're on the Xbox side, let's be real, we're gonna be eating for days.
Yes,
Like
you guys are gonna be eating.
we have
good.
so much high level content coming to us that we can't waste
There's no time to settle.
playing trash. You know what I'm saying? Like, and listen, obviously scope matters, right? If you're a big team, then I expect big things from
Yes.
you. Don't be
Big
Rockstar.
budget,
Like if we
big
see Grand Theft
things.
Auto 6 and
Oh
the
my
graphics are
gosh.
like
Shitty.
or
Yeah.
just as good as like the good games. Shit, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm expecting Grand Theft
Oh
Auto
my
6
God. I would
to
laugh
melt
so
my
hard
fucking
if they
eyes.
could do Nintendo
Human.
graphics for you on Grand Theft Auto
They'll be.
6.
I would
You guys
stab them
imagine?
emotionally.
Listen, you
Not
guys
real.
will
Not real.
hear the tantrum of a lifetime.
Oh my God.
Because CMoney
Just be
will get
prepared.
on this mic
I will lose my
and
mind.
lose his shit.
But again, obviously, like small companies, I'm not gonna expect them to have all
But
this
you
big stuff. But you
want
know what
them
I
to.
do?
I expect them
But-
to work hard to make their
Well,
name.
scale
Yes.
is too hard for them, right? Because they're too small, right? It literally all this stuff is made by people that you need to have a lot of people to do this stuff. So if you have a small team, sure, I don't expect you to be as grand, but whatever you do, you should be doing it exceptionally.
Yes.
So if you're gonna have voice acting in your game, make the voice acting great. We should be
Fine,
able to
take the
enjoy
time.
it.
Yes, take the
You know what I'm saying?
time
If you're writing a
to
story,
find the right actors.
Write a story well.
Yes.
Right? If you want to be a smaller game with shooting, make shooting fun. Graphics, make that sing. Do something, even if it's scale, but you gotta do something well to be noticed. You're not
Yes.
gonna just make a game and just because I'm gonna play it.
Not
like
anymore.
no. Unless you're in Game Pass, then there's a chance I might try you out.
And
maybe.
then drop your ass.
And then
real
drop you
quick
pretty
if you
immediately.
live to part.
Right?
We'll see.
All right. G maybe says another case of someone saying the quiet part out loud again.
Yes,
How can anyone
exactly.
have the point of view that whatever you are making is good enough?
Yep.
Release it, it will make money. G maybe freaking preach, bro.
Yes,
you know what's
baby.
funny? He just said that, and that is another big point. Like to be clear, we are gamers.
Mm-hmm.
We are playing the game. We pay for the game and we play the game. I don't care what you went through
Nope.
to make this
That's
game.
another
I don't care
thing.
how
I
much
don't-
money it
I don't wanna
costs.
know.
I don't care how much
don't
work you did.
care.
I don't care how many nights or weekends you work. That's
not my
your
problem.
choice. That's your problem. I only care about what I have in my hand.
Exactly.
Not that I don't care about the people, right? I
fuck
don't
the
want people
people
to be suffering in their lives to make this
No,
stuff.
but-
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying I'm talking about people who go to work every day and have stresses
You
of
have
work.
work to do.
Do your work and do it
your
well.
best.
And if your stress is your stress, that's part of it. Hopefully you make something good enough to make us all want to play it.
Listen, okay, so a bit of info, right? And this is the difference. CMoney.
Yes.
What did you wanted to do? You wanted to make games, right?
Oh, these are 100% facts.
100%
My whole
facts.
life, all
His
the way
entire
up,
life, I want to make
and including
games.
to college. I did
Motherfucker
everything
ran
I
so
could.
fast.
Bro, I did
Listen to
everything I
this.
could to make sure that I would align every class I took, everything I did was
Yep.
to make video games. Then got to college, started actually
Doing the
getting
coding.
into the weeds, and realized that
I like to
I don't
play
want to
it.
spend my life behind a computer screen every single day. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I like to play games, not make them.
That
And
was-
that took a
that
quick
was the
left
moment
turn
right there.
right away. right away. But I knew
like
my
to
place.
play
But if you
games.
are a person who chooses this career path, that is the choice you made. And that's a great choice because we all love what you do. But don't sit here and expect us to be like, oh, you get a pass and make a lesser game because we don't need to push things forward. Just make whatever nonsense you want.
If there was an alternate reality where you started working at Xbox because you actually tried really hard to learn it,
that would have been wild. I don't think it would have ever happened.
Listen, this is crazy. Like, you are the consumer. You are choosing to spend your money, right, and buy things. But if everything came with a lecture of what they had to go through or what they had to do to give you this, like, no, thank you. Bye-bye. Next.
Yep. So Shintaro says, Doodle, that's very true. It doesn't matter if it's a small studio, they can still make a great game.
100%.
Absolutely. Nighturnal, welcome, my friend.
Welcome, baby.
He says hello, or they say hello, everyone. And this is exactly similar if Starfield, similar if Starfield is as good as we hope, then those of us waiting for Elder Scrolls 6 expect Bethesda to make it just as good or better. Woo! Absolutely.
Exactly.
Like, why would we think any better? Like, I'm not going to play Starfield and be like, man, this is it. Don't have to play a game again. I've experienced the best that it will ever be.
Of course.
No.
Listen, when you raise the bar, I expect you to meet that bar and then beyond.
Bars are made to be exceeded.
And that's why excellence exists, right?
It's a genre, so it's not far-fetched. It's not like saying, oh, Nintendo made Breath of the Wild. Can't wait to see what the next Kirby game's going to be. Like, no. It's obviously got to be in that realm.
I mean, there are different types of again, there's many, like, we label a lot of things into the same thing. RPG. Then you take RPG, you got regular Western RPGs, JRPGs, CRPGs, tabletop RPGs, whatever it is.
What does the C stand for?
I don't know.
Listen, it's like going, you can't say, I made the Tears of the Kingdom and now we're going back to our old Zelda.
Well,
like the level of it. Like, if you're making your old Zelda, you got to push it forward.
And everything. I know that they make different ones.
I'm just saying that's a very different genre. Like, that was open world Zelda. That's a traditional dungeon-based Zelda.
I'm giving
but the point is that
example that you don't
go
back.
Like, for instance, if there's a part 3 in the Breath of the Wild saga, right? So Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, or whatever they make. If it is not like now. Tears of the Kingdom is the minimum.
That's the
right. So
bar,
if you take everything out and you like strip us and now we're back to nothing, then no you have to push forward.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, if it's part of that lineage, that makes sense. But if they make a game similar to Twilight Princess or Ocarina of Time, and you're like,
that's
hey, this isn't as good as Breath of the Wild,
well,
then
that's
you're
a
still
different
like,
type of.
but you just don't like that kind of game.
I was assuming that you understand that. That's like pretty much a different branch of game.
Yeah,
no, I know that. I'm not silly.
Okay, but then if you knew that, then you should watch.
Saying that's like if they made Breath of the Wild and went back to basic Zelda. Like, that's a different genre.
Okay. Madman. So you didn't understand what I meant. I understand.
That's fine. So Jacob says that's why I like that Xbox is in third place. Xbox is third place, but PlayStation just came and claimed the first place, which is bad because third place will help Xbox when they are in second and third place.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, so basically, I agree, Jacob. The fact that Xbox is in third place is great because that always keeps Xbox hungry, right? They got to keep pushing. They got to keep figuring out what do they have to do to keep pushing us forward, to bring in more people.
They're a perfect example of being in third place or being behind, right? You have to keep on pushing forward, and that's what they're doing. Listen, they could have laid down and freaking died pretty much, right?
Yeah, well, they were gonna.
They were going to, exactly, but they didn't.
If it wasn't for our homie Philly Phil.
He came through, right? He had a plan, he had a vision, and he's pushing through with it. But like, and that's the thing. And this guy wants us to lay down and die our expectations of what a game should be. No.
All right, so Jacob also says, PlayStation claimed the first place, made both them and fanboys spoiled little brats, in my opinion.
Essentially.
Those are facts. Those are facts. Nighturnal says, I played BG1 and BG2 way back when. So someone making a third, some of us were hoping for a good game to live up to the name. But they surpassed expectations. Congrats to Larian. You see that? They surpassed expectations.
Exactly.
They raised the bar. Now, guess what? We're not going to get another
Baldur's Gate
4 for a long time. And guess what? we're going to expect them to push further. We're not going to say, hey, your last game was good enough. Right? Your last game was good enough.
Go backwards.
Forget that. No, we push forward.
Half-ass the next one.
Absolutely. G Maybe says, the people holding the purse strings have been roping them around the necks of their devs too. In some environments, they do choke out the creative process.
That is true.
Man, this guy's name, Zalavier's dialogue sounds like an excuse for this behavior. Exactly. It's ridiculous. He is basically saying that they have to make money, so they're not going to allow them to go bigger. Like, look, this is the reality. As you can see, Xbox, they're buying publishers, they're buying studios. If your business, if your studio, if you're as a publisher, if you can't afford to make high quality products, you're not going to have a place.
No.
You're not going to have a place.
This is not the time.
You're going to get bought or you're going to get taken out.
But that's the thing. Make impressive things and maybe Philly Phil will see you.
And we're not talking about, again, to be clear, we're not saying that a small studio needs to go make this gigantic game. We're talking about the people who, like you just said, you maybe choke out that creative process, who are telling their devs, no, don't go the extra mile because it's going to cost us more money. I want to stay right here in this lane and that's it. Then that's their problem. And the reviews will reflect that.
Exactly.
And the consumer purchasing will reflect that. And that's just what it is.
Yeah, like, even like what you said about the smaller studios like that, like, they don't have to make ginormous Cyberpunk or Witcher level games. No shit, but they could still try to push as far as they can in that bubble that they can do.
In their lane. Wherever they are making their game, they could push it as much as you have. You have tons of creativity that's out there that can be delivered in a smaller game. Look at Hi-Fi Rush.
Yes.
That shit was amazing.
But smaller scale compared to
you don't like that type of game. But again, you also don't like Baldur's Gate type of game, right? But we can acknowledge that the game is...
This is what I will say, and I said it before. Stunning graphics. It felt like a freaking, like I was watching a cartoon, like a really high-end freaking cartoon. It was, the music, amazing. It played well. The only thing that got me...
More like music rhythm type situations.
And it threw me off because I wasn't expecting that. But the game itself... top notch. And for them to like announce it and just drop it in Game Pass, that was so boss.
And it was dope.
The funny thing is that Hi-Fi Rush will probably be in my lane. Like, I got a backlog to clear, but I think I want to try that because I think music is a huge part of video games. Yeah, personally,
that game is dope. And I have to get back to it.
The music is that fire, and the gameplay itself looks fire, and the art style. I mean, it looks like beautiful.
Yeah, it's right up your lane, Madman. You will love that.
Jacob says, to be honest, never been impressed with Insomniac Spider-Man 2. Me neither. Shintaro says, Starfield is going to be legendary. Can't wait to play it.
Yes.
Those are facts.
It's going to be dope.
Jacob says, I wonder why nobody asked the simple questions. Why did Helldivers 1, Sony IP, have over-the-top view, but the new second game is third person? Oh, they're trying to make it more... mainstream. You know, they want more people to probably play it. I'm actually, the new Helldivers is probably I saw a gameplay of it. It looks pretty good. I think we'll play it and we'll see how it works out. But G maybe says this is the end result of pushing tech first, graphics, FPS, ray tracing, ahead of making a fun game with meaningful content. That's without even talking about monetization. Well, and again, you know, this is the thing though, that I would say better graphics now are not like they're easier to make. You have Unreal Engine 5.
I feel like
that's out here making it much easier to attain better graphics.
It's a basic thing now.
Absolutely, you know, like the base level has risen.
Yes, and this guy was out here talking as if like how we don't need the graphics to be that much better. We don't need anything more than 30 frames per second. No, that's hardcore settling. You know.
Graphics is funny because, like, this isn't coming from, like, some big boy studio. So, if it doesn't look crazy because they're smaller,
that's their lane, right? That's their lane, but you do expect them to take pride in what they make. And to come out and make this type of statement, that's just Cocoa Puffs, you guys.
Yep, so also want to say what's up to our boy Infinite Umbra.
Infinite Umbra, welcome.
UE5, we did mention it because UE5 is the shit.
Yes.
Thank you for coming and chilling with us for a little while. But
Live
yes,
Supremacy, what's up?
poking out here. Say that again.
Oh, I'm sorry. Another guy literally just popped in.
Oh,
as soon as we were
Live
talking.
Supremacy.
Live
What is
Supremacy,
good, my man? Welcome. All right, so another, let me see here. Shintaro's talking about how there's some amazing games coming out this year. Absolutely.
There are, Shane. We can't wait.
He said another game that's going to be next generation game that's impressive is Hellblade 2. Absolutely.
By
That's
far.
going to rock.
That's going to be
Crazy.
insane, you guys.
Jacob asks, question, does Game of the Year mean Game of the Year or Garbage of the Year?
Whoa!
Damn.
Jacob taking shots.
Damn.
I like that.
Cow.
Oh,
I
man.
like that, Jacob.
He also says Zelda is an exception because has any game ever before been better than the Link from the past, and also the 3DS sequel called A Link Between the Worlds was trash. Well,
Wait, what did they say?
he said any game has been better, and obviously right now they have proven that they make it better for sure.
Yeah.
Hi-Fi Rush was made in UE4.
I
Perfect
think,
timing here from Umbra, he said.
Actually,
All right,
wait.
Go ahead.
A Link,
What's up?
I'm pretty sure A Link Between Worlds was like a remake, but with
That's
a
fine.
gimmick. It was
Yeah,
like,
that's fine.
like it told the story again, but now it has the Link it go in the walls. It's basically like a 3D Link to the Past with some weird gimmick.
Yeah, he was just saying he didn't really care for it.
Oh.
All right, so we're gonna get back to it, right? So Destin, he had. There's like you see like levels of Destin losing his shit from these things, but Destin
it's
put out a tweet.
frustrating.
He says already getting a few reactive replies about the op-ed, implying I should lower my standards.
No.
He says simply, no, like a boss. That's what I like to hear. Yo. Destin earned some respect.
That's my dude right
out
there.
Out of this video.
Yep.
That shit was dope. All right, so he goes in again, and he's responding to this because he's not living in the bubble. He sees
that's
the stuff
thing.
going on, and he's
Face it
reacting
forward
to it.
because he's saying what he feels, right? If that's how you feel, like you gotta go ahead and face the nonsense.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Infinite says UE is like a Batman signal call to me, G baby. As soon as we talked about Unreal Engine 5, he fucking shows up in the chat. That's wild.
Wow.
Live
got Spidey tingles.
Supremacy's up
My
in the chat.
Spidey
What's up,
senses are
brother man?
tingling.
All right, so Destin says it's disappointing to see some nonsense crop up because of the video.
Damn.
I'm not saying devs are lazy. It's an incredible accomplishment to ship any game. The Diablo 4 team recognized they made a mistake, owned it, ate a big shit sandwich, and worked to fix it. Sorry, Umbra. My bad. I don't know why I said that. I felt like I was back on the show, Umbra. You see? This is why I got to get it out of my system before next
Discipline.
week.
You got him going. That's
I got
great.
You see that? Look at
Yo,
what a tick
the
already.
awareness that
You saw that?
have, yo.
I said shit like 48 times before he
know.
showed up, and then I see him. I'm like, oh damn, I shouldn't say that.
My
Infinite.
bad.
You see?
That's
Let me see.
awesome.
He says, yeah, ate a S sandwich and worked to fix it.
Yo, he changed it.
That's huge.
You went back.
The store is still a problem, but the D4 team is trying to hone it in, and I think that should be commended. For fuck's sake, don't harass anyone. I get passionate about stuff, but no one deserves that.
Agreed.
And no, I'm not saying every game needs to be BG3. I'm saying it was disappointing to see devs sound defeated as opposed to inspired by something awesome.
Exactly.
Mass Effect, Assassin's Creed, heck, Diablo 2 inspired game creators for generations. I love to hear from more devs about how BG3 inspired them and tell that story too.
Yes.
Absolutely, yo. Absolutely. Jez then replies to that and says, devs aren't lazy. Issue is publishers are cheap and shareholders are leeches on creativity. There I say.
I agree.
Okay, but
That's very
you know,
true.
I understand that. And the thing is that is essentially he's excusing that though. You know what I mean?
Well, no,
By
he's
saying
not.
what
Well,
he's-
it's because what he's saying is that the people who pay the developers are the ones, just like G Maybe said. They're choking out creativity because of the money. So publishers don't want to
Have them
let
be
them
creative.
take forever to make the game because they want the game
I know
out
he did
to
mention
hit
the
a deadline.
years that it took them
Guaranteed to
to
make
go ahead
money.
and deliver the game.
This is the identical thing happening with the movie industry and their over-reliance with reboots, remakes, and sequels. It's the same shit. It's basically like the big higher-ups want them to have very little time to make something very cheaply made, but will be guaranteed to make money. And they don't give a shit about the creativity or what's good or what's not. They just want what's in their pocket.
And that's why there's so many independent studios now, right? Whether in film or in gaming, right? Because they don't want the whole thing taken out of them, right? They want to be creative. They want to push. They want to think, right? So we know developers are excited about making what they want to make. But again, depending on the studio you're in, you're hampered. It can
take a toll on you.
Yeah, because if somebody comes and tells you, no, we can't do that because it's going to cost more money, it's like, well, shit. You know what I'm saying? So Destin continues on a different tweet. Again, he's not taking anybody's shit. Somebody wrote to him and he responded, "Let's cut the bullshit. No one is advocating harassment. Every time someone dares to disagree with a dev, it's harassment now. Devs posted on a public platform, and many agree with me, by the way." Yes, we do.
Yep.
Just as you're criticizing me here, I can respond to them and try and explain why players are pissed off. Absolutely.
Yeah, but see, the fact that he's saying, like, no, we want you to, like, challenge yourself, this is not acceptable or whatever, like, that doesn't mean that he's, like, pro, like, go ahead and get, like, abused at work or whatever the heck you want to come up with. Like, if you want the results, right, you have to put in the work.
Like, being critical of a developer doesn't mean you're harassing the developer.
Exactly.
Which is a line has been blurred because of all the developer harassment lately, and even like at one point it was a big problem, you know? So yeah.
Nope. Absolutely. Jacob, I see you in there in the chat. A lot of the stuff that you're talking about, we're going to be covering soon. So we'll definitely cover that there. Shin is saying that he's super excited for the games this year and next year, and Unreal Engine 5 is insane. If a studio knows how to use Unreal Engine 5, then they could make a very good game. Absolutely. Of course. I'm looking forward to what's to come. Now, Tyler Owens at Hatred, he went ahead and wrote about Destin's article or his video. "I don't know a single game dev who has actually conveyed this sentiment about BG3. And to be clear, Tyler Owens works for Respawn, so he makes Apex Legends. Instead, I've heard devs ask folks not to use the great things achieved by this team/project as a weapon to use against other devs, which is exactly what's being done." Now that's some bullshit for me right away. Used as a weapon, because we're telling you, hey, raise the bar. Don't think that the game you're working on is going to be okay to release in just okay shape. It should be at the highest level that you guys can possibly make it. Like, I don't see how this is a weapon. This is just facts. This is just what we should be expecting.
At the end of the day, go ahead and do so. Release it however you want. And then when you don't get the sales and everybody's trashing your game, then tough crap.
And when you have to put on your resume the shit game that you have, and people are not excited to hire you because you didn't contribute anything of value, it's like,
listen, this is the bottom line.
Wait, hold on. Orders release it on Nintendo Switch only and be like, hey, it's on a Switch, it can't do it. And they're like, oh, yeah, that's fair.
Use it as an excuse. But this is the situation, and the bottom line is that if they can do it, right, then anybody can. And that's it, right?
Yep.
That's the bottom line. Anything other than that, those are excuses.
Dude, we've been taught since kids. Anything you can do, I can do better. Right? Like, come on, man.
You just gotta work for it. You gotta work. And this is the thing. I feel like Gojo right now, right?
Oh, snap.
Yes. My freaking blindfolds have
JJK,
been,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. My blindfolds have been lifted as to what I can expect from these type of games. Sorry, boo-boo, we ain't going back.
Exactly.
Oh.
Absolutely.
We cannot see.
So Destin did not like that take at all. So he responded to him saying, the idea that I brought up the topic to use it as a quote-unquote weapon against the devs is gross. Man, this guy's name, Zalavier, said that a $200 million risk could take an entire wave of studios with it. That should make devs and gamers mad. The bosses of companies placing those 200 million bets are posting billions in profits. That's exactly what we were talking about before. Maybe, quote unquote, panic is not the right word. But what is it then? Question mark. To see the industry rally behind not having, quote unquote, raised standards is bizarre. And I'm responding to a conversation started by developers to explain why it comes off the way it does to many others. It's absolutely not to create a weaponized attack. It's simply to talk about the topic broached. Customers are feeling frustrated by business practices implemented that you probably don't even like. The original thread reads like we shouldn't get used to BG3-like games, as it'll probably never happen again, and we should probably get used to the status quo. We should be on the same page, and probably are in some respects, but the thread I referenced seems like we shouldn't even hope for something better for everyone. That's frustrating to your customers because we want developers to feel like they can succeed. Instead, this topic is labeled as a weapon and completely shuts down what people are trying to say, that we wish we lived in a world where things could be better for gamers and developers. So that I thought that was really well said too.
That was mic drop right there.
Absolutely. Because he is saying they are kind of, it's like an abusive spouse or an abusive relationship where they're trying to take his words and say, you're trying to kill me. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody trying to kill you, Des. Right? We want you to push for better. We want you to go talk to the guys who hold the purse strings and say, hey, we want to make this game and it's going to require this and we want to do this to push it forward. Not just settle, not just sit back and say, oh, whatever happens. Like, I'm cool with that. Like, that's wild.
Listen, and that's your situation. Wild, you're going to present to us whatever you make with your resources, right? But at the end of the day, you stepped out of line. You came out here to put out this statement, and you should be essentially glorifying them. At this point, dude, he came out and he took away their moment. That's what I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of diminishing it for no reason.
Like you guys have more than we do.
So there's another developer who came out who has a little bit of a thread going on here, which again, I feel like these are worth talking, like saying and reading so that we can all see what these people are kind of thinking. So Dinga Bakaba, he actually works for Xbox. He works for Arcane Leon, so the guys who made Deathloop. So he's actually the studio co-creative director. So he's high up there. Okay. Now, he writes, I'd say some games, for me in recent years, Elden Ring, Breath of the Wild, Nier Automata, and Red Dead Redemption 2, do make you feel like they're in another league entirely, as you can't fit them in your mind and break them down as creations/projects, quote unquote, immediately. This quote unquote wow effect makes us feel just as mind blown and starstruck as when we were just players and not part of the industry. So to be clear, he is talking in reference to them, like developers. Like he's talking like for developers.
When something blows your mind to the point where you're admiring
like
rather than feeling like you're a part of the.
Yeah. So it's a wonderful feeling. Yes. But after years of making games, it's challenging and can lead to question yourself, a significant trigger for imposter syndrome. You wonder how they made it. You don't immediately see the strings as you usually do, but time will help you digest this creation. Magician tricks and unfathomable scope wear off, and what is left is creative choices, technical expertise, and hard work, which we all understand. My advice for fellow devs when this kicks in is to 1, enjoy the feeling. It's rare. 2, be patient with yourself and the industry/community to be able to grow the new thing. And 3, trust yourself, your project, and your team to also have the potential to give players a lot of joy. It's also good to acknowledge that we don't all have agency on what we are doing as a whole. Direction, scope, time, budget, and quality are things most devs don't control. And even if you felt inspired by a game, you likely can't do much about it matching new expectations. Thing is, even if you could, probably you shouldn't change course because of a new game. Great works take a certain level of stubbornness because you need to materialize a promise and make it excellent. The benchmark isn't a new standard, it's the fantasy/dream of your own game. And we're all able to contribute to that through our own work and feedback. Just let time do its thing as to be able to answer how they did this. And know that it's not that important. What is your faith in your work and your drive to please players and respect them. When a game moves the line in time, we all win. But please, be nice to devs feeling intimidated and try to understand that this is healthy and exactly what will get their creative juices flowing if you give them time to process and respect their vulnerability and sincerity. That was also very nice.
I
that was very
love
nice
this message. And the reason why I do is because it came from a very compassionate place.
Yep.
I think that he was able to see through the message. And listen, when we started talking about this, I did say that he was intimidated. And, you know, that was getting to him. And that's why he spoke like this. But as a consumer, that's really annoying to hear. And that was a moment, as I believe G maybe said in the chat, he said, you know, that was when you say your thoughts out loud, he had a Jim Ryan moment. You need to like regroup, process, take a moment before you go ahead and go on social media. Because as great as social media could be, it's also a place where like things can get... things will be taken for what they are, and you said what you said, and you kind of can't take that back now. And I believe that you yourself took what you felt out of context, and you felt helpless. And that's why I love this message, but I also understand, because from my end, when I heard this, I was like, the heck you will, you know, I wasn't okay with it. But this was a very compassionate message. This came from someone who obviously understands.
He understands both sides of what's happening here.
However, for us, we need to speak up, because if it's a very special place where he came from, where if you keep your mouth shut, they kind of get that message too of like, okay, well, we're okay because I already told him, and that's how it's gonna go. Right? Yeah. And then, so if you don't challenge them, that they will think that that's okay.
Well, to be
so
clear,
that was
too, necessary. Yeah, to be clear too, like about the way people do go ahead and talk to the devs, right? Mm-hmm. So we know the world that we live in, right? So to be clear, we do not think that we as gamers should go to developers and be like, you guys fucking suck. You better get your shit together, blah, blah, blah. It's just, hey, push forward. Right?
Push forward.
We want you to bring up the level of quality. We don't want all the microtransactions where your whole point of this game is to figure out how to take more money for us. Mm-hmm. Like, dazzle us, right? Inspire us, make us feel creative by playing your game, because we didn't expect any of this, right?
Like Starfield.
Exactly, right? Like they need to do that, but we as you know, gamers who have the power to go and talk to these people, right, on Twitter, like don't abuse it, right? So like that's what Destin was saying. He didn't suggest that anybody go weaponize. He's saying that he just said this whole thing. He didn't abuse anybody. He made all thoughtful, right, and insightful points. And that's all we should do as gamers when we go talk to these and confront these people. We're letting them know what we feel and what we think should happen, but we should never be berating. We should never talk nasty to them or be offensive to anybody, right? Because that's just not human decency, right? Let's be decent humans, right? So when we talk about this, we're assuming that we're all looking at the side of human decency, where we're not going and attacking these people, but internally we are processing what we feel and want them to understand that we want them to do better.
We have standards, and for him to put out this message telling us where our standards should be, That was out of line, in my
the other
opinion.
guy is Xavier
yes,
or whatever it is.
For him to go ahead and try to tell us what our standards should be, that's not his place. So now you can, instead of coming out here and trying to dictate us, what you should do is go make your game, do what you're doing. If it sells, it sells. And if it doesn't, it didn't. So that's on you and whoever you have that you're working with and who you're working for and who's working for you. You guys figure that out. But we don't need to hear this tantrum, because essentially that's what it was, a tantrum.
Now,
basically.
Yeah, so but for a little more perspective, right? There's another developer. He's I guess he does PR for a game Evolve. That's a pretty old game.
I remember that was like 2014 or something like that. That was supposed to be the next big thing, and it ended up being nothing.
I mean, it was really good. I just think it lacked like diversity. Like there wasn't a lot to do in the game. But either way, he says, please, please, please put some thought into it before you proclaim this as what AAA should be moving forward. 6 years and 400 plus people with insane funding due to the IP have given BG3 a big boost. It's truly unrealistic to expect this on a regular basis.
But I can't. Why are we back to this talk? Like, let them have their moment. They know what they did. They know their resources. Why are we speaking on this in this light? And this was kind of unacceptable, right? But then they don't want to hear anything back. They don't want the pushback, right? They don't want to hear the other perspective and why people may be frustrated hearing what they're saying. This is not okay.
Yeah, it's just, but like
it's
just like the guy before from Xbox said, you know, this is intimidation, right? They're afraid, they're concerned that it's not going to, they're not going to live up to your expectations, so they're afraid to do it, right? And I can understand that, but I think that those are inside voices, like G maybe has said before.
Thank you. Yes.
Talk to your team about this.
Yes.
Don't put this out in social media, because now all that does is make me feel like whatever you're working on
I'm not gonna lie.
is not going to be great.
No, it's not going to be good.
You're going to just work up to a basic level.
You're going to go ahead and, work at a basic level. You're not going to challenge yourself to do anything better. Like, it's not a good look.
Absolutely.
And somebody needs to take away your phone and your social media right now as you process this entire situation.
So to be clear, not every developer feels this way, though, because I do have a nice tweet here that we're going to go into. But first, I do want to go into the chat real quick.
Yes.
Again, it's been a little while.
We miss you guys.
Live Supremacy says, hit that like button.
Thank
you. Hit that like button
guys,
if you haven't. Please hit the like button. That will help us out a lot. We
will
really
love
appreciate
that.
it. Jacob says he has a random question. Would any of you want Forza Motorsport to have a track builder in the future?
Ooh.
I would say yes.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Absolutely.
Listen, there is a secret Doodles Never Have I Ever.
Yes.
In our Barbie review.
Okay,
so
from
end. The Barbie review, we kind of said, all right, they have the Barbie car
in Forza Horizon 5.
Yes. So I've never played it, and I went ahead and I played, and I think I would benefit from making my own tracks. If you guys go check that out, you would see that I have a very particular way of driving.
Yeah. He says, because Forza Motorsport is only about in real life racing tracks and Forza Horizon is based in different countries. Yeah, that would be dope to
That'd
be able to do that.
That'd be
cool. Shin says, have you guys ever played Tomb Raider before?
Oh, yeah, I've played Tomb Raider.
Yes. And
I have not.
Is very, very good. All right, so we're going to hop over to Juno Blees. Juno Blees is an associate game director at Believers_Co. She used to work for Riot Games, Wild Rift, and League of Legends. Well, Riot Games. So she worked there. She worked on Wild Rift and League of Legends. Okay, so here we go. Oh boy, here comes my usual spicy take. And she is directly referencing Xavier Nelson, the first long thing that we read. She says, I can't disagree with this one more. Whenever a game disrupts the industry and delights players beyond expectations, it absolutely raises industry and genre standards regardless of the why and the how.
Yes.
I am not saying games should all be judged the same way across different production budgets and experiences. but I believe most players understand the context to not compare apples to oranges. What's worrying and upsetting to me is seeing colleagues in AAA studios jump at the opportunity to agree with this sentiment. We should look at the Larian success story and ask ourselves, how are we going to make our games better and create the next games that shake up the industry?
Yes.
Players should and must always expect more from us, never less.
Well, I like her.
I will also add that not everything that has shaken up the industry were big budget games. There are tons of indie titles that have raised the gaming bar in many meaningful ways. The main point I am trying to make is about why we shouldn't ask players to expect less.
Agreed.
I got to tell you,
That was beautifully
Perfectly
put.
put.
that was
Yep.
so perfectly put. It's insane.
It is.
That is everything that you can.
That's as
feel
level
wrapped up beautifully.
as it could be.
Absolutely.
100%.
It boggles my mind. It boggles my mind. Like, it just blows my mind, the idea that any one of these developers would say, hey, don't expect too much from this. Okay? Like, that game was amazing, but
That's a unicorn.
you know,
Guess what?
we're not, right?
I like
We're not
unicorns.
amazing. It's like those people are somehow some special breed.
Yes.
They're not. They're just developers who, first of all, Larian's independent, so they didn't have anyone down their throats as to, hey, you got to cut this, you got to cut that,
Yes.
right? The guy who runs it actually kind of said that, you know, people have been knocking on his door to buy them, and he doesn't want to, right? We know they were on the list for Xbox. And he doesn't want to sell because he
Listen,
feels like
he
he still has
should
time,
not.
and he
He
doesn't
should
want his
not.
creative vision ever challenged. He just wants to always work forward.
With this in his back pocket, of course
Oh,
not.
he's good. He
Are you
doesn't have
kidding
to
me?
now. He doesn't have to unless he wants to retire.
And listen, maybe he didn't want to sell until because he knew what he was working on. Now his value has gone up
Yeah,
by a lot.
absolutely.
Shintaro suggests, Doodle, that you should check out that you should do a Never I Ever based on 2013 Tomb Raider.
Ooh, maybe we will.
All right, maybe we could hit the trilogy.
All right.
I
Thank
mean,
you,
that's a
Shin.
great game. Absolutely, absolutely. All right, so and then the last one here that I just want to point out, just because I saw it. So PMS Jordan over on Twitter. She says, not gonna lie, watching some of these AAA devs freak out about Baldur's Gate 3's success while also trying to downplay Larian is both sad as fuck, but
Yes.
entertaining to read. A new standard has been set for AAA RPGs, and some of these devs can't stand it since we will expect more from them. And I mean, I think that ultimately wraps it up
Listen.
nicely. Like, that's what it is,
Yes.
right? They don't want to feel like they have to push harder, work harder.
And I
to be great.
agree that the back and forth is so freaking juicy. It's
It is
mad
juicy. It is
gossipy,
juicy.
and you're there like, ooh, okay.
Absolutely.
It's freaking entertaining for sure. So
Absolutely,
I'm here for it.
100%. G Maybe says the tide should raise all ships, unless, of course, there are holes in your boat.
Ooh, yes, baby.
Damn.
Damn.
G Maybe.
Baby.
Beautiful.
Mic
Coming
drop,
with
baby.
the mic drop to end the topic.
Yes.
That
That
was a
was-
send off.
That was awesome.
juicy. That was juicy. All right, so that, my friends, was our topic of the show, and we are now going to move into our gaming news block. And again, in the beginning, I said that some of these topics were competing for topic of the show because there's a lot of stuff going on, and it's not this one coming up, but I think
Oh boy.
This is also a big one that
I
sparked
think
some outrage.
this is a big one. All right, so again, I'm taking a timestamp because I don't want to do it later. Okay, so this kind of ties into the same idea, but if you remember a few episodes back, we were talking about the idea that Red Dead Redemption 1 was going to
Yes.
be remade.
In like Red Dead Redemption
And
2
like
level
Red
graphics.
Dead Redemption 2 level
I remember.
graphics. It was going to be bringing part 1 into the
Yes.
current gen. It was going to be glorious.
Oh my gosh, I feel like you're about to drop a bomb on us.
So
This is
I
sad
remember
times.
this. I
This is
remember
sad
this
times.
vividly. I'm on my phone doing something. I don't remember exactly. And I get a YouTube notification about Red Dead Redemption on Nintendo Switch, and I'm like, oh, what could this be? I look at the trailer. It is the exact Red Dead Redemption we all know and love, but it's coming to Nintendo Switch now and PS4 for $50 with no changes.
This is what's happening, right? So that's exactly what's happening, right? So they went ahead and they proudly put this tweet out that on August 17th, we are going. I'll just read you Rockstar's tweet. On August 17th, the beloved Western experience Red Dead Redemption and its horror companion Undead Nightmare arrived together for the first time on the Nintendo Switch and modern PlayStation systems.
And the way they worded that was funny because it's coming to PS4, but you can play it backwards compatibility on PS5.
Listen,
so
they're
it's a little
framing it as they need to. Talk about a sales pitch.
Yes.
Yes.
And they didn't even
It
bother
is a
putting an
sales pitch.
Xbox One version because you could already play it backwards compatibility.
So that's the kind of
That's how you know.
funny situation.
Yeah, that's
right?
a narrative
So-
people are putting because they're like, don't pay $50 for that dog shit. Just buy the Xbox 360 re-release for Xbox One on Amazon for like $20 right now.
That's
So-
crazy.
So that's the thing. So they literally got, I mean, obviously not them, whoever leaked it, got us super hyped, right? I was like
Losing your
Oh, yeah.
pants over it.
through
So
the
excited.
roof excited.
Yeah, you were.
I thought we were gonna. I loved.
Yes,
loved
you do. We tell that story
Red Dead
over and
Redemption
over.
2.
Of when we were just peeking through the window when we
Yeah,
were doing
yeah.
the game.
I gotta clip that. I gotta go find that moment
Yeah.
and put it out there because it really is a special
It
moment.
is.
Maybe
But I loved Red Dead 1. Like, it was so good. Like, it was Red Dead Redemption 1.
Maybe as like maybe combating this news, you should have Doodle do a Never I Ever on the original, but 4K 60 on Xbox Series X.
I don't know. I'm a
We'll
little
see.
disheartened.
We'll see.
I'm a little
Yeah,
disheartened.
these are
now.
sad news, man. I
Jacob
don't know.
said real quick that it's funny, but people who the fanboys that buy The Last of Us on 3 different platforms complain that the Red Dead Redemption coming to Switch and PS4 $50 is bullshit.
Yeah, I
When
was
they
gonna
just
go
charge
to
like
that.
$70
They're
for the third
pulling
version of
a
the game.
PlayStation on us with this
This is some PlayStation
situation.
shit.
They
Who?
keep re-releasing
Rockstar.
Oh, Rockstar.
Yes.
Well, this is the
Third
thing.
time they remade that
They
game.
got us last time with Grand Theft Auto.
Mm-hmm.
They redid the trilogy that we thought it was going to be a remake of
And
the
it
games.
ran like dog
and
shit.
it was lit. It's not even how it ran. It was the
Disappointing.
identical
supposedly,
game.
supposedly the
They
Switch
just-
version is horrible. Like
They
to a
just
horrible
changed a little tiny things, but you put that game on, you know that it's old as shit. Like,
Yeah.
they didn't do anything. So this, I just thought it made so much sense because Red Dead Redemption 2 is such a huge hit,
Yeah.
and Red Dead Redemption 2 is the prequel to Red Dead Redemption 1.
Yeah.
So why not put the
Yes.
energy and time, bring it to the current gen, show everybody the sequel in the story world to Red Dead Redemption 2. Like, let's get it and make it beautiful.
Exactly.
But they didn't. They just literally brought it over. Nothing changed. It's a port. They're not increasing the clarity or anything. It's the same game coming to PlayStation 4 and the Switch.
You know what's
That's
funny?
And
disappointing.
the
What's
only
really
way you can
funny?
play it on PlayStation 5 is through back compat. So
compatibility.
they're not even making an upgraded version for PlayStation 5. So the
still the
fun
shitty
fact
game.
is that Xbox now is the home to the actual only remastered version
Yes.
of Red Dead because of the power of the system and their software that they use. You can play Red Dead Redemption 1 4K 60 FPS, which is wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what's the really funny thing is that Rockstar is so weird because they could go from like the biggest, hardest workers in the industry to the most lazy fucks in like a breakneck pace.
Well, it's not. To be fair, they're not the ones who did this, right? So they own it, right?
Yeah.
It's their game, but they have the studio Double 11 doing the port, right? So,
Fancy.
and I think that was the same thing for Grand Theft Auto Trilogy. They had somebody who was making it. I don't think it was them proper. But all their people are working on Grand Theft Auto 6, right? But still, you can get like a company who knows how to do graphics and like go ahead and
gosh.
have them do it.
Like how they did The Last of Us for the PC. Do you remember those glitches?
Oh, they look
That
horrible.
was crazy.
They look horrible.
guys.
But it's just it's sad that Red Dead 1 didn't get the love that it should have gotten
Mm-hmm.
because it truly is like an amazing game. I see G maybe says in the chat that he's never played it. and
it's a really good game.
played a little bit of the
reminds me.
original.
I don't know if the show that we love so much, Yellowstone.
yes.
Every time we would do a her, him, and a Mike about Yellowstone, we will have Red Dead
Two.
background.
in the background
Yeah.
because it's like
Do you think a part 3 will ever come out, or where would it be in the timeline? Like, do you think Red Dead Redemption 3 would happen?
I think so. Yeah.
It wouldn't be
eventually.
a-
I mean, obviously, it'll be in the
After,
next
yeah.
gen console. It won't be for this
And the
console.
real question is, would it be a sequel to the first one, a sequel to the second one, or just a prequel to everything?
Well, no, obviously that question
That game
doesn't
is
make any sense.
so
Part 2
much.
leads directly into part 1, so they can't make a sequel to part 2.
a prequel to the
Like it's,
prequel.
Or you
it's
could just
the same
have
game.
like a story that takes place in between 2 and 1 to be funny.
Yeah, no, it'll be the next
a branch.
It'll be the next branch, probably with his kid, John
They
Marston's
could
kid.
they could have called it like Red Dead Zero, and that would have been way cooler.
John Marston, yeah.
John Jr.
So yeah, this was just kind of took the wind out of my sails.
It did.
I was a
It
little
did.
sad.
See, I'm sorry.
A little sad when this
You
happened.
love this game.
But it ties into literally what we were just saying, right? So instead of Rockstar saying, you know what, let's spend the money, let's blow it out, they were like, let's just do the bare minimum. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yes.
this is the frustrating part. It's
And
like,
listen,
why not
this
spend the
is-
money?
This is the situation. Don't go and spend the money and don't buy the freaking game. And then they won't feel like they can get away with doing that. They're trying
they
to
will.
squeeze what they can.
Because people see it in the Nintendo eShop. Oh my God, Red Dead! I'm buying it.
Yeah.
People will be on PlayStation 4 and be like, oh,
And
I'm gonna
that's
get
the
it
thing.
because
Yeah,
they never
remember,
had it
that's
before.
actually a big one. There's a reason why they didn't port it to the Xbox family of consoles, or at least state it. It's because that if you want to play on PlayStation, you're gonna have to get an old PS3, and yeah, unless you get maybe PSN, I think it might be there. But who has PSN?
Well, no, it's not going to be there because if it was there, then they wouldn't be releasing it. The
Or
whole
maybe
point
it
is that
was
it's not
there.
available. No, it's not available on the PlayStation 4 or 5.
Well, yeah,
So,
and Nintendo, remember, if you're in a Nintendo sphere only, you don't get access to any Red Dead. So, yeah, people will see that and be like, oh my God, I get to play this amazing game.
and this is what happened with Grand Theft Auto. People bought it like crazy,
And
even
that's
though
the
it was
thing.
shitty.
But that's the situation.
That's why they
because
figured they can do
got
this.
The
away with
irony
it
is that I
before.
literally
Why
almost got
spend
you.
more money?
Sorry. CMoney, I almost got you that game for like Christmas or your birthday before I saw the horrific reviews.
Of
Yeah.
what?
The trilogy thing of the Grand Theft Auto games. Remember?
Oh,
the trilogy, the definitive edition.
Yeah.
But
no.
that's the situation. They're getting away with that, and that's what they deliver, right? So if we go out and we buy it, they're gonna do the freaking same thing over and over again. They don't feel a need to go and spend the money to go and do a full what's the word I'm looking for? I'm blanking out.
remake.
A remake, yes.
Yep.
So, and that's what happened with this dude. Going back to our first topic, it's like he freaked out. He's like, okay, we're not going to be doing that. Our bars are now being challenged. And when you don't have to do anything other than the bare minimal, and I'm not saying that that's what they were delivering, but by his message, that's what I received. It's like, that's what you do. And just step up your game.
Absolutely agreed 100%. All right.
Yeah.
By the way, thank you, man. That would have been cool.
No problem.
All right. So, PlayStation had their
Oh boy.
had some type of stuff with their like their numbers. They were out there talking about what they expect to happen, with their, how many they're going to sell,
Yes.
all this, how much money they're going to make.
1 billion units.
So when they did this, okay, one of the things is their fiscal year 2023 forecast. One of the things that they said they're going to change. First of all, they think all their sales are going to go down a little bit, right?
Because of the Call of Duty deal. It's all over.
Maybe.
That's what's going on.
It said
I don't know,
Xbox
but-
sales shot up by like 80%, right? So I think it's fair to expect some PS5 sales to go down a bit.
So I think this is the thing. What they say is the impact of changes in the launch dates of a portion of first-party titles, right? So what they're saying is that there's some first-party titles that we did not get to see yet that have been delayed,
Oh, I heard
right?
about that.
And obviously now this kind of brings into light the idea that that's why our show, the PlayStation Showcase,
Was
was
so
crappy.
dodgy.
Because the games that they are making
Are not
Are
ready.
ready.
are not ready to go. Right?
Well, that makes sense.
you know what, actually let's before we dive deep into this let me go back into the chat. So Jacob says the game Xbox rejected called Postal 4. Yes, that dev tweeted a picture. Rockstar is an effing disappointment.
Classic Rockstar.
Yeah, they are. They're letting us down.
Until
they make
release
freaking
GTA
amazing
6,
games.
and then they're like, "Oh my god, we love you, Rockstar."
Well, because they do make beautiful games. They're freaking.
They don't have a good history with
open world,
remasters. That's the problem.
and it's like how can you deliver this then? Like how can you not take pride in the remaking of the games as well?
Here's the thing. I think that they're not banking on people who played Red Dead and were like, "Oh,
They
I
want
can double
new
dip." They
people,
want new people
yes.
who never played Red Dead to be like, "Oh, why not?"
But CMoney, who played it already, would be so excited to go ahead and play it again.
And
Or
that's the
just to,
problem.
even if he didn't necessarily go in and play the whole game, just to have it, it would be a big deal. So it's like,
Yep.
man.
Agreed 100%. Jacob says I want Xbox to buy Take-Two to number 1 get those IPs, number 2 to make fanboys rage. Fanboys already
They
raged.
will lose
When
it.
Xbox announced ABK, that Take-Two will kill them.
We
That's
have
hilarious.
seen that rage. They don't take things well.
Shintaro says, I'm having a lot of fun hanging out with y'all. Thank you so much,
Awesome,
Shintaro.
Shin.
Jacob says, imagine Rockstar announcing in October when RDR for Switch and PS4 get physical copies. Down the same day, Xbox will get an Xbox only remaster of RDR2. Well, I mean, of RDR. I mean, technically we already have it, but that would be a problem.
Yeah,
People
that's
would
things
lose
for
their
me
mind.
because the lack of a physical presence is also a little extra lame. Because it's not like you could go in a store and be like, "Oh, Red Dead's on Switch." Like that kind of also defeats a little purpose.
But who goes into the store looking for a Switch game anymore?
Well, who's walking by like the Switch aisle?
Madman
and
likes to have his physical copies.
I'm saying you could do that on Amazon. What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is that if you're like going to a Target to buy groceries, but like a Target, but they have like
As
their
he
gaming
normally
section.
does.
As he does.
I'm gonna go buy some
all right,
eggs.
you guys.
Oh, what's next to the egg cartons? A copy of Red Dead Redemption for Switch?
You
Definitely
play
not.
this out a lot, Madman.
Definitely not, Fab. Definitely not. So Jacob says Sony didn't say that they delayed games were unannounced. Well, that's true. But it says that they have a portion of first-party titles, and the fact that we haven't seen much of crap leads me to
We
believe
can only
that it
hope
has to be the games
that
that
they
we
have
didn't see.
something.
But that could just be made up.
Man.
G Maybe says, yet they showed Spider-Man, which people said doesn't look ready. People said doesn't look
That
ready.
was spicy, bro. That
That's
was
right.
spicy.
Spider-Man 2,
That's
go
right.
sit down, son.
He's like, how
Oh,
dare
John Wolf in the house.
John Wolf,
What up, good
welcome.
peeps?
What's
CMoney and
up?
my amazing familia. What
Yes,
is up, fam?
baby.
Latino
Welcome.
Heat
Yes.
in the building. That's right. What's up, man? Thanks for hanging. But yeah, so they're delaying. So I mean, they're delaying these games, right?
Yeah.
And this is the thing, right? When you start thinking about the fact that PlayStation is out here taking their only showcase that we had in like years, okay,
Years.
and using that to number one promote Xbox multi-platform games
Yes.
that we were going to be getting, right?
They
Yeah.
they were hoping that people will see it and think that those were their games, like they're
Well,
gonna
yeah,
be
of course, because that's the way they do
simply
things. They
on the
market it, and the
PlayStation.
Sony
Exactly.
fanboys say this is only ours until they go on Twitter and see it's going elsewhere.
Everybody has it.
Oh,
But-
man.
But also, they chose to only show us like some of the, the multiplayer games that they're working on, right? The games as a service,
Yes.
Makes me
which
sick.
obviously,
Matt's not taking this well in case you guys didn't get that.
which obviously they only showed us CGI for. So it's not like they came out and said, look at the games of service games we're making. Check them out. They look dope.
Yeah.
It was like, let's make this CGI crap, which in our year 2023, we're over, right? Xbox showed you guys
How it's done.
that we don't want CGI anymore. We want in-game only. The graphics should look the same as what we should expect, except when we actually get the game, it should look better because you have more time to make it look better. But they're out here showing us all these games that honestly, who even like we don't even care about them.
Yeah.
Because this is Sony. Like Sony is thinking that like their Xbox. Like they can show us multiplayer games. We're like, oh, okay, that looks good. Like Sony's fans don't play multiplayer games like that.
And listen,
you know, the
I
hardcore.
said it before. They've boxed themselves into these games that are like solo. Like, you know, we got Spider-Man, The Last of Us. Like, they have really cornered themselves into this situation. They've kind of shaved off anything else that it's like fun.
Yeah, remember that game that was announced a little while? That was Project Eve, but got renamed to Stellar Blade. That actually looked surprisingly good. It was like a Bayonetta wannabe or Devil May Cry, but it looked really good. I'm assuming that one's gonna be delayed. And funny is that was one of the only exclusives I was looking forward to from them.
Yeah, I mean that one actually looked really, really sick. But again, it has to be delayed because we haven't heard anything about these things.
We don't know what Jimmy's sitting on, you guys. I say this over and over. He is a sneaky boy. And we don't know what he's in the basement. Maybe he does. Like,
but
you don't know.
I'm sure. But listen. But like, let's be like again. I'm realistic with it. I'm not stupid. I know they're working on the next Naughty Dog game.
Exactly.
They're working on the next Ghost of Tsushima. They're working on the next big games. But it's like they're not here to be shown. You know, at all. I need to see something,
I was
or at least say
very
it.
excited for their showcase because before they did, you and I. We did a show
when we did the pre-show for PlayStation, like the show before, our prediction show for it. We were going through each studio like, man, they can show this, they can show this,
I felt
and
like
they didn't show shit.
Disney World, yo. My hopes were high. I was so excited. And then that was that.
Yeah, it was
I was so mad
disappointing.
after Shintaro was there. You know it. We were pissed.
Again, it was a good show for games. It just wasn't a good show for PlayStation exclusives.
And
like for me to know, I want to buy a PlayStation for this.
What they were doing, what Naughty Dog was doing. Yo, I love The Last of Us. That game is epic.
We're currently working through part 2. Well, you're currently walking through part 2.
And it's like, what the heck, Jim? You've let me down yet again. But I do understand, and I don't want to keep on pushing on Jimmy because I've gone hard on him, but he's had a rough year.
He's gone, bro. You don't see Jimmy.
Listen,
Jimmy
he's taking
hiding.
a moment. I'd rather Jimmy take a... No, I don't rather because I do love it when he's out there acting wild, all right? He's freaking Cocoa Puffs, and I just want him to get a reality show where I could just watch Jimmy react to everything. How entertaining would that be?
Jimmy the sneaky boy, John says.
Yeah, he is. He's something else.
Yeah. Nah, but again, when you think about it, and you know, obviously we know like multiplayer games of service that's not in Sony's wheelhouse, right? And that's like their big push, right? Like that's what they're focusing on going forward. Like that's where they see the biggest growth potential.
But they're trying, and that's the thing, right? You can't knock them for trying because again, they need to get out of that box that they built, right? They found, and it's kind of like, it's like Disney, right? You know, their superhero crap was making money. So they went and they shoved it down our throat till we like wanted to vomit. And it's like, I don't want it anymore. And at least that's where I'm at. I feel like all their shows and everything and the freaking multiverse.
Like 99% of it is dog shit now.
It's like, what are you guys doing? Like, slow down. Take a chill pill, right? Yep. And I feel like Jimmy went full blown into, you know, what was making him money and what he felt was gonna.
He didn't watch Tropic Thunder.
He didn't want to. Yes, that's it. Don't say anything else.
Don't
Those
go
of
full.
You who have watched
and
Tropic
I won't say
Thunder,
it, but you know what's
you
next.
know what we're talking about, all right?
Oh my God, it's a slur.
But listen,
but yeah, he needs to come out of that box, and they
but it's just the wrong way of doing it. See, nobody said Sony
they don't know what to do right now.
But they should know because it's out there, right? Nobody said, "Hey, Sony, never make a game as a service." No, but don't. That's all right. Perfect example,
Go ahead.
right?
Enlighten me.
Xbox 2013.
Yes.
Xbox One's about to release, and they go ahead and they gather everybody in a big place and a big conference area where we're gonna watch the show, right?
Enjoy.
First time anybody's hearing anything about the new Xbox One. And what does Xbox do?
What do they do?
Instead of talking about the games, they say TV, 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 TV. Now, we know Jim, he hasn't given us any real next-gen games. Ratchet and Clank, gotcha. It's a cartoon. Let's calm down, okay? Yes, we know he could do CGI-looking games. Beautiful. But I'm talking about
I know.
next gen,
What
next
we
gen.
want,
Naughty
yes.
Dog next gen,
Yes.
right? Ghost of Tsushima type next gen.
It's not
What's
like
gonna
it
be
was
next?
like
We haven't seen that stuff. Demon Souls was released
good.
right on thing.
Just
It looked
didn't
great.
blow your mind.
Did it look next gen? Really? No. It looked like a
Really?
really good
He almost hit us with
last
that
gen.
bullshit.
He almost hit. He almost hit us with that bullshit,
No,
right?
he hit us with that.
So, but he hasn't given us a real next gen
Yeah,
game,
I
right?
get
So,
that.
why would you come out to us and say, "Hey, we're making 12, 10, 15
And then
games as a service"?
They kept canceling them out though.
And then cancel some of them out. And then, like, why? What? You shouldn't do that. You should say, "Hey, we're moving into games as a service." Okay,
Yes.
cool, great. Show us a showcase that gave us a little even if you want to do CGI because you guys are not at Xbox's level quite yet. I get that. So
That's fucked
you
up.
need to do the Naughty Dog new game. Give me a little CGI trailer for the next new game so I can lose my mind. Great. Show me the new Ghost of Tsushima CGI. Great. You motherfuckers gave us God of War on a logo and we lost our minds, right? So great. Do all that
Yeah.
and then
Give
say,
us some
and
logos.
here
We will
is a
take
game of
anything
service
at
we're
this
making.
point.
Check out this game of a service we're making. Okay, cool. Then we can accept it. But
Yeah.
when you're gonna come and gather us all together, get us all pumped for
Yeah.
the first PlayStation showcase in
in
like 48
in
years,
like forever, dude.
and you're gonna say the only way we're showing up is through games as a service. Come on, man, get the like.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I
Like,
get
get out of here, bro.
Listen, Jimmy
That's
had
wild,
no
dude.
wrinkles the last time they did a freaking showcase, and we saw him on this last one.
He's stressing now. I don't
He's
even know.
stressing.
I don't even know what's going on.
He's losing his marbles.
But listen, before we keep going, let's go back into
Let's go, baby.
our homies in the chat.
Yeah.
yes.
Jimmy be out there like Pinocchio, though, so you don't want him telling us things that are not real.
Who?
Jimmy Jim.
Oh, Jimmy Jim. Yeah, he's on some other shit.
He's a liar. I have things to say about Jimmy.
Jacob says, to continue on Madman's Red Dead Redemption 0 point, Little Nightmare 1 is a prequel to 2, and the
Didn't
mobile
you
game is
like
a prequel to 1.
Little Nightmare?
Jesus. Yes. I finished the first one. The second one, I fell off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it scary? It sounds like a freaking.
Nah, it's
No?
It's like Coraline.
Yeah, Coraline scary, exactly. John Wolf says that he is with a drink in his hand, playing
Yeah.
Atlas Fallen and listening to the great show.
That's
Aw,
awesome.
that's
Thank
beautiful.
you.
Thank you. Atlas Fallen, I keep seeing it everywhere. And it looks good, but that one's not going to get me with the FOMO because I'm already in Baldur's Gate 3. So I got to rock that until Starfield comes
Yo.
out. But Atlas Fallen,
CMoney
I'll
has
fuck with it later on.
serious FOMO.
Yeah,
you have
Baldur's Gate
serious
3.
FOMO, bro.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
you
I
do
do.
reckless things.
I do.
Horrific
This is just
things.
facts.
Yeah.
These are just facts.
Meanwhile, I'm still trying to catch up with the backlog. I barely played anything from this year.
Listen, you got this, Madman. Don't give up. You went ahead and in less than a week you beat Mario Galaxy because CMoney called you out.
And
So maybe we
and
just
Skyward
need
Sword.
CMoney.
And Triangle Strategy.
There
and
you
I'm
go.
playing Resident Evil 4 on my
You've
Xbox
been
right now. My
killing
only
it.
2023 game. That's really fucking sad when I say it.
Yeah,
So,
you're
a
way
little
back in
bit,
the
but
past.
maybe we just need CMoney to throw some words out there to inspire
That's
you.
all right. I'm gonna
See,
do
but
it.
that's how you take a challenge, right? Just like this dude in the freaking beginning. He freaking had a tantrum because this game is blowing up. And it's like, you
I'll
take
show
a
you.
challenge. Yes, that's what Madman did. You brought up Mario Galaxy, how he didn't finish it. He went ahead and he
Yep.
beat the whole game.
He went ahead and beat it.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
That's how winners do.
Yeah, absolutely right. Shintaro says the PlayStation Showcase 2023 was absolute garbage.
Yes.
Agreed. Preach.
He ain't
Get
wrong.
it, baby.
He ain't
yes.
wrong.
He's not wrong.
Jacob says, I think Tlu Factions is secretly canceled. It might be, or like being completely redone. G Maybe says, maybe all the dev kits keep catching on fire. So they have to hold the titles until they can make more consoles that can handle the heat. Bro, you're getting too close with me, bro. We fucking
Final
overheated
Fantasy.
4 times.
Listen,
Playing that damn game.
My hand nearly
Come on, man.
burned off. All right, pulling on that damn plug. Okay, that thing
Yep.
was so hot, and by the end, I felt like a freaking PlayStation tech.
She was out here risking her life,
Risking
touching.
my
It's like
life,
touching
all
live
right?
fire. Like she was
Literally.
touching the damn cable to unplug it because you couldn't restart it any other way.
Yo.
You had to unplug the whole system,
Yeah.
let it cool down, replug it in. But it was like
Risking my
burning her
life
to the
out
touch.
here
Crazy.
for Final Fantasy, you guys.
Final Fantasy.
John Wolf says, where are the real PlayStation fans asking why Jimmy canceled Naughty Dog's Factions 2? Facts.
Listen,
They're
real
ignoring it.
Fan, please stand up.
Oh, yeah.
I repeat.
Well, the real PlayStation fans, please stand up.
Sir.
Yo, I just love how like they come out with so much to say. Anytime anything happens with Xbox. But when Jimmy shits the bed, they're like, all right, we're not around. It's all right.
Yeah. You know, it's funny, John Wolf says it. How do you not trust your best developer?
Agree.
It's suspect, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Right? Because remember, Factions got murdered by Bungie. Bungie came over, took a look at it, was like,
No.
it ain't it.
This isn't it.
This is not gonna do it.
Like, to be clear, like Bungie,
Yes.
Other than Halo.
Listen, I've said what I need to say about Bungie. On
they
our
made
last
perfection
podcast.
with Halo.
Yeah.
And then they went down. Because Destiny is dope. And, you know, it's a live service game.
What
People
did I
get
say
into
to you
it.
when I watched you play Destiny?
I don't
ever play
remember.
again.
That it was it looks like a copy of a
Like it looks
wannabe
mid?
of Halo.
Well, they made
yeah,
Halo,
I mean,
so
that-
it's not like,
But
it's
you
a
don't
perfect.
go when you don't go ahead and make a freaking sibling of
That's
something.
like saying-
Like you gotta really go unique.
That's like saying Kirby's a knockoff of Mario because they're both 2D platforms.
They don't look the same.
Like, listen, Destiny wasn't, like, it was a hit because of the fact that they made Halo. Like, that's why so many people bought into it. But people were ripping that game. Like, the reviews were horrible. They took a while to get into a rhythm where people actually liked it, and they have been consistent in making things that people like and then making things that people don't like. So I don't know how Sony thinks that they just do trial and error. Like, that's all they do.
And that's
nonstop.
yeah.
So it's like,
That's the problem.
you couldn't figure that out, Sony? Like, you needed Bungie to tell you that?
Bungie,
Like,
what do we do?
come on, man. Like, Bungie they're dealing with their own shit with their own
They're trying
fans.
to figure
Like,
out
their own fans are pissed at them.
shit. All right? Like, you can't go to somebody who's struggling. Like, yo, how can you help
Yo,
me figure my shit
Check
out?
it out. Bungie just came out and said they had like their state of the player and shit, right? And Destin actually comments about this in the video he made, that they went ahead and they put in their post that they don't have enough resources to make these armor sets that are free,
That's funny.
part of the normal
Yeah.
time, right? They don't have enough resources to do that, right? But every single month they come out with new armor, or every season or whatever it is, they come out with new armor for people to buy.
Yeah.
Right. So the free ones they don't have the resources
no, of
for.
course not.
But to
But
buy
the
it,
ones that
they
they're
have
gonna
plenty
go
of
ahead and
resources
make
for
a
that.
lot of money on.
And
We're
the
sitting
fun
on
fact is, how you
resources.
gonna tell me you ain't got resources when you just got bought by Sony? But I guess that does go hand in hand because we know Sony is broke as a shit.
You
You know what I'm
just
saying?
said a freaking mess up sentence right there.
That's hilarious. And we're not we're not against PlayStation. We just
I'm not.
we just
I've
mock
always
dumb
said,
shit.
I
You know what I'm
mock
saying?
anybody who gives me reason to mock them.
Don't be
And that's-
mockable.
Don't be mockable. It's
Don't be
essentially,
mockable.
that's the
Sony needs to get bought by somebody, just anybody bigger, so we can stop
Maybe.
making fun of them. You know what I'm saying?
They need
That'd
that
be nice.
money flow.
They need something because they're too easy of
But
a target
to
now.
what you said before, how can they ask them for advice? Listen, the coolest thing I've like, and it always stay with me. Like CMoney said to me, you never ask advice from someone who's in a situation you don't want to be in.
Facts.
And that's
Exactly.
like
Life lesson.
Life lesson.
If you don't
right
know that,
there.
that's take
Yep,
it in. It's
take
real.
that in,
Changed my
because-
life when I heard that.
Yeah,
when I
that's
was young.
a huge line right there.
Never take advice from someone who's not in a position that you want to be in. And I got to tell you, Bungie is not in a
No, that's
position
not it.
that you want to be
That's
in.
not it.
Like, they have one game. That's their
yeah.
lifeline.
Yep.
That's not a good position to
No,
be in.
Not at all.
Like, you want to take advice from a studio that hasn't made a good game since Halo 3? Honestly.
Yo, that was a far
yeah.
deep dig.
Long ago.
Long
That's
ago.
long ago.
That was a long time. All right, let me see. Purple Berry says Jimmy can't even trust himself to make good decisions.
I think that's what's happening.
He's a consultant.
That's facts, yo. That's facts.
Yo.
That's facts. 100%. 100%. Jacob says, I wonder what would have happened if Xbox bought Bungie like they wanted. I don't, because Bungie's high asking price. And PlayStation released two factions, and every game as a service Bungie canceled now. That's true. So Xbox wanted to buy them again. I don't think they should not. Bungie is too full of themselves.
They
think they're better
than they are
right now. Like, listen, you know, Michael Jordan in his prime would murder all the basketball players that are out today. That's what I feel.
Not
right?
physically murder them,
No.
like in the big game.
In the courts, right? But you can't walk up to Jordan now and think that he's going to do the same, right? I feel like
it ain't gonna happen.
I feel like Bungie is getting a little long in the tooth.
Yeah,
like they're not really pushing anything forward. Destiny, like, they just do new content for it, sure, but like it's been around for like a really long time. And what do we have that's that different, right? It's just more of the same. Like, they're not pushing things forward. They're not making big, you know, meaningful changes. They didn't do this big graphics update to really push anywhere.
How many Destiny games?
And after they
have they
made?
Only two.
But the second one, everybody hated.
No, well, the second one's the one that's now. It's just they're not making any more quote unquote not making any more Destinies. It's just seasons.
That's the problem though. Like, after they parted way with Activision, they said they're done with sequels because they never wanted to make part 2. It was Activision's decision. Meanwhile, I feel like that if they did make sequels and make more campaigns and stuff like that, that maybe would have gotten a bigger upgrade visually because it's a new game. It probably would have made more reason for them to try harder with Destiny. Now it's just adding to the same game. Like, you don't like what we're doing now? Play all our old shit because it's the same kind of thing. You know?
Well, now they're making this new game Marathon, which
I know,
but it's another like shooter game. I don't know if it's a story based game.
Remake on a game that was on
it another
Apple
game as a
Pippin.
service? Like, I don't know. They're like, they're forgetting their. If Marathon is not like a single player game, which I don't think it is, but if it's not, like, come on, man. Like, you have Destiny going. Like, just make something great.
If they're remaking a game,
you know what I'm saying?
That was on the Apple Pippin.
Jacob says he needs to go. Yeah, it's late for him, man. Jacob, we appreciate you coming to hang with us. I know it's super late where you are, so I appreciate it, my friend. Thanks, buddy. So, yes, that was just, I don't know. It's sad. He says, Jacob also says, I bet that within the first 2 years, so the first 2 years of PlayStation 6, PlayStation is going to reveal that The Last of Us Part 1 is remade for the PlayStation 6.
They just don't stop at that. The game is amazing, but like, damn.
Yeah,
it's like their lifeline.
Yeah.
Like, have you noticed that every game they've been making, like, roughly, apart from like maybe Ratchet and Clank, has been a mold of The Last of Us, but with a reskin of a popular franchise? Yeah, literally.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. All right, so getting back on the topic. So taking it further, VGC says that Sony COO has reportedly said that the UK's response to the PlayStation 5 price drop has been a bit weak. Now,
oh, damn.
To put things into perspective here, remember that PlayStation raised the price.
Yes, they did. They got really
raised the
full
price
of themselves.
of the system.
Yeah.
And then now they lowered the price, and they're wondering why people are not like
responding
flocking
to it. Yes,
it's like, come on, man.
Suck,
like, what do you
Sony.
expect, bro? Like you're playing with us. You know, like, you think you could just raise the price and people didn't buy it as much as you thought they were. You're like, they'll pay because it's PlayStation, right? They'll pay the extra. I guess they weren't paying as much as you wanted.
Themselves after one good generation.
His level, his level of arrogance has had a check with everything that's happened with Activision. I think that he went really hard and didn't get what he wanted.
Yeah.
You know?
He took the
and
big
and
L.
I think that he
had to sign a 10-year deal that he didn't want to take.
Has a reality check situation going on.
You know, it's funny because that's why I will never, even no matter what, they make the best system in the world. I'll play the games there, right? But I would never, ever be a hardcore PlayStation guy. I could never, because I hate that arrogance. I hate when PlayStation is who they are, where they think that they could do whatever they want. They don't have to appease the fans. They don't have to do anything. They don't need to show us anything, because you know what? Whenever they grace us with it, then we'll just be so happy and blow them for it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
is not.
It's crazy.
It's not necessarily attractive, but if you can't back it, that's really
Well, they
tough.
normally used to back
They
it, but I
used
feel
to,
like
but that's
that
where they
ship
are
is
now.
sailing,
They
bro.
kind of can't.
I don't think they're
They're
in
trying
the
to
same place.
figure
Ragnarok was their
things
last
out.
major exclusive, and nothing really lately.
And you know, the people are attracted by similar people, right?
Yes.
So that's why the PlayStation fanboys who are out there, most of them are dickheads.
Arrogant
Can I
little
say that?
shits.
Maybe I shouldn't have said that.
Maybe not.
They're not. they're assholes, right? Like
Fanboys.
they're
Meanie-
fanboys.
they're meanie
but
pants.
but those people,
Meanie
like that,
pants.
those hardcore people, they're like that, and they have like this arrogance to them, and that's why they're so lost when Xbox does well, because they don't know what bad thing they can say next, so they start lynching into the craziest shit. Like again, Baldur's Gate is exclusive to PlayStation 5.
And
Okay, yeah, technically
it is
for a little while.
That was not the line to go
You know what I'm
with.
saying? But
this is the
but
thing, and there's
for
a
little
difference
while.
between like a PlayStation fan and a PlayStation fanboy that's completely blinded, right, by what they do or not do.
Absolutely.
And there's a huge difference between the two.
So I mean, again, I'm concerned, I will say, about where the PlayStation's going, because the only thing that I do want from them are their AAA bangers, like their
Yes.
single player experiences. I don't want or need any multiplayer stuff from them, because third party does multiplayer great, and Xbox has its own multiplayer stuff.
That's the
that's great.
situation. They're trying to go out there and figure out how to compete. In my mind, that's how I see it, right? I think that they're out there trying to figure this out, how to come back at the situation they have put themselves in. But as you said, right, how many people really do feel that way, right? Where they just want their, Last of Us or their Spider-Man. Like, should they be going out there and broaden their horizons? Like, what should they be doing then? What do you think? Like, if you're not looking for anything other than their exclusives, like
what would make me
what
want
would
to
make
play
you
more from them?
want a PlayStation?
I mean-
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what should be? Because I feel like that's where they are stuck. Unless I keep saying we don't know what Jimmy's sitting on, and I say that with slightly, like, with a little bit of hope. Because I don't want, again, PlayStation to, like, I don't want them, I've said this before, I don't want them out, right? I want them to continue to make those amazing games that they are known for. But it's scary, everything that's happening. So it's like, if I don't think to myself, like, no, they have Naughty Dog working on something, they have this other studio working on something else, they gotta be sitting on something special. Like, if I don't say that, then it's like, dude, what's happened? So what should they do? Should they be trying to go ahead and compete, or should they stay in that lane they've created?
Well, I mean, I think it's a mix of both. I think you always push for more, but I think you got to do it smartly. And when you don't show us what we are comfortable with, right? This is what Xbox did. This is what people gave Xbox so much shit for. Xbox is a gaming console. They showed everybody TV because that was a new feature of their box.
Yes.
They assumed that
everybody wanted to
all
know.
the other gamers would know that there will be games on the Xbox, right? But nobody gave them that slack, right?
Yeah.
Nobody gave
Nobody
them that
did, yes.
that benefit of the doubt. People were like, "What are you doing?" Well, I mean, this is their moment. What are you doing? Why are you showing me all these games as a service that you haven't proven yourself to be able to do crap with?
Yes.
No multiplayer games that you have made have ever blown up. None. Zero. So you're, first of all, hiring these brand new developers that never made a game, even though the person might have made games, but as a unit, as a team, they have not put out any games. These are all like their first games are going to be your games as a service
they're
plan.
gonna be like a superhero
Come on,
team.
man.
You know what I mean? So this
That's
is the
wild,
thing.
dude.
But this is the thing with PlayStation. Like, I don't know that they have their crap together. I want to
not?
believe that they do. I don't know.
I think this is shaking them. I think just like, remember Google Stadia, right? They were
Yes.
flying high, right? Everything was great. And then Xbox bought Bethesda and Google noped out of the conversation.
Yeah.
They were like, yo, if you got to spend that much money to compete, we're out because we're not going to spend that money, right? And I think Sony right now is in a hard place because they didn't, keep in mind, they didn't add extra money to make these games as a service games, right? Like they took the money that they would normally put towards the single player games and they moved it around to make it work for them to make these other games, right? So they're using the same dollar amount, the same bank to roll these games.
Now,
you know what I'm saying? So they're banking on
would we
them.
be this concerned if Jimmy wasn't out there talking about how this is, without Call of Duty, they're nothing. Their studios can't make, a game like that.
No,
and all
if
this other
they
stuff.
weren't crying all the time,
if he didn't
no.
trash them the way that he did, because I told you, like, this is not a good look. He should not have done this. Like, even as a team, like, their confidence and everything, like, maybe everything just put together, it's like concerning, but maybe he was just wilding out. You know what I'm saying?
So, but this is the thing that blows my mind. And for whatever reason, I don't know why I never put these two thoughts together, but PlayStation was in those courts saying, we cannot make a Call of Duty. We cannot compete at that level. We can't make something great. Meanwhile, they have 15 games that they're trying, or 12 games to try to make to compete.
Exactly.
But you already told us that those are not going to compete. So who do you expect to play your games, Sony? Like, who do you expect to play them?
Jimmy,
If you just told us that playing Call of Duty is better than playing your games.
Than playing anything else. He literally
just play Call of Duty and you get your games as a service fix.
Yes.
And we're done.
And listen, if it was that important, why did he take it so far? Like, sign the freaking contract. Yeah, take the deal.
It's wild. It's wild.
He went Cocoa Puffs.
So I just saw here that there's actually the COO has some statement here, so I'm going to read it, but I'm going to just look into the chat real quick, and then we'll hop in.
Perfect.
G maybe says Sony. Sony is saying, look how many consoles we sold. Why aren't more people playing our games? Scalpers are saying, I have no idea. Because scalpers are the ones buying it.
They're the ones holding your stuff. Oh my gosh. Can you imagine what they're going through right now?
Like, I spent all this money and no one wants it.
Yo,
Seriously.
that was not the place to invest.
They should have bought a bunch of Xboxes and just kept them. They weren't going to make immediate money, but keep on the side. And when all these games start coming out and people are looking for Xboxes, that's where the money's going to come in. But no, it's funny because he is saying this, right? How many consoles were sold? Why aren't people playing our games, right? And we were talking about this. I think I was on Boom's show on Thursday.
Thursday.
No, I didn't do Thursday. Wednesday. No, Tuesday. Man, the week flew by. It was Tuesday.
No,
it was Tuesday.
Sunday.
It was Tuesday. But we were talking about this, and this is the thing.
Yeah.
Going forward, I mean, realistically speaking, minus the few people who couldn't just afford it and like are dying to get it, right? The vast majority of other people who are left to buy the new PlayStation 5 are not your hardcore gamers. The rest are your casual gamers, right? And this factually because every game that's released doesn't sell 40 million copies.
Exactly.
Like they're big banger first party games, right? So that's not the hardcore. The hardcore is not there.
Yes.
They may be out of the 40, maybe it's 20, right? Maybe it's 20, and that's generous. Right?
100%.
But then after that, every other console that's sold doesn't equal the same dollar sales as everybody who already bought your system.
Yes.
The first adopters are the people who spend the most money, right? So doing all this stuff that they're trying to say about like, oh, we're raising the price, lowering the price. Why aren't these people? It's not working.
To it.
It doesn't matter. There's just a casual market left. And you take them off when you raise the price, and now you're trying to bring it back down. But it's like it's still nothing.
Yeah, and the behavior doesn't help.
No, absolutely.
And they should just keep quiet. I feel like right now. For them, for me, keep it coming.
So Shintaro says, "Don't let Jim Ryan cook at all." And G maybe bringing it back from last time we were streaming. He says, "Shin, are you comparing Jim Ryan with CMoney?" Because he didn't want me to cook. So apparently, if we don't cook,
oh my gosh,
it's a problem.
Wait, hold up, because we do have to tell G maybe about.
Shit, G maybe.
G maybe.
Yo. You brought up. I forgot even the context that it happened.
No, MADMAN made this community post. And which drink would you like to swim in or something like
lemonade.
that? Yes, it was like lemonade.
And he picked lemonade.
No, he picked apple juice.
No, he picked lemonade, and he said that apple cider is more for
meat.
Was it meat or pork or marinating meat or something? So we saw that. We were like, yo,
maybe what's up?
What? That sounds
pretty good.
So we tried it.
Oh, we did, G
And
maybe.
we have two. We didn't do the
pork chops. We haven't done.
Yet.
We put we have those marinated in apple
Those are
cider.
marinated. But
oh my gosh,
we did chicken breasts with it.
Oh,
grilled,
it was so
all marinated in the
good.
apple cider, the apple juice. Oh my god, that shit was money.
Yes.
Spot on.
It was delicious.
So thank you for commenting on our
I
poll.
love that.
Okay, because that was money.
It was just like that.
That was money.
That was delicious. It was so good.
Right.
Thank you, G maybe.
All right. So getting back to Sony's COO.
Yes.
He says all right, so this is during the recent financial call. By regions, currently in Japan, the sales are strong, and the same holds true for Asia. In North America, the response to the promotion has been quite favorable. In United Kingdom, it's a bit weak, but Europe as a whole has been performing quite well. He also says PS5 hardware sales were 3.3 million units for the first quarter, a significant increase of 38% year on year. Okay, so they're still growing, which is great. This amount is somewhat less than the expected progress toward our fiscal year sales target of 25 million units. But due to the promotion which began in July, we are seeing an improvement in the momentum of sales. We have positioned the accelerated penetration of PlayStation 5 hardware as one of the highest priorities in this fiscal year, and we will try to work steadily to implement necessary measures to achieve hardware sales target. Oh, I have something to say about that. Towards the end of the calendar year, the first-party title, Marvel Spider-Man 2, and major third-party titles are scheduled to be released as well, and we expect that the entire gaming industry and the PlayStation platform will be greatly energized. Okay, so when he said over here that the accelerated penetration of PlayStation 5 hardware as one of the highest priorities in this fiscal year, let me tell you right now, okay? This is them being as transparent and as honest as they can. Mm-hmm. They are saying we need to get as many PlayStation 5 sold this year, because when Xbox is releasing all this shit in the coming years, we are screwed.
Yep.
We are screwed because we're not going to be able to compete with the amount of bangers that they're going to be releasing.
But this is the thing, and I'm sure their sales went up because of, Spider-Man coming out. But
yep, absolutely.
Like,
there's no Spider-Man next year.
That's it, though. Like, if you want the sales, you have to bring the games. Or get people
Carmel?
excited.
Welcome.
Hey, Carmel, welcome, love. Get people excited with what's coming. Like, how are you going to sell systems that you don't announce games for, that are like exclusive and that matter?
You just said this.
That's pretty
and now this raises my concern even more, because we're talking about the company that did just show us a logo for God of War when they announced it. Okay, in 2020. Right? Or 2021. I don't remember. But it was in the beginning. Just a logo. And going into this next upcoming year, like, okay, you only have Spider-Man, but what do you have next year, right?
Like,
and people are buying now for the future,
exactly.
Right? So why would you not, if you had games coming, right, outside of the games as a service, which is what we we saw.
They're talking about, yes.
If you had other games coming, why would you not put it out there?
Exactly.
Like, tease it, say something, put a little teaser trailer together.
Wouldn't
just
that
mention
up
it.
your sales? Like, and that's concerning.
Or the hype for
and when
your
you
console
sit
later.
there and you talk about this and you really kind of like speak to the point that you kind of dissect it, it's scary, dude. Like, why are you not doing that, right? Why are you not showing us anything? Why were you trashing your studios? Why do you keep firing people? Like, what's going on in there? you know, we even Final Fantasy 14. Now it's going to freaking
Xbox.
7, 14?
No, 14. You're
14,
right.
okay.
14,
You're right.
It's
14's coming
going
to
into
Xbox.
freaking Xbox. Like, everybody's jumping ship. Like, what is going on that
Feels
we
like they're the
don't know
Titanic.
about?
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And it's like Sega was the first one, right? Because PlayStation had
PS2.
Persona locked,
Yes.
right? Persona. PlayStation had Persona locked.
They have Persona locked,
What?
and now
You
it's
look at
on
me
Oh,
confused.
Sega jumped
Yes.
ship. Oh, I thought you were like
Yeah.
Sega's
Yes.
the first one to die. And
No,
No. And I heard it
PlayStation
like
had
that first until you
Sega
said Persona.
locked.
Yes.
with Persona.
And
then after
locked with
Persona, jumped ship to Xbox.
And now Persona was like, all right, we're out.
Go fuck
We're
yourself,
going to
PlayStation.
Xbox. And Sega's out here, literally out in these streets,
Be like, "Please
saying
buy us
that
Xbox."
Xbox likes us more than the other people.
Yeah,
so,
they treat us better.
If
you know, we gotta
get
go where our
bought,
bread
well,
is
I wouldn't
buttered.
be mad.
yeah. So you lost Sega's, love.
Respect.
And Square, they gave you a lot. They
They
gave you some of the
did.
best years of
They
their life.
really did.
But you didn't care.
So
And you
they
abused them.
left in cold
they are
blood,
also-
saying that they will support Xbox relentlessly in the coming years.
They are exactly. They are also out. So they are obviously still going to release
This is
things
crazy.
there, but they're out, right? So they're losing them. So like,
like, what's
What-
going
who
on?
else do you
My
have in your
empire
pocket? Oh,
is
let's not
falling.
forget. Hold on. Let's not forget Capcom.
Yes,
Let's
they
not
had a
forget
big
that
Resident
Street
Evil
Fighter.
deal.
No, Street Fighter was
PlayStation only. Yeah,
exclusive.
Street Fighter 5.
Yep, Street Fighter 5 was exclusive to Sony. I guess it wasn't enough. Sony's not enough. That's all I
What
hear.
don't we
That's
know?
all we're seeing. That's what we do know. It's just hard to believe
Well,
it.
to be fair,
Accept it.
But it's the
Sony,
truth.
Street Fighter 5 is actually a little bit different because it wouldn't have been made if Sony didn't help out with funding. It's like a Bayonetta 2 scenario.
Whatever.
Capcom wasn't big at the time.
Technicalities.
Whatever. It doesn't
But
matter.
listen,
But listen, when the choice came, they didn't say let's do it again. They were like,
Let's
"Thank
do
you,
it
Sony,
again." Oh,
but we
yeah.
out." Right? So Sony is losing all their third-party major support.
Yeah.
Right? So like, what's happening? What are they seeing in the back end that we don't know? Right?
That's the
Maybe
question.
PlayStation is trying to position themselves more as like a Nintendo, where they don't
They're a cheap
care
little
about the third
bitch.
parties, and they're just going to be focusing
but
on
then
their
they
bigger
need to
games.
tell us what they're doing. They need to tell us
But
what they're
that'd be
making.
cool and all if
I mean, maybe
all their first party games weren't copycats of The Last of Us.
Problem.
But-
Well, they're trying to obviously do something different now, but it's like you got to ease us into that shit.
Mm-hmm. maybe they don't feel we need to know.
They don't, and that's the frustrating
And
part about
that's
them.
the thing. Just like
They never do
Nintendo
it.
announced Pikmin 4 like 8 years ago, and they didn't feel a need to give us an update about it until it just like was about to release. And they feel like they can do that. And you're there wondering if it was canceled or not. And
Yeah.
they just, that's what they do. So
That is what they
what
do.
position is Jim taking? We don't know.
We don't know. So that's
We
that.
will find out though.
We will find out. All right. So this is another thing that just. So I wanted to put some space between them because our real juicy one is coming up in a little bit.
Oh
that's
my
gonna be
gosh.
that's gonna be a
The juice.
Get ready, guys.
that's what's just gonna go
Get
weird,
ready.
go
All right.
wild. So
Oh, man,
PlayStation
CMoney.
Cloud streaming better than the XCloud.
Oh.
So basically, they just did their update to their system, and they are now going to have streaming. It's still in beta, but the crazy shit is that you're going to be able to stream 4K.
Okay.
So if I'm playing on my TV
Yeah.
and I want to stream a game instead of downloading it, I can stream it in 4K, which is a huge benefit. That's partially why I don't use my XCloud as much on my console. I know it's funny because if you look at all the polls, most people do it on their console.
Yeah.
Where I do it least on my console because it doesn't. And, we have nice, beautiful, big TVs. OLEDs. Like I want to see that shit crisp.
Yes.
I don't want to stream it in
I get that.
1080, right? So on the phone, great, small screen, 1080p looks like it's 4K, right? But
when it's stretched out, it's
when it stretches
needs-
out, you can see it, right?
The
So
blemishes.
I don't do it, and PlayStation is the first of between them and Xbox to do it. Google Stadia already had this locked in; they were already streaming in 4K, and GeForce Now already has that locked in.
Okay. All
But
right. So look,
PlayStation
okay.
coming up
So
is good.
Here we
Xbox
go.
is not though.
All right. So we got some moves being made. All right. There we go.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like
supposedly,
that. Let's go, PlayStation.
Supposedly, this is like not just a small thing. Like this is supposedly like a big initiative in Sony.
Okay, good.
It's called Project Kronos. That's their cloud streaming.
So I like this because I think that they're still like fighting to find places to be first, right? So I mean,
and supposedly, because Tom Henderson over at Insider Gaming, he has a report on it, and I think the biggest thing that they have is they have like this custom storage server under the codename Cure, which reads up to 5 gigabytes per second with less than 1 millisecond latency. So they are taking the cloud and trying to make something special with it, utilizing the SSD.
that's pretty dope.
So they have like this new technology that they're working on to do that, which is, that's pretty dope.
Yeah.
That's pretty dope. So, I mean, listen, that's why we want competition, right? So we need to know what Xbox is going to do about this, because they talked about 4K a long time ago and it never came. They said it was something they're working on.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously they have a lot of people over there, but they are like, we can see what they're working on if not everything can happen at once. So
I also feel like they're backing out. Not backing out, but I think they're slowing down their cloud initiative.
Okay.
Because I think that when they got Fortnite and things like that, I think they thought that the cloud was going to be like huge, like it was going to explode. But I don't know if that's so much, the case. I don't think it did as much as they thought. That's why they're kind of okay backing out of UK, and cutting off the cloud servers because they're not huge. And maybe they just don't see the value in it. Maybe and that would suck.
That's a possibility.
They should more, like, they can't start something and then say and then let the other people pass you.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, the whole point is this is the one thing that they have the lead in, supposedly.
It needs to work for them, though. Maybe it doesn't.
Well, but chicken and egg situation, maybe because it's not 4K,
yes,
people are not adopting it as much because I want to be able to play my shit in 4K.
Yeah, I get that.
Right? Like, if I'm playing a graphically
Fortnite, dude, and all I can think about is like how much fun freaking Fortnite is, especially right now with the Jujutsu Kaisen characters.
Well, the curse
I'm having
is
a
really
freaking blast.
Yeah, absolutely. The curse is amazing.
Awesome.
Maybe says Microsoft is like, oh look, PlayStation is using that feature on our Azure servers. Maybe we should let Xbox flip that switch on, huh? No, it's true.
They're sitting
it's true.
on it.
Remember, Sony did sign that deal with Xbox or Microsoft a long time ago. So they're utilizing their servers to run this stuff. And it's like, if they can do it, come on, bro. Flip the switch. Give us that 4K.
Get it done.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys, they're smart enough to make it where it'll, recognize what device you're on. So obviously don't put 4K on when I'm streaming to my phone, right? Because I don't need it.
Exactly.
Right? Even if my phone is higher resolution than 1080p, the size of the screen doesn't matter. It looks perfect. When I play games on the phone, it looks crisp. Like I'm, playing in 4K.
Yeah, so you're saying adapt it to what needs
let it know.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm on my PC, give me 4K.
Yes.
If I'm on my
the TV
console and on the TV, give me 4K. Right? I want to play at the highest resolution, and that would make me do it more.
Yeah.
I mean, for sure.
It would make you want to.
I would save the space.
Sure.
Why would I need to download anything? I would just stream the shit on 4K, because latency for me is almost a non-issue. I play Halo on the cloud.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And did good, so it's not like it's unplayable, right? Like, for regular games especially, you can play them and they look like they
look just fine.
Yeah, they look fine. So I just thought that was something that, should become like
you
they
want
should
out there
do it.
to make sure
I want to put it out there.
You
Absolutely. And then the last little PlayStation 5 piece is this Slim. I think everybody by now has seen that the so-called quote-unquote slim version of the PlayStation 5
I saw it today
in the wild. It is just as ugly
guys, it looks
as it was. Somehow I think it looks worse because it
of
looks
that line.
even cheaper.
Yeah, it has like a horizontal line.
Yeah, like somebody cut it. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody was just mad at them. They're like, slash, cut you in half.
Slash.
Yeah,
Slash
like they're
everyone.
they lack so much creativity that they were like, all right, we have to clip this in. So let's put the line on the other side so that when we clip it here, it looks the
I
same.
also don't like that
whack.
bump, yo. Like, I don't like
It's
the
so
bump.
bad.
And again, it does look like you need like 15 people to come in and pick it up and place it with you.
Well, they said it's
It's-
5 centimeters different.
Yeah, not enough.
So
That's a slim.
it's 5 centimeters bigger than, like, is it a centimeter bigger than an inch?
No.
Or is it an inch?
No, way
It's-
smaller.
All right.
Way
so
smaller.
I knew that. I was just putting that out.
5 centimeters like an inch, I think.
But it's like way smaller, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, this is what you're like, we're getting a slim that's this much
Yeah,
shorter.
like
That's
this.
wild. Like-
these monsters needed to be slim.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
this is a monstrosity.
And based off of Final Fantasy, they should have holes all over
over,
it.
yo.
Just
all
make it one
over.
big hole, like a subwoofer. Like it should be this big ass circle on each side. Something has to happen because this shit can't even play Final
to
Fantasy.
vent the fudge out.
Yeah, it looks really bad.
It does, and the shape of it is just crazy. It reminds me of an episode of Everybody Loves Raymond when
They stopped giving a shit?
Marie, his
Oh,
mother,
the
makes
mom,
this
I remember.
sculpture, and it looks like something other than what she thinks she made.
Yep.
So if you guys know that episode, you know exactly what I'm talking about with this thing.
So, that being said, there are some rumors that Xbox is going to be looking into doing something similar. Okay.
Okay.
So, our boy Special Nick over at Xbox Era,
Nick.
he goes ahead and he says that he's heard that Microsoft has plans for a digital Xbox Series X. So essentially a slim version,
Yeah.
trying to make it smaller. And that there are also plans for other hardware in 2025.
Oh, 2 years
So
from
if
now.
you remember, and actually Jay Wood 2010 on Twitter was the one who put this out here that I saw it. He makes the same point that I made before I read it.
Okay.
In my mind
Which
was
was?
that see, remember, Xbox said they never want to be weaker than the PlayStation 5.
I remember that.
Or the PlayStation,
Yeah.
right? So they always want to keep the power narrative on their side,
Mm-hmm.
right?
As
So
they should try to.
what the rumor is that PlayStation is supposed to be coming out with a Pro next year, right? So remember, in the court documents, Xbox said that PlayStation has a Slim coming out this year and a Pro coming out next year,
Yes.
right? So PlayStation, obviously, we're already, people have it in hand. It's being manufactured, it's being made.
Yeah.
So the Slim is going to probably be released sometime later this year. They'll have a showcase at some point talking about it, or maybe just a press release, who knows, or a tweet, or I'm sorry, a zeet. Is that what it's
creepy
called
X
now?
shit.
The zeet.
Musk.
But they'll have the Slim come out this year. I don't know if Xbox is going to match them with a Slim this year. Maybe they'll do a Slim next year. But next year, when PlayStation 4 comes out with their new, more powerful system, Xbox is going to do what they did to the PlayStation 5 Pro. Remember, PlayStation 5 Pro came out 2016. Xbox One X came out 2017, the year after.
They need to know what kind of power Xbox
Exactly.
PlayStation is putting in there. They need to make sure that if they're trying to stay a step ahead, they need to work on it and hold until they're for sure 100% going to
Absolutely. And to be clear, this is not a reaction. Phil told us they're
Yeah.
always working on. The hardware team is always working, right?
Yeah.
They don't lay the hardware team off after the system comes up, and then years later they're like, "You're hired again. Go make us another one." No,
Wait,
they
when you-
immediately start on the next
Yes.
consoles. Immediately, they're working on the next deals. What's going to happen? They're talking to AMD. What's your outlook on the next 5 years? What's your outlook on the next 10 years? What's the software going to be? What do we need in our system to take advantage of that? These are all things that Xbox is doing all the time, just like PlayStation is, right?
I get it. I get that.
They already know that they needed to do a Slim or whatever.
and they needed to do
Yeah, because they
the
want to reduce
refresh.
costs, right?
Yes.
So they're gonna do that, and especially if PlayStation Slim comes out this year and it's $399, right? Do you really think that the Xbox is gonna stay $499?
No. So now also remember that there are two versions of the Slim, right? Essentially, you can add that hump in the
Well,
back.
it's the Slim,
for
but you
the
can buy
disc.
the add-on.
Yeah.
But when you buy it in a box, it's
It
going to be
comes all
$3.99.
together. Yes. So
No,
also,
it would come
wait,
separately. It
both
comes
of-
separately.
Okay,
Separately.
so both of them. So it's just the one,
The
$3.99,
PlayStation
and
Slim-
then you can add the other piece. How
So
much
you
is
can
that
buy
other
the-
piece going to
It'll
be?
probably be $100, and it'll probably be $4.99 for the total package
Yeah.
with the disc. But that's the thing, right? So Xbox is either going to have to reduce the cost of their Xbox Series X to $3.99 because they'll die.
Oh, they're gonna have to make it
because
slim.
no matter
Yeah.
what you do, money talks.
Yes.
And as long as you're equal price, then we could talk about who's better, who's not.
Exactly.
But if one's cheaper, giving me the same next gen games, people are going to buy the cheaper console. That's just what it is.
I get that.
So PlayStation 5 is, if they come in at $3.99 with their Slim, $4.99 if you buy the add-on. What is Xbox going to do? They're if you go to $3.99 on the actual Series X with the disc, you're taking a loss.
Yes.
Right? So why not have a Slim ready?
I'm
Take out the
excited
disc
to
drive.
see what that will look
make
like.
it smaller.
I'm already, I don't know if that's really the design, the color, and everything, but I'm a little disappointed with the PlayStation version. So let's see what Xbox got.
I feel I'm definitely in the boat that I think they should do
A refresh?
a refresh. Just because I just feel like the games are struggling too much now to get to 60. I just want to make it. I just want to guarantee myself that I know that I can play 60 FPS on my console
get
if I
that.
want to. You know. So G maybe says in the chat, I already said last week that Sony leaves all of its creative imagination to its pony stable. What did you expect? Facts. Infinite Umbra says, these look great. I don't know what these are.
What?
Are you talking about the games? Because they do look great.
Oh, THQ Nordic?
THQ Nordic's showcase.
Oh, you got a lot of
If you're talking about the picture of the Slim,
that's
that's
an
a different
interesting
beast.
taste.
That's an ugly ass. It's an ugly ass console.
Yeah, I
bro.
looked at the picture.
So I
it looks
hope
like the
it's not
same
that
exact
you're talking
PS5, but with
about.
a stupid line.
It's
It's
just
weird.
It looks stupid. It looks more plasticky. Ugh, yuck.
Yuck.
Not excited.
Yeah.
I don't
I
even
wouldn't
think it
even-
looks slimmer.
normally I like buying refreshes and things.
You
So I feel like it's
love-
different.
yeah,
Also,
I
I
will
am
not.
genuinely
I will
not a
not buy that.
single little piece of interest in that piece of hardware. Ugh.
Definitely not.
I feel like they could have gotten a little more creative. They kind of just,
Absolutely.
you know.
Absolutely.
PlayStation we're talking about.
Absolutely.
So that's why I'm excited to see what design. Are they going to go with that fridge look, or,
Yeah, I know, right?
you know,
I don't know.
what's Xbox going to do?
Maybe people put pictures of it cut in half.
Cut in half?
Like it's just a
Yeah,
cube,
little
like a bigger
cube. That's kind
GameCube.
of cute.
Like a bigger GameCube. You
I
know what I'm
like
saying?
that.
Yeah, G maybe says I want to play that Outcast game. Yeah, so I didn't watch this. I didn't watch the THQ Nordic stream because honestly I didn't even know what was happening.
Me neither.
Is this
But this is the we're gonna talk about this in a little
There
bit.
are
These are a
some
bunch of different
standout
games.
stuff.
Yeah, they actually it looks great. Like the games they chose to show. I mean, again, this is where I'm talking about Baldur's Gate 3. These are not Baldur's Gate 3 level
Level,
quality, right? I know that though. Like I
got to
know
see this
THQ's
game.
level. Yeah, it's gonna be a letdown for you because it's more of a nerdy excitement than
okay.
anything
Like
else.
the two big stuff that they showed were based on properties that exist. So yeah.
Oh, for this, yeah. But I'm talking about Baldur's Gate 3. I don't think.
Oh,
I think
It's like
you'll
the
like
elves
it and
the
it'll look good.
fairies and all this stuff like that. I don't
But
know
but
we'll
it's
be into
like
that.
it's just not. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see when you do it.
We'll see.
Is that Doodle?
All right,
So
so
let's go.
we're
See
moving forward.
What you got?
Okay, so I'm gonna timestamp this one because this is
is a wicked
I
process.
feel like we're gonna have a little bit of a.
Really?
This is the spice.
Okay.
This was the other topic that was
heavily
going to
About.
was fighting
For the first spot?
to be the topic of the show.
All right. Let's see.
So I'm just gonna timestamp it right
All right,
there.
CMoney. I'm excited. I don't know
Okay.
what you got. Let's go.
So this is the spice. This is gonna be something. This might divide the chat. I don't know what's gonna
Oh my
happen.
gosh.
I don't know what's gonna happen.
Get ready, guys.
But we have to
I'm
speak our
scared.
truths.
Let's speak our
Okay.
truth.
oh no.
So Forza.
Yes.
Okay, this sounds like there's not gonna be anything here, but there is.
But wait.
So Forza they do a Forza monthly.
Yes.
Right? So Forza is cool because if you're really into Forza, every month they have updates on the Forza games that are
That's
out.
cool.
So every month it was Forza Horizon 5. And then once they finally actually got to the showcase where they showed us, not the showcase, to the developer direct in January, they started adding Forza Motorsport to the show.
Okay.
So every month they talk a few tidbits about Forza Motorsport, and then they talk about Horizon again, right? So both games are every month they get like an update.
Yes.
Okay. And this month, they talked about the game. So first, let's talk about Forza Horizon real quick, just to get that kind of news beat in there. Forza Horizon 5 is releasing a Italian automotive car pack.
Okay.
So there's going to be 16 cars, new
dope.
and free cars. So there'll be some that you could buy in the game, some that are free, like Alfa Romeo, Fiat, Abarth, and Lancia. They're all returning to Horizon.
That's pretty
They're
cool.
also going to be increasing the total garage space to 2,000 cars. So you can own 2,000 cars.
It's a lot of cars.
That's a lot. Italian exotics car pack, new event lab props based on Italy. Okay. So that's all cool stuff.
Yeah.
Right. So that's dope. They're updating it. Very cool. We're excited. Then, that actually came second, right? First, they talked about motorsport. So now we'll talk about motorsport. Let me take a sip because this is gonna be interesting.
Gotta quit.
So not this particular part, but it's going in. All right. So Forza Motorsport revealed their multiplayer. Okay. And in that multiplayer, it says featured multiplayer, competitive racing, full racing weekends. So there'll be an open practice, then qualifying, then racing with strategy, right? So it's going to be like, they're going to make it where if you really want to feel like you're a racer, you got to qualify to get in a race, all this fun stuff. They're doing spec series, even playing field, and open series, classic Forza class base. Meaning spec series is like all Lamborghinis. Or all racing cars, or all this, or all that. Open is like, bring whatever car you want as long as it's that level, right? And then there's going to be pitting features, Forza race regulations overhauled with machine learning. So the game is actually going to be watching you, and if you drive shitty, they're going to penalize you.
Really?
Yeah, but it's going to be learning. So it's not like just a standard, like, oh, you touched that, it's done. It's going to understand what you actually did. Were you trying to do that? Was it like a little bit of a mistake or whatever? Like, it'll learn and
it'll learn how
judge you.
Because, man, that would be
whether
a tough
it penalizes
one for me.
you a lot. I know.
You ran over a
You're going to have
pedestrian.
so this is what's really cool for matchmaking is you're going to have a competitive driver rating and a safety rating for clean racing. So you know how you play racing games and you watch people just like crash into each other to get them out the way?
Yes.
Well, that's obviously not real racing, right? Real racing, you know, you brake if somebody's trying to cut you off and then you try to move around them. You don't just crash into them. I will have a bad safety rating, to be clear. But it keeps people together. So if you're one of those bangers, you know, and you're crashing into other cars, then you're going to be matched with other people who do the same thing.
Okay.
All right, so that I thought was really cool. You're going to earn progression on your car when you play Builders Cup, free play, rivals, and multiplayer. Rivals mode returns, and you're going to have option for private multiplayer with tons of custom game options. So you can just do your own private multiplayer and have people play your game, right? So that's dope. But now you start seeing these articles come out, right? So Idle Sloth puts on a tweet. Okay. Unfortunately, Forza Motorsport has 3 legacy features that won't be ready for launch. Spectator mode, which is you get into a match, but you're not driving. You just watch other people. Racing with AI in featured multiplayer, meaning if you're in a race and there's other cars, they're all real people. If somebody drops out, they're not doing any AI. So there will be no AI racers on multiplayer, on the featured multiplayer. And then the big one that everyone is losing their shit about is split screen. So, fun fact, Forza Motorsport 7 supposedly had split screen. I did not know. because I never used it. But I saw on Twitter somebody went ahead and showed it. I don't remember their name because I would have credited them, but I think it was Peter Ovu on Ovu. I don't know.
Don't look at me.
He showed a little video of split screen on Forza.
Okay.
On Forza Motorsport 7. So like, okay, fine, it was there. I never used it. I don't know anyone who wants to play Forza Motorsport, the
Split up,
racing game, the sim, in split screen.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I need the whole screen for that. Forza Horizon, if they did that, I think that would be dope, right? Because that's a fun game. Let's just drive over mountains. Let's do crazy
that
stuff.
was so dope.
That would be money.
Yeah.
But I think for Forza 7, I'm sorry, for the new Forza Horizon, I don't think it's necessary, right? I don't think I don't know. I wouldn't want that, right? I want to see how beautiful they're making the game. I want it no compromises, right? So that has been a huge, huge topic now. All these people are coming out from the woodworks talking about it, right?
Okay.
It was Peter Oval.
Okay.
Oh, I did credit him here.
So,
Peter Oval. He said it has split screen. He's saying that the argument that Xbox Series S is holding back split screen for the next motorsport game is unfounded. Xbox One had 5 gigabytes of usable RAM. Xbox Series S has 8 gigabytes of usable RAM, so it should be able to be done.
But these things are just delay, right? They're not just.
Well, no, they said it's not going to be there at launch, but it might never come. So like those other two things are not coming. And the split screen is like, it's not going to be there at launch. They may be able to make it happen, but it's not promised, right? So now you have, obviously, anytime there's anything negative, PlayStation fans come out, right? So they're like cockroaches, right? You didn't know they were there, but they like pop up from your refrigerator or something like, hey, I'm here, right? So obviously they're hopping all over this. So Snap Blast Play on Twitter, he puts out, so now ponies are complaining about Forza Motorsport on Xbox and the lack of one feature that A, no one uses, B, they didn't even know existed till now, C, on a game they will never play, and D, on a console they hate, question mark?
So
Sony, give your fans some first-party games ASAP. And he has a funny picture with somebody has been a gun put to his head.
I love that. Who said that?
Snap Blast Play.
Because it's like, dude, this is not your game. You know what I mean? If you have a PlayStation and that's what you play, why does it matter?
Yep.
And yet, this whole rivalry thing has to have some type of limit where you're like, oh shoot, you guys are not getting that. That sucks. And then move on.
Yeah. There's like no reason for them to even comment. Like it's not your system, it's not your game, so it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Just be like, oh man, that sucks. Sorry for the people who wanted that. That's it.
Done.
Right. So, but now,
if that,
now we're getting into
the juice
are going to get a little spicy because
can't wait for that
we all are very familiar with Xbox. I'm sorry, with PlayStation fans coming to talk shit about Xbox.
Yes,
of course,
right?
Xbox boys.
But there's another side of Xbox fans that, some people don't care for and some people do. Now, one of the things that we're doing now is making sure we credit everybody we talk about or that we use the topics from them so that, we kind of spread it out there that people know we use their stuff and that's cool. But
thieves.
So to be clear, this is not about the person because this dude is super cool, right? But this is more about that person
genre of Xbox fan
in general, right? So my boy Silent Cypher, right? Super cool guy. Love you, man. We've been on podcasts together. Super dope guy. I really, really like him. So he put out a tweet. He said, I've been saying it for a while now. Turn 10 Studios, Xbox 360, Matt Booty, Sarah Bond. Please just delay the game until it can release at a more content complete state. The game has been delayed before. No point in releasing if it's not ready. Give it the time it needs. Okay. So there was a lot of pushback on that for some people from some of the other Xbox people, like this guy Abstract Concept, which is Mr. Space 3. He says, if you play Forza, you will know that these things are completely irrelevant. For one thing, online lobbies not getting filled up with bots or spectators is good. And split screen sim racing is, just like he said, a legacy feature. Nobody uses it. In fact, GT7, I guess, does not as well. Or maybe it does. Yeah, I think it does. In fact, GT7 uses it, but whatever. So there's pushback on it.
Okay.
Right? So that's one level of pushback. Then, as I was going around, there's another gentleman who I don't really know too much. I've seen him around, but his name is Shane, and it's GEIS_Shane on Twitter. He says, Turn 10 announced all this insane and phenomenal stuff today, along with showing 5 tracks this week, and the usual suspect doom and gloom fake Xbox guys choose to focus on no split screen mode in 2023. I hope what my boy Sega Forever One said is true. And Xbox is done listening to them. So I didn't know. I just was like, oh, okay. This is what led me to Silent Cypher, because Silent Cypher responded to him. So I guess he assumed that he was talking to him. So that is what happened there. And then, I started reading more, and Shane puts out something else, and he says, Xbox dudes calling for Forza Motorsport to be delayed because it doesn't have a split screen mode in 2023. You can't make it up. Who needs ponies when you already have the softest fan base in the world?
Damn!
Holy cow.
All right, here we go.
The whole fan base got roasted.
Okay,
Sorry,
so if you look at the thumbnail, I put that right on there. My question is the Xbox fan base soft? So another member of the community responded to him. And this guy, I think a lot of people know, Senjutsu Sage. He responded and says, I don't care what anybody says. Xbox fans are soft. Will forever be soft. LOL. Even knowing 99% of them will never touch that split screen, they'll still complain about it anyway, because they have to keep up appearances for fear of PlayStation fanboy criticism.
Damn.
Yo, they're coming.
CMoney felt violated.
Xbox fans.
No, I'm not. They're not coming for Xbox fans, though. To be clear, they are Xbox fans. This is like the Captain America Civil War part of Xbox fans. Okay, because
Iron Man and Captain, that movie.
Yeah, so listen, these are Xbox fans, but they're just different, right? I'm gonna go through this, and then I'm gonna lay what I feel about it.
See?
Another person responded to him, your baby father, that's Y-Father at Y-Father. And he has like a little video, but it's a pony bot. So pony bot simps looking for PlayStation fanboy approval after quote unquote holding Microsoft accountable. Hashtag Forza Motorsport, hashtag Xbox. So do you understand there that what he's saying is, this is the first time I heard this word, but it kind of getting pony bot. It's like a half breed. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're not quite a vampire, like you're a halfling or whatever. Like you didn't quite make it all the way.
It's like that.
So, and then again, I want to get this all out there, and then we'll do it. And then Shane reposts your baby father and says, I quote unquote kept it real when I whined and cried about a mode that I never knew existed and have not used in any game in the 21st century. I held Xbox accountable. Now please like my tweet, pony bots and ponies. It's kind of mocking the idea of this person who is doing this. Now, okay, so that's the basis of what went down. Okay. So the question is the Xbox fan base soft?
Yes.
I gotta say.
Go ahead, see. It seems like you got things to say, so you get in there.
Okay.
We'll give you your moment right now.
So this is the thing. I have to say that for a long time,
yes,
I have been on the side of being annoyed when I see these posts come up. And to use context, right? We talked earlier about developers,
yes.
right? Okay. And the developers were using their inside voice outside, right? So out in the streets, like they're bitching about things that we shouldn't know about.
Yes.
They should go talk amongst themselves, right? If you want to go to your developer community and bitch, but don't come talking to us what we should or shouldn't expect.
100%.
Right? And I got to tell you, man, Xbox fans, they should follow that advice, right? Like, I don't believe in airing out our dirty laundry out in these streets, right? If you want to talk like directly, send Phil's DMs,
open.
They're open. Somebody's DMs, they're open. Send a message there. When you're out here, like it's like your family, right? It's like if you fight with your family, you don't put that shit out in the streets, right? You keep that shit at home, right? Because if you put that shit on the street, what does that invoke? People talking shit about you and your family, right? People got their own problems, but they look at you and they're like, oh, look at them. They fake. Look at these fake assholes. I know what I heard about them. I heard about them. They get a divorce. They ain't even really together, right? Like you don't put your shit out there, right? You don't put your shit out there. And I get so annoyed when I see like man,
traitors.
And these are people I like. So it's not I'm not against these people. Like I said, like Silent Cypher, he's a cool ass dude. So this is nothing against people personally. But the idea of it, like I'm 100% on the other side. Like, again, if you want to talk amongst your Xbox friends who know this stuff in DMs, bitch about it, no problem. But, like, you just out here saying shit to, like, for Sony people to, like, really go in. To fuel them. And, yes, I get it. You put it out there, then Xbox has to see it and they have to do it. That's fine. I get all that stuff. But internally, the feeling I have is like, come on, man.
Keep that to yourself.
Represent for your squad. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're a football fan, right? If you're a football fan and you have your diehard team, the shittiest team ever, right? You don't go out there and be like, this team sucks, but I like them. You're like, nah, man, they're gonna have a good year. They're gonna turn around this year, right? You're
rise them up, pump them up,
forward facing,
going.
positive. Back end, you're talking to your homies who like the same team. It's like, man, they're fucking shit in the bed right now. What's going on, right? Like it's just a different way, right? Like I just feel like it's a different way. Like you should not be out there just dogging on these people who are like you're the whole team. Like who do they got? Like if you want Xbox to be like these are my people, I'm gonna take care of them. Who do they have if y'all are bitching at them the same way PlayStation people are bitching at them?
I agree with you 100%. See,
I don't know.
So go ahead, Madman. What's your take on this?
I think that you just gotta let Xbox cook. They know what they're doing. So you should just stop with the criticism. Just take a breath. They think if they knew to delay Halo because they're like this just can't come out. Then I think that we should just let Forza be. And plus, who's gonna be playing Forza when they've got Starfield anyway? Who's an Xbox gamer primarily?
But they weren't gonna delay Halo though until everybody started bitching about it.
Until the Craig memes came out. So I think that was less about that was less about Xbox people coming to them saying, hey, Microsoft, do something. And it was more about the mockery of it. This was PlayStation guys giving them shit. And what Xbox was like, oh, shit, we got to do something.
Okay.
Because that's really where the loudest voices were coming from because they were mocking it hard. But like this, I hear some of those words and it is almost like it's not fake. Because it is like that person feels it, so it's real.
Listen,
but it's like selective outrage. You know what I'm saying? Like it's almost like you're choosing to make a big deal about something.
Just because.
Just to show Sony people that, we're not like you. We'll criticize our stuff. And it's like, but do we need to?
It's like
do we need to do it every time.
My gold shoes are so tight.
Yeah,
You know?
you know what,
this
really?
ring is so heavy.
If you think
know,
about
that kind of bitching.
if you think about how Xbox was shamed into changing everything they were doing on the Xbox One generation,
I am so pissed
because
off.
of how they came out.
That's exactly
we
what I
don't-
feel.
Obviously, I love Phil's version of this now.
Yes, I
right?
like what they did, but it's
But there was some
in
good
my
ideas back then,
opinion,
bro.
It's true.
But
Yes,
if PlayStation were to
100%. You guys,
No,
well,
no.
not you guys. Okay.
All right,
Fall
if
back.
these PlayStation
Certain
fans were to
Xbox
claim these
fans.
ideas,
Exactly. Thank
Okay,
you.
certain Xbox fans love to bitch and complain. Tantrums. It's like you guys are like internally Jim Ryan out in the streets
You guys.
talking
Damn.
crazy.
Okay,
like
how about
you
that?
That
guys
was
need
deeper.
a bottle, you
Look,
need a
here's the
pacifier,
problem.
and you need to be
if
burped up.
PlayStation were to go
I'm
have a
not playing.
showcase,
Excuse me, hold on. I'm not done because these are feelings that I've felt for so long and just like I've been verbal about it, but it's like finally, like some people are out here saying it. When you guys were doing that, and it was like the family plan with the share with friends and everything, that was genius. That was so
was.
ahead of
That was
its
so dope.
time. Now we don't want it. We're not ready. Boom. What do? They scratch the whole thing off. Now people miss out on an opportunity to be way ahead of the game.
Yep.
It's to the point that some of the fans hold back Xbox from
They
doing.
did. They put
what
them in this
they-
position.
Yes.
Xbox was the least powerful console last year. You know why? Because they were going to use the cloud. They had it all set up. It was. We saw the demo
Yep.
of Crackdown 3
Yes.
running off the cloud, showing they had a demo where they showed how many Xboxes they started using to fill the power.
It was
And
it
the
was crazy, dude.
The
That was
destruction
genius.
that was in Crackdown 3 was amazing. Last gen, we wouldn't have lost the generation
But they
if
had to go ahead
Xbox's
and
power
scratch
could have been
everything,
used
yeah.
the right way. But they had to change
They
it
had
because
to change it.
they came and
fans were
bitched and
so
moaned.
and
Okay, so how about
screaming.
this?
So-
If
Go
PlayStation
ahead.
were to reintroduce the exact same ideas from the Xbox One era and be like, we came up with this on our own, we'll be like, oh my god, Sony, you geniuses.
Well, their fan base wouldn't
I
say
agree.
a damn thing
And this
otherwise,
is
even if they
what
thought
I
it was a bad
say.
idea.
And this is what I say about freaking PlayStation fans. Say what you will
Loyal
about
as
them.
shit.
They are loyal. Those are the people you want
They are
on your
dogs.
side when the police is chasing you. When
Tell you right
have
now,
a
you go ask
problem,
Phil Spencer
those are your buddies.
who he would rather have. If
100%.
if he could answer anonymously,
PlayStation
he would say, "I would
In a
swap fans
heartbeat.
in a fucking heartbeat,
Because
bro."
it's crazy how much bitching and whining you guys do. Oh, he didn't show us the game at whatever. They had to come out and say, don't worry, guys. We have something planned just to calm the fans down. Like, you guys have, some of you guys have
Thank you.
no self-control. It's
Honestly.
like, again, Nintendo gets to tell us 8 years before they release a game, and we just wait till it comes out, and we chill. PlayStation
Actually-
fans, they go and they defend their freaking honor and their freaking leader and their PlayStation. And I feel like a lot of Xbox fans fail to have
Any goddamn patience.
Xbox's back. It's like
Just-
when
just
you
some
have
loyalty.
some of them.
I don't
because
need
it's
it to
like
be
when you
blind,
have your
right?
children, right, and you take them out shopping and you buy them everything, and then the one thing that you forgot to pick up, and then they're like, "I hate you." That's
I want
what.
you to
That's
die.
the generation.
So to be
Xbox can be
to be
so
clear,
And
toxic
it's daddy's
sometimes.
fault. That's Xbox's
Xbox
fault.
can- Xbox
They
can be,
have
well,
breeded
Jesus.
and nurtured
Because
this
they're-
type of
Xbox fan
behavior.
They
base
were
can
on
be
the-
so toxic. It gets to MHA levels of toxic fandom. It's creepy.
okay, so this is the thing. They were at the brink of death, right? So they were afraid to be gone, and they had to cater, right? Because they were not going to survive. They were going to shut it down. Phil Spencer saved them. Okay. But they were, I get it. I understand. And again, I'm not advocating for blind, like, occultism, right? Like, just,
No,
oh,
but some
Phil,
sort of loyalty.
oh,
No.
God.
And
No, I'm not.
Jesus.
Well, hold on. Let me
That's
say
not what
it. Let me say
PlayStation
it.
fans do
No, they
either.
do. They do.
They're
100%.
obsessed with PlayStation,
They turn a blind eye to
creepy-
everything.
They can be stabbing them like, does this feel good? And like, yes, thank you for
Yes,
$70
Savior.
prices.
Yes, stab me more.
Oh, Lord.
Pay more. Yes. Right. So no. Okay. So no. That's I'm not
trying
looking
to
for that. I
exclude
don't
the
think
fans.
anybody should do that. So I'm not asking of that. But
these type
do
of
we
minimal
need
things
to
are just
constantly
ridiculous.
bitch and mold out of things that
Yeah.
don't matter? Fucking split screen. You're not gonna play that shit,
Dude.
bro. You're set up to play games in your fucking little cube that you have.
Your
You're not
basement.
pulling up a buddy to come sit next to you to fucking play, man.
No,
most of these
because
guys
I
play
feel
on
like
their
that
monitors
game
in their fucking
is very
room.
personal. Like you go ahead, you sit down and you
Yeah, I'm
play.
driving. I want my setup. I'm on my wheel.
And also,
Come on, man. You're not gonna play split screen on that shit.
a
Like,
reason why Xbox-
don't make a big deal about shit that's
that
not
doesn't matter.
a big deal.
It's
There's a
kind of
reason
like
why-
with Game Pass. I'm sorry,
Yep.
real quick. Game Pass, right?
Yep.
When they did the new rebundling thing that they had going on,
Oh
and they
my
got rid
God,
of that gold
it's so
stuff.
confusing. How fucking
Stop
confusing is.
crying.
God damn! Like
I told
PlayStation
you.
made like 87 tiers on their side,
And, that
and their
was
fans
fine.
are like, "I get
We
it,
got it.
no
It's your
problem. I'll get it."
7,501.
Like, do your math on your own. Start figuring
Like,
it out.
I'm so
Stop coming out.
confused. $9.99, $10.99. I don't get multiplayer. Why? Motherfucker, read.
Yes.
Read. It's
And
there.
then when they
If PlayStation fans
scratched,
could say could do one thing, it's read.
Apparently,
listen,
they're very capable readers.
that's funny.
And
But when they
intellectual.
scratch the other thing, whether you got the free game a month that they don't even collect,
Yeah.
in the old
That's
ass
what I'm
looking
saying.
game,
I miss
they're
it
up-
so
How
much.
could you take that game away from us?
You must
Listen,
hate us.
obviously, if
Dude,
you were
oh
somebody
my
who literally used those free games, like if you use them, then of course you're gonna be pissed because that's it. But like for the majority of people who don't, like stop fucking, like don't lie. You don't give a shit.
I love that.
Yeah.
You don't
That's
give
so
a shit.
ridiculous. Like I love, like if PlayStation, like they have nothing coming now, just Spider-Man.
And
but
they're all
those fans, jeez. But these fans are acting like it's a gracious and sliced bread, and they're like, oh my god, Starfield's gonna have a run for its money. And Nintendo is still waiting for Metroid Prime 4, but they're like, nah, they're the shit. They'll give us everything we want, except another F-Zero. But anything else, they'll give it to us.
Listen, that's
It-
the
it's
thing.
true.
I feel like maybe it's just maybe Xbox is like the more modern system
quotation marks.
essentially, and maybe has like, I'm not saying all, but it has younger fans. I don't know. I feel like the
No, because it's young.
Damn.
I'm watching old people do it, bro.
Damn.
Old heads are out here doing it, and
It's-
this is the
it's
thing.
not
Like,
cool.
the other thing that I don't like is like if the shit is not gonna affect you, why are you out there acting like it's a big deal?
yeah, like
I'm
protesting and
Yeah,
whatever.
like I'm subscribed to Game Pass Ultimate, right? So if they change something for the lower ones, I mean, it is what it is. It's not going to affect me.
No.
Right? And the people who it does affect are not as invested as I am, right?
And
Like,
listen, if you
that's the
have
reality.
if you're sitting there and you're having a conversation and you're like, oh yeah, you know, that sucks for, you know, whoever doesn't have Ultimate or whatever, then that's fine to say. But like to sit there and attack something so minimal, and all they're saying, like with the split screen, is that it's not coming out on launch. And that's
it might be later.
Like a game doesn't need to be delayed for that reason.
let's before because we're gonna keep going with the same topic, but let's look at the chat
Let's
real quick because
go.
there's some stuff going on over
boys.
here. Purberry says split screen. That's cool. Well, that's good. G maybe says, what are they hoping for? That Forza goes to PlayStation? Yeah, I know. Like, get out of here.
Maybe.
Purple says, wow, this is low. John Wolf says, it's called accountability and context. A lot of these dudes act tough and wouldn't say half the stuff they say online if they were in another man's face.
100%.
Those are facts.
Facts.
100%. That's the wild thing about,
It's true.
like, we're from the hood. Like, you don't do that
Yup.
shit, man. Fuck out of here.
You get a gun.
The
hood.
You're not from the hood.
You're
Calm
definitely
your
not
ass down.
So from the hood.
Calm
I
your
got
ass down.
sunglasses and hip hop
Calm
music.
your ass down. John Wolf, he agreed. CMoney. Thank you, sir. Shin says, CMoney for real. G maybe says, ponies are acting like they're a hard group only because they're blue balled for games right now.
Yo!
Oh,
Damn! They are. Well put, G baby.
Damn, they
well
are,
put.
dude.
Inside
They
out.
are.
They are
Holy
for sure.
They are hurting.
He says, as King said, if you're a true Xbox fan, then hold the effing line.
Exactly.
So that's what I'm saying. Like
Exactly.
that's what like King in my like that's the thought I have. Like just shut the fuck up and hold the line.
Yeah.
Like just ride it through, man. We'll get to where we need to go. Like it's weird to say, but like it's
Stop
like Phil knows what
betraying,
he's doing.
dude.
You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
he's been leading us the right way. We've shifted him, we've guided him to get to where he wants to be, and he's been doing it. And he's given us so much shit. Like he's got fucking Activision. Like we got Call of Duty in our camp.
Exactly.
It's coming into Game Pass. You know what I'm saying?
But
Like
then it's like,
what are we talking about?
crucify him as soon as like something that
Like 2
it's
seconds,
not-
fire him.
Redfall wasn't that bad.
they don't know how to manage.
You
They don't know how to
loser.
manage the studio. Get the fuck outta
Exactly.
here, man.
It's crazy.
Purpleberry says, "Give them an inch, they take a mile."
Mm-hmm.
Those are facts.
The FL diehards
John-
are a very. I forgot where I was going with that.
Oh well, that's good. John Wolf says, "If Xbox is okay releasing it without split screen, it's because they have data showing it's not a priority."
Exactly.
Dude. You could have like offered me $1 million to get it right and say, "Hey, did Forza 7 have split
No
screen?" I'd be
freaking
like,
clue.
no way.
I would've
Yeah.
said yes.
I don't
'cause
think
it's
so. I never
Xbox.
saw any prompt for it. It didn't say press start to split screen. Like there was no spot to do it that I know. And if there was, then
It was
shit.
hidden in the
And
options
listen,
menu.
I have no idea.
John, 100%. Like you gotta trust what they're doing.
Yeah, trust the developers,
Believe
right?
in what they're saying. But all they hear is you're not getting, and it's like, well, now we gotta flip out.
They didn't even have to say it.
No,
like they're
they
out here
didn't.
trying to be transparent with
Well,
you
they're
guys
trying
for
to get ahead.
the
And why
few
are they trying
people
to get
who
ahead?
are going to care.
Why are they trying to get ahead?
So they don't
'Cause
hear
there's gotta
shit
be
later.
some clown out there who's gonna notice something and they're gonna go ahead and blast it because
Yep.
that's what they do.
It's better for it to come out now
Yes,
when the game is
under
not
terms.
releasing, so they can let the world bitch and moan
And Philly, don't
and
you
cry.
dare go fix that crap. You better put that out there.
Yeah, don't
as
delay
it's
the game,
supposed
dude.
to come out.
Don't delay.
It
This
is
the
what
thing.
it is.
If the studio says they feel like the game, this is their. They didn't say that split screen was too hard.
No.
They put all their focus on the graphics, on the systems, on the tire modeling. Like they didn't even want to think about what it would take to put it split screen.
Yes.
Like
And
they just
how
want to focus
dare
on the
you
single player driving.
Give Forza
multiplayer
any
online.
type of bullcrap.
They're
How
the fucking
dare you?
G's of the
How
car game.
spoiled?
dare
What
you?
kind of brat do you have to be
Damn.
to go ahead and give freaking Forza
You
any shit?
evildoers.
Put some respect on that name because
For real.
it deserves it. Yo, these motherfuckers can make a game. The
Yo, Forza
most
is
beautiful freaking game. I freaking drove off that hill. Yo, it was stunning. And then I roll my ass down on that Halo.
Forza Horizon is
What was
crazy.
it? The Halo truck?
Yep.
Man,
The Warhog.
it was.
The Warhog.
I did so many flips going down that hill.
Yep.
It was crazy.
It's beautiful. It's so fun. But like Motorsport's a
Amazing.
track racer, but it's
Dude's
the
a preacher
same.
for the people.
Their technology is the basis of what Forza Horizon is, right? They share technology.
Yeah.
So like Forza dethroned GT7. I mean Gran Turismo. Just
Mm-hmm.
think about that. Gran Turismo was out there
Killing
for
it.
years.
Yeah.
The best out there, right? Everybody thought Gran Turismo was the shit, and Forza successfully dethroned them.
Yeah.
Just knocked them on their ass, and now GT is a nothing burger.
I say
GT7's
listen,
out. Nobody cares.
This is what I think. I think, and this will make sense for those of you who have watched it. I think that the PlayStation fanboys and these type of Xbox fans need to have a beach off.
A beach.
Yes, all right. For those of you who watched the Barbie movie,
Oh
and
my
you
God.
can beach each other.
You're
Oh,
so funny.
Yo, that scene was hilarious in the movie.
Oh my God.
But what I'm trying to say is that they need to find the middle ground between the two. They're both like extreme in their level of doing things.
Agreed.
Just find a middle ground.
Agreed.
And-
I just don't think that as a team, right? If we look at us as a team, we're Team Xbox, right?
Exactly.
So if we're Team Xbox, we're not very good teammates.
No,
We're
because
always giving them
you
shit
are
for like the
always-
stupidest things.
You running, all right? When your
Again,
leader
when
isn't-
shit is
it's-
really bad, like if
Yes,
they announce tomorrow,
for any
yo,
little thing,
Game
dude.
Pass is going to be $42.99 next month. What the
$50.
fuck? Okay, that's bullshit. That's a whole different thing. Yes, let's torches. Let's burn these motherfuckers,
Let's
right?
talk about it.
But-
But let's talk about it.
Okay,
All right?
or talk about
Yes.
it.
The price of one video game.
But that's true.
Exactly,
It's still a
but
great
that's
deal.
why
It's still a
it's
great
freaking
deal.
a month.
But the
That's
point
what I'm
is, like,
saying.
I get that.
Conversation.
Why? Because that's a big deal.
Yes.
But you're telling me Game Pass has been out for 6 years and they're raising it $2 for the ultimate and $1 for the regular.
And you have something to say.
And that's a problem?
Are you Cocoa
Like,
Puffs?
Come on,
Yeah,
man.
this is crazy.
Come on,
If
man.
they-
Even
like, if
when
they-
they had that other price hike, remember when they said that they were going to raise the Game Pass with gold? The monthly was going to go up like a few dollars, or oh, you know, I know what it was. They were going to double it for the year, so they weren't going to let you cheat the system and get it cheaper for the year. And people lost their minds. And meanwhile, most of the people losing their minds probably
They're
had
not
Game
even-
Pass already,
Yeah,
and it
they
wasn't
either
going to
had
affect them.
or they're not planning to get Game Pass. They just have something to say about it to get some type of
honestly.
attention.
Like if they geez, like they just gotta calm down, look at it, the situation for what it is. Like if they decide to release Halo 7, but Master Chief is pink, not green, who cares? It's still a great game.
Come on, man. That was highly disrespectful. He did it on purpose.
Can you imagine?
You know it ain't going to happen. Don't be talking like that. Don't put that out there.
I wouldn't mind a pink Master Chief.
I mean, he could be pink in
That would be super
multiplayer.
dope.
Not actual Master Chief. He's green, bro.
Well,
Come
because
on.
then it
Let's
wouldn't
fall
be
back.
Master Chief. It'll be another version.
All
of
right, now we got to take this to the streets.
Listen,
I mean,
all
Halo
right.
4 Master Chief looked a
Purple.
little grayish, almost blackish in that version.
No, it just was a
Realistic.
green, a realistic
Yeah.
green on
Green.
armor.
They're edgy as
All
shit.
right, all right. We're losing focus here. Nobody needs to talk about Halo.
Don't get me on that boat.
Let's stop.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, man, I think we just need to, as a team, get like
Stop the bitch asses.
get together, right?
That's
like
it.
it's no again, if you want to bitch to your homies in the back ends, right? Bitch. But like for shit that matters, fine.
Yes.
Go out there and make a statement.
rest
Shit
is
that's
table
really
talk.
matters. But yeah, everything
We'll
else
deal
is
with
like
that
if you're at
crap.
home. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? You keep that shit here so that we don't have to add to it, right? We don't have to add fuel to the
Yeah,
fire.
and have some type of loyalty, dude. Like, you know, Phil, like, give him a break. Cut him some slack. This guy is like making the impossible happen. How dare you have any type of like how dare you even
Especially
bring
when
any,
it doesn't involve
any
you.
type of
Like
stress
that's the
in
wildest
him,
thing,
though.
dude. I'm telling you, most of these people who bitch about it
It's a
have
nonstop.
ultimate or
What
have like these
you
other
done
things. Like,
for me lately?
like what does it matter?
Nonstop. What have
You
you,
know what I'm
done for
saying?
me lately?
Like just be chill. Let's all get on the same team. 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
go. Right?
Yes,
Let's,
team.
3, 2,
Let's go.
1. Hooray!
Right?
Yeah,
like it's just
literally.
there's no reason for it because I do see it. I haven't really like seen that dude Shane's stuff before, but like I mean I've seen his name, but I never looked into it too much. But you know, I do see like there is a divide. There is like a
Yes.
quote unquote civil war that you have going on within Xbox that I don't see in
it's like- and
PlayStation
you're
at all.
100% correct. Like it's like they're
It's like the
Avengers
people who don't
situation
wanna
where they're
hear the
destroying
bullshit.
each other. Like, come on, man, you don't do
Boys
that.
are like happy as shit. They get in together
I
and they're like,
know.
man, Xbox sucks, don't they? Yes, they do.
I know that's how they bump each other up. Yo,
Well, I'm not
reals,
looking.
though.
I don't think we need to do that. But I
Find
do
something,
agree.
anything that can bring you peace. You need to do, and that's not like violent or crazy, right? But if you're sitting there and you need to feel better about the fact that PlayStation's not releasing games, you say, hey, at least we got freaking Spider-Man
you-
coming out. Look at this game; it's
But you
exclusive
know-
to us. That's what they say to feel better, right?
So you
Good.
You know what? The other thing though that I noticed though,
What's up?
is that the fan bases for each side exist,
Yep.
and that's the problem. Because you have again, when I say it's a civil war, it's because it's literally split, and like Shane has a bunch of people going into his comments like, yeah, they are a bunch of like
Yeah.
like a bunch of bitches and blah blah blah. Like there's a
I got this- I
shit
got-
ton of
I
people
got-
on that side, but then on the other side you have the same thing where like, yeah, there's we have to hold them accountable, and there's a whole group of people who do that. So it's like you have they're pandering to their audience,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like that's just not like my style, right? I don't give a shit. Like I mean, I love Xbox, but
Damn.
it is what it is.
You don't
right?
care enough.
I'm gonna talk about whatever I want to talk about.
100%. Yeah.
But like I think
You gotta
they
keep it
know
real.
I think they know their audience, right? They know
Mm-hmm.
that the group of people who follow them believe that or think that or like
they
that.
feel the
So
need
they
to say that.
put the stuff
Yeah.
out there so that they can,
You
get
can't
that
be out there like a
engagement.
snitch, though. Snitch, bitch,
No.
snitching ass bitch.
You know it.
And
For
you know
reals. For reals. It's true, man. Like can you imagine? I don't know.
Get it
But
together.
it is there is a big divide, and I don't think that divide is going to change. But I mean, I I do feel like if I had to put myself somewhere on that line and I had to look where I am, I'm definitely more in the side of like keep that shit in the family.
Yeah,
I'm not
100%.
gonna you're not gonna come see me posting shit about something unless it's fucked up.
Yeah.
Like it's really bad. So like I would like when Halo came out first release and it looked like shit, I was messaging Phil like, yo, delay this shit. I need that shit to look right.
But no one else heard
Did you
it.
really talk to Phil
you
Spencer?
say
Did Phil
it
Spencer
out?
respond to you?
No, I said it out because that was a
To
real
the-
thing. The game looked horrible. Right?
Yeah, I
And
know.
Halo,
I
I
remember
love
that demo.
Halo.
I was like, oh my
so
God.
I
You
don't
went
want
hard on
to I
it,
don't want to
though.
see that, right?
Yeah, I remember
the
looking
whole
at it, I'm like,
split
oh my God, that
screen.
looks ass.
But when people started saying delay Halo for split screen, like, fuck out of here. Like who the like I'm gonna
Yeah.
play the game. The game is complete. You're telling me that the game is finished and I should not be playing it because
split
you
screen.
want to play on split screen. So you're
You
gonna
may want to play on split screen.
yeah, you may want to play on split screen, but no, there's plenty of people like, oh, it was a tradition. I played all the Halos with my brother and sister and mother and father.
And dog.
Okay, well, guess what?
Buy two
If-
Xboxes.
if they
put them
delayed
next to
it-
each other.
Yeah, like
Two
if they
TVs.
delayed it to make that happen, right?
Yeah.
You would essentially be waiting the same amount of time,
Mm-hmm.
right, to play the game. You just didn't want the people who don't need co-op
To have
play,
it. Mm-hmm.
to wait for with you. Like you wanted to wait. That's where you want to be a team,
Yeah.
right? Let's all wait together, guys.
I know.
No, I want to play now. You go wait, and they're not going to do
little
split.
shit.
They're not going to do split screen, but
Yeah.
they did. They still have online multiplayer.
I must
right? So
wonder,
you can
CMoney.
go ahead and do co-op, but
I gotta wonder, see when
I just that I didn't say anything for him. Say it again.
did Phil Spencer ever reply to you?
No, not for that.
Wake up and
He-
get off your ass and make
But again, if the shit's important, then you talk about it. If it's important to you, then you talk about it. I don't think half these people, not even half. I don't even think a double-digit number of these people are gonna play split screen for Forza.
I agree.
I
And
just don't- I don't think it's gonna happen.
That it's just unnecessary. Unnecessary. That's the word for it.
Agreed.
Just weigh things out before. Again, like you need to really just take a moment to think before you post something out.
And
Just
again,
for a
you know,
second.
and a lot of these people that I've seen, I'm cool with, right? So I don't have a problem with anybody personally. So there's not a personal attack on anybody, right? So I'm cool with a bunch of people who probably feel this way. If you're in the chat right now and you're like, man, this is exactly what I feel. It's not against you. I'm just giving you my side of it.
Just
right?
like they
it's just-
stated their point, and you're
Exactly.
saying what
Like,
you
I just-
feel, and you
I
don't
just
like
feel like
that
that's where
because
I
I
am. I'm
I
not-
don't like that because I feel like, listen, I'm not, and this is what I'm saying. I don't feel that we need to be freaking getting our torches and ready to kill Phil,
Pitchforks.
like or whatever.
Off
throw
with
him
his
under,
head.
throw him, yeah, like throw him under the bus over the smallest nonsense ever. Like we already have fanboys from PlayStation out here trying to like find any reason to go ahead and destroy. I
you look
understand wanting to hold Halo back and saying, listen, this doesn't look like what we expected. But saying that Forza doesn't have freaking split screen, I was
when
so
it's so beautiful,
Listen,
when it's so
I've
stunning, when
seen-
everything they're doing.
Forza. And when I heard that Fable was going to have the
Forza tech?
yes, I was like, holy crap. Because Forza doesn't miss.
No.
It doesn't.
Every time. They're just the best at what they do.
Yep.
So like let's cut them some fucking slack.
I'm pro
You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? All right, let me go back to the chat
Let's
over
go.
here. You have our boy G Maybe. Meanwhile, Disney Plus is raising their price for the second time this year without providing anything as
Recompense.
recompense? Compensation?
Compensation.
maybe? I don't know that word.
To
So
compensate the
I'm gonna
people that
change it
you're
to-
changing.
I'm gonna change
Recompensate.
it to as compensation to their fan base. But yes, that's true, and we're actually gonna talk about that a little later. But
It's to
yeah,
make
those are
up for the
facts.
money that they spent because now they're going to pay more.
So-
you're not like, oh, but you'll also get access to. I don't even know.
They're not giving
Yeah,
you
nothing.
anything back.
Yeah, they're doing it because they need to make more money. Purpleberry says, just make him a rainbow, and she's referring to Master Chief, and she's now dead to me.
Master Chief is
Just playing. She said 3, 2, 1, aggressive. We're doing the hands. Shintaro says, nah, that wouldn't be Master Chief. Exactly.
I mean,
Shintaro.
But that's
it
the
is.
thing. Yeah, it wouldn't be Master Chief because we know, what he looks like. But there's no problem with adding a freaking a pink or a purple. or rainbow
No, he wouldn't
armor.
blend in.
Not for him.
He's a military. He's strategic. He's green, so he can
I get it.
blend into the trees if he needs
understand.
to.
Green and
Makes
black.
100% sense.
They should make his visor black and his outside.
Yeah, right. G maybe says, I once did 4-player Halo split screen projected on a garage wall.
Ooh.
My eyes couldn't handle the information. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. Split screen, I mean, don't get me wrong. When I was a kid, split screen was a shit, but we also didn't have online. You know what I'm saying? So as soon as
that was
online
your way to
came,
play together. Yes.
split screen stopped. Like,
Done. You
literally.
want to see the freaking TV.
Yeah, it stopped being, yo, come to my house to play. And it was like,
I'll
yo,
meet you
hop
online.
on. I'm
Yep.
going online. You know what I'm saying? And guess what? Back then, we didn't have humongous TVs.
Yep.
So you split screen on a
my
fucking small
gosh.
TV. You
Yeah.
have this little ass square you're trying to see through.
It's
That's
crazy. It's
So
crazy.
hell yeah, as soon as online came, I was like, yo, get out of my house. You want to play with me?
Pack your shit
You go
and
play
go.
online. Go buy the game, bro. Like, I ain't playing with you no more. Get out of here.
I don't like you no
I got
more.
full screen, baby.
I
I
don't
got
like
people
you.
to play with now. Get to step in.
I don't need
Pack
you.
your shit and go.
You want to play, you get
know what?
online like a normal human. Shit, even in this house, I have multiple Xboxes so that we could all play together. I have multiple Game Pass accounts. You know what I'm saying? We just got to do
we
it.
were all trying to get into Splatoon. Remember when it came out? Everybody got their own.
What a waste of money that was.
That was kind of.
We bought everybody
Yeah,
a
we got
copy
so
of
excited.
Splatoon. Everybody had their Switch, and then we played it once. You know why? Because they're too good.
They slayed us out there.
Dude, we were playing the beta.
Yes.
Yeah.
Killing
Killing
people.
it, yo. Killing it. We were
Killing
like, yo.
people. You're like, yo, we're gonna have a blast.
Yes.
We're gonna buy this shit. We're gonna murder everybody. Yo, it's soon day one.
the
we
real
all hop on.
killers came on.
Done.
And
Done.
we were like, yo, my
Apparently,
bad,
the
player.
real killers don't play betas.
My bad,
Okay, they just come
player.
for the main game.
Yeah, they apparently they do. They
But hey,
really they
it looks
smoked
nice on
us
my
out
shelf.
there.
I'll say that.
Yo, you
There's a
had an
collector's
umbrella
item now.
taking cover. Remember that?
Well, it was
It was
horrible.
crazy.
So
It
horrible.
was a massacre. I think we did one gameplay, and it was brutal.
Oh yeah, we didn't even win.
It was
once.
brutal.
It was really bad.
Yeah,
It was really bad.
embarrassing. Potentially,
We're not happy with that at all.
Yeah, they smoked
All right.
us.
So now
We were out there like spare ribs.
this is so that's the bulk of the craziness. Okay. We needed to get that out there
Yes.
because I just saw it out there. I was like, you know what? It's obvious that there's a clear division here, and I wanted to talk about it.
Good.
But we're not quite done with the topic in general because there's another topic that I want to kind of discuss
Go ahead.
based off of this. So, the Black Viking, who on Twitter, I've been seeing him a lot lately. He has a lot of great takes and
A lot of tasty
basically
takes.
really a quality person to follow on Twitter.
Good person.
So he put up
I like
a
the
poll.
name, Black Viking.
Yeah, it's dope.
Edgy.
He put up a poll that you know what? Let's take a second real quick. Live Supremacy says hit that like button.
Thank you.
Yes,
Yes,
please.
please.
You
That would be
all should.
awesome.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You know what? Now that we're in chat, Shintaro asks G maybe what's his favorite Halo game. G maybe says probably Halo 3 or Reach. Also really enjoyed ODST. Never played Halo 2, so I don't know about that. Did you play 1 because you didn't mention it? So let me give you my hot. I'll
Go
give you my
ahead.
hot
Oh my
take
God,
real
he's
quick
so
about
excited.
this.
Here
Oh
we
my
go.
God, he's
So-
having
Here we
wings.
go.
I might be burned about this
All right,
over the
let's
live,
go.
but Halo 3
Was mid, wasn't it?
is my least favorite Halo.
Bam!
This is just facts. for
Funny
me.
thing is that
Damn.
Halo 3 is a
100%.
unanimous pick for favorite when it comes
I
to
don't
the fan
understand
base.
it. I don't get it. I don't
Because it
get
was the climax. Finish the fight.
I don't understand.
Halo 3
Halo
finished the
1
fight.
by far was the best Halo story wise. Halo 2
people love Halo
was the
2,
most
like-
important Halo with the multiplayer. The multiplayer
I think I
was
liked Halo 2 more out of the
amazing.
ones I played. I'll be really
And the story was so awesome how they divided
Arbiter and Master Chief.
Arbiter and Master Chief. They did it great. Like it was beautiful. And then Infinite is my actual favorite Halo game
Because
now
it was a Halo
it's
game.
Fucking slaps. The game plays like no other. But Halo 3 is
What
my
happened to
least
the other
favorite
ones?
of all.
Halo 5,
Reach is
fuck
good.
Halo 5.
Everything
How
in
about that one?
between. Halo 5 was fine. I actually liked it. I
You
didn't.
liked
the story,
Halo 5.
The only story problem I had was that they didn't have enough chief in it. It's not that I didn't care that I split between them because, like I said, I loved Arbiter and Chief.
But it was mostly Spartan Lock.
Yeah, you played mostly as Spartan Lock, and that was like
and you
not
can maybe
what I wanted.
think of what they and I feel like they promoted the game, making it seem like it was going to be more
a rivalry.
Yes,
like
a rivalry, and I think
America.
that was the problem.
But now they became friends,
and I think they didn't give us enough of that. But I do feel like they were trying to shift it to see how people will respond to not always having Chief.
And they made Master Chief a bitch too. Like,
and
that
then,
was lame.
Whoa. Hold down.
In the beginning, they made Spartan Lock and Master Chief fight, and he cracked Master Chief's visor.
Damn.
That was some
yeah, and then he proceeded to put him in his place. All right, just relax.
Listen, this is how much CMoney loves Halo. Okay,
you don't understand the shrine that's right to the left of Doodle. That case is tall, goes to the ceiling almost, and it's all Halo.
CMoney creeps me out sometimes.
But
Shrine.
Purpleberry made a hilarious short. All right, about Halo 5.
That never really.
And it got deleted. And it got deleted because that slander was not going to go up on our channel.
It was so funny, you guys. It was so funny.
Not happening. All right.
We still have it, see.
I feel like Halo 2 was the best one.
Continue.
I actually liked
Let me
Halo 2.
continue.
Go ahead,
So again, Live Supremacy says, hit that like button. Yes, please.
Thank you.
John Wolf says, love playing games with my daughter and wife. But I ain't playing no split screen. Facts. Get your own shit. Get your own shit. I want to see mine. I want that premium experience, okay? I ain't playing on no little screen for you.
We played together. Get your own shit.
But I'm fraud as fuck because we play Fortnite all the time, split screen.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But that's just because of convenience of where it's located.
Yeah.
We like to do that together. That one's rough. But in general, okay, no split screen. No thank you.
I get that. I gotta have you see me when I'm doing my dances on Fortnite,
that's right.
though.
I gotta watch. All right, Shintaro says Halo 3 is a classic. I've never played Halo Reach. That was really good. I'll try it one day. The only Halo game I played was Halo 3. Oh man. Halo 3 was, I mean, if Halo 3 is your, well, let me put this in context. The worst Halo is still the best game out there, okay? So Halo 3 was still better than everything out in them streets at that time. So
Halo 3 or the last
you still
of us.
experienced something amazing. Just the level of amazing is different compared to the other Halos.
Halo 3 or the Last of Us, which wins?
Purpleberry says, you like 5 better than 3?
I know.
Bruh. What'd you say? I didn't hear you.
Halo 3 or the Last of Us?
What do you mean, Halo?
Halo 3 was
The
better than
Last of
Us
Us was freaking
Nothing
amazing, bro.
against Halo will
Halo
ever
5
win
or the
for
Last
me.
of Us?
Just accept it.
The Last
Halo.
of Us. The Last of Us is crazy.
No, Halo.
Don't even
Halo's my favorite
ask.
shit.
No,
I enjoy it more than anything.
That was so mediocre.
That's what
It
I
was
said.
painful.
The love is real. Okay?
Halo 5
I mean, don't get me wrong. I
lifeless.
love The Last of Us.
It's amazing.
But I don't love it more than Halo.
Halo 5 felt lifeless,
No Halo.
bro. It felt like if you weren't playing with
Listen,
friends, you weren't playing.
ODST
Okay.
Halo. Better than The Last of Us.
Jesus
Okay,
Christ.
so let's get that into
You're
perspective.
a blind, loyal fan. You're the
I'm
PlayStation
sorry,
fans of
because
Halo.
I enjoy playing Halo more than anything else. I'm a
psycho.
blind, loyal fan. I love the game. That's
Okay,
it.
so
That's my
this
shit.
is the thing. You guys know I like making AMVs and MVs. Dude,
She does.
I played...
And they're amazing. If you haven't watched it, go to the playlist and just watch them.
But
Fucking
I played The Last
tits.
of Us. And the game is so good. And the story is so good. And I was playing alongside watching the show. It was amazing.
That was a great series, by the way.
I went through every cutscene.
Damn.
And there were hours and hours. And I put together an MV for The Last of Us.
Yes.
Because I love that game so much. I did a Halo MV for you, but the
did.
show.
And it was
Because I didn't
dope.
want to go through the footage.
I asked her to do it
It
about
was
the game.
so
She's
much.
too much.
I'll try. I'll see.
I'm still waiting for it. I would love it to
All
happen.
right,
that
all
Last of
right.
Us
I
is-
made you friends.
The Last of Us
You
is-
did.
I made
Friends is my
friends
favorite
for
show
you,
in the world.
and I
Last
did
of
make
Us
you
is-
Halo the show.
The Last of Us
You
is
did.
story based. Halo is like the shit that they show.
Don't even go. Don't even go.
We're about to
You better go
watch
take
it.
a walk.
That was where Cortana
This motherfucker about to be homeless. He's like this close. He don't even know.
Don't talk like this about my
He don't even know.
baby.
He don't even know.
Well, I am leaving today. I'm out of here. I'm just kidding.
Have this conversation in 2 years. Have this conversation in 2 years and see what's gonna happen to you. Fuck out of
Don't
here.
talk to my baby like that. All right.
Sure.
Oh, shit.
Anyways,
Oh, that was a good time. G Baby says spare ribs. I don't know where spare ribs came from, but I can go.
She said
Oh, did
spare
you?
ribs. She called
Damn,
them
I can go back into
smoked
that.
them like spare
Oh, I
ribs.
thought you called Master Chief.
They
like
call them
all right.
played.
G Maybe says Halo 3 was my first real venture into multiplayer. That's probably why I liked it. Okay, obviously that's your first, right? Your first
one. That's why you love
So
Combat
yeah, even if
Evolved.
he plays the other ones, that's probably
Well,
gonna still
you know,
be.
it's hard to go
Yeah.
back, right? So when obviously Halo 1 doesn't have as much going on as Halo 2 has
Yeah.
Halo 3. So if you start higher and then go backwards, you're like, oh, I appreciate that, but I'm used to all this stuff. So I can get that. I can respect that.
Yeah.
I feel because I played some of the Halo games with you, and I felt like it was Halo 3 that I really enjoyed the multiplayer. Was it that one? I keep trying to remember.
Halo 3 was like the finale.
You're also very much
Choose wisely.
Was that
the
the-
word?
like no like
okay.
you don't like old things. So
No, I don't.
Halo 3
Yeah,
was the
that's
newest
true.
one.
Give
It
her,
played the
give her a
best
cartridge
in
of
that
Super Mario
time.
Bros. on NES though, and she'll eat it up like dinner.
Listen, she
I love
appreciates
the
she
Mario
appreciates
games.
classics.
That Mario, delicious.
All right. Well, that's
That's a bit much, bro.
I was
Yeah.
talking about
That's a
eating the
bit much.
cartridge.
No. That's a bit
Yep.
much.
What?
Let's take that back.
Wait.
He says I enjoyed Halo 1, 2, and Infinite's campaign was great, but I would like more. Yeah, give me more Infinite campaign. I want it. The story is not finished. God.
Let's
give it
finish
to me.
this.
Cortana.
Purpleberry says it wasn't even mean to Halo. I don't know.
I wasn't
what that
even
was
mean
about.
to Halo.
Oh, the video, the short
No,
that
it
she
wasn't
made.
Oh, the short. It was mean to Halo, bro.
Oh,
It was.
God. It was hilarious, bro. That short
nope.
needs to go up at some point. I'll put it on my channel.
No, I would delete it from everywhere. Live Supremacy says split screen was good before online gaming.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. We had to do what we had to do when we had to do it.
I get
We
that.
had to play split screen to play with somebody else before. Not anymore. I need my real estate.
My
Right?
what?
My real estate, my screen real estate. I need every inch.
Yeah.
I want it.
Oh yeah. What am I thinking? G maybe says that the lore's so deep they have books, and he read the books. Fall of Reach was amazing. He says.
Oh man, you know what's
Nice.
funny? You know what's funny?
What's up?
I'm a huge Halo, love it with all my heart as far as gaming is concerned.
Couldn't pay him to read the books.
Never read the books. I ain't about that life.
Fall of Reach is supposed to be like a prequel, right?
I love
There's
Halo,
like a prequel
shooty,
book.
shooty, bang, bang.
Shooty,
You know
shooty,
what I'm
bang,
saying?
bang. And the show.
Or
The
on
show
the show,
is so
give me a
dope.
movie, I'm down.
Yeah.
Reading, man, I don't want to use my imagination. I want to see the bullets. I want to see the
I
armor.
actually read
I want
Fall
to see
of
it happen.
Reach.
Do you like it?
It was okay.
Oh yeah, I made you read it for school, didn't I?
Yeah, some shit like that. No.
told you-
Purple Hair got me as a gift because apparently
Oh,
I'm the
yes.
Halo fan.
Yeah.
And I mean, it was fine. It wasn't anything to write home about, but it was a decent book.
Yep,
All right. All right.
It was acceptable.
Which one? Which one did you read?
It's something Reach. It might be Fall of Reach. I don't remember which one. It's
No,
like a
maybe something
prequel to the
else.
original.
Fall of Reach thinks it was so good, so it's probably really good. Halo lore is so deep, man. They have books written about it. Yep, it's real for sure. Love it. Just I wish the books. Somebody needs to make those
An
books.
audiobook.
No, because they probably already have that.
He'll knock
They just
out.
need to like put it on the screen, make it a cartoon. I don't care. I want to read it. I want to see it. Santaro says CMoney facts. He also says Master Chief is one of the most badass video game characters of all time. Those are facts of all facts.
Of all
okay?
facts.
That is done.
That's the
Wake
most
me up when
factual
you need
fact.
me.
He's not nearly as
Quoted
bad as
by
Kirby,
Master
though.
Chief. Absolutely. He's so G. Yo, wake me up when you need me. I'm going out. What a G.
Yo.
Come on,
Oh
man.
my God.
Come on.
All right. Whatever.
All right.
He's not as
So-
bad as Kirby, though.
Purpleberry threw
So
one
those-
in right
bro, just
now. I
saying.
think what? I think I stole that. Oh,
From the
oh my
library.
gosh. Purple.
You don't admit to your crimes.
You don't. All right.
Oh, great. Great, Purpleberry.
Thanks for writing that,
Good job.
buddy.
So listen. Let Silent Cypher do an audiobook of the Halo books. Yeah, he has a very deep and toneful voice.
Siphon.
Like you know cowboys?
Yeah.
When they sing, not cowboys, country
Country
singers.
singers.
I don't know why country cowboy.
I'm a
Country singers, you know how they get down in the low.
Yes.
Like that's his normal voice.
Okay,
And then he
all
can go
right.
deeper.
Deep.
I am
All right.
deep.
Pretty good. I think he does voiceover work, like voice acting.
Oh, he does. What does he voice it?
I have no idea, so I think he does.
He
If I
was
knew for a
Master
fact,
Chief.
I would have said he does. He was in this. I said I think he
He was
does.
Mickey Mouse Clubhouse.
There you go.
CMoney saying, bro, I love Halo. It'll always be my favorite video game franchise ever.
Damn.
Facts. Okay, so going back, Black Viking. He says, if 343 had trouble running split screen for a flagship title and they released it without the feature entirely, they should have re-examined the parity clause. Okay, so let me fill you in if you don't know.
Okay.
Xbox has a clause that they have to release the same game for the Xbox Series S as the X. Meaning you can't say on the X you can
do
fly,
this,
but on the Series S you can't fly because it's not strong enough. No. Obviously, graphics can change, resolution can change, and frame rates can change. That can be different, but that's because of power.
But not the actual
But
game.
not the game, right? So the whole thing, Forza now is part of it. Remember, Baldur's Gate, Xbox Series S, can't do split screen. That's what's holding us back. So people are saying, well, Xbox should stop the parity clause and let you release split screen on the Series X, but not have it on the Series S. And Black Viking did a poll of it. I don't know if it's if the poll is finished, whether he no, it's still going. I don't know the answer. I'll put an answer just so I can get where it is right now. So 68, okay. So his poll was, if you are an Xbox Series S owner and split screen was not available on a specific title, but was available on the Series X, would you either not buy the game, still buy the game, or upgrade to the Series X? So I put upgrade to a Series X just for to put an answer.
Which is what you would do.
7%, yeah, exactly. I did, right? So 7% said they would not buy the game. 68% said they would still buy the game, and 25% said they will upgrade to a Series X. Right now, it's not over. That's like that's 220 votes. But that I do want to talk about a little bit. Like, like, what do you feel makes sense here? Do you think they should separate it? Right now, I'll give you my view. Personally, I don't think that should be done. I don't think you should partition a piece of the game out so that it'll run on the Series S. And the reason I say that is because, you know, when Xbox told us about these two SKUs, right, these two systems, the whole point was that you're getting the same next-gen experience on both boxes. The same next-gen game, just one's going to look a little worse.
Yes.
Okay? If you start breaking apart a game, right, and saying, no, split screen is too hard to make it run on the Series S, so we're not going to do it, like, now those people who have Series S, which we know are the majority of people.
Yes.
So to be clear, the majority of people who are playing on Xbox are playing on the Series S. So you're going to burn the majority of people who play a game and treat them as a second-class citizen because they chose the more affordable option to them.
That's bullshit.
I think that's bullshit. Okay? I think that's bullshit. Number two, who's to say that will stop there? What other things will people think are too hard to do on the Series S and just start changing a whole bunch of shit? Well, there's no destruction in the Series S. There's destruction in the Series X.
That will just be the beginning.
Yeah, it'll just be the start.
It will never end.
Yeah, where people are just going to go ahead and just keep cutting more things out because it's easier. We just talked about the whole start of this podcast was about developers
thinking that they should make
pushing.
Things. Yep. They should make things easy for them. Yes.
Exactly. Now, if you are a tiny developer, that's different. But if you're a big developer and you want to have split screen in your game, then you need to make sure that you're taking in consideration the hardware that you're planning to put this on. If you knew that you were going to put a game on Xbox and you wanted split screen, then make sure you build the game knowing that split screen has to be running at all times on the Series S. Make the game, as you're making all the builds, always have it running in split screen on the Series S. Constantly make sure that whatever you're doing is in service of making sure that can still run. And if you want to work the other way, then understand that it's going to take time because, yeah, sure, there's a difference in power. but it still has 8 gigabytes of RAM. It still has all the main features. Still has a killer CPU.
Yes.
Like, what are we even talking about
that,
here?
and I agree with you, because respect to them for continuing to keep their word with that, because obviously the easier take on it is to go ahead and say, well, it's a cheaper system. It can't do everything that the other one, that the X can. So it is what it is. But that would be opening a door, as you stated, to what else can we cut? And no, I think they need to go ahead and challenge themselves and continue to rise to the occasion and continue to push themselves and do the right thing. If they go back on something like this, it would be a really bad look for them. And a lot of trust will be broken.
A lot.
Now, to be clear, I want to bring this up because this is why I feel like it's bullshit. And I feel like they're just not prioritizing the game. Now, to be clear, Forza said as much.
Yes.
Forza said that that wasn't part of their plan, right?
Mm-hmm.
They want to prioritize pushing the hardware to the max.
Yes.
If you push it to the max, how are you going to split screen that?
Exactly.
Right? You can't do double of the max at the same time. Like, that doesn't make any sense. You would have to lower one side to allow the other side to happen.
If you're focused on going ahead and maximizing the way that it looks and the way that it plays.
And the systems
and
more
the
for them.
systems, exactly. So then you have to go ahead and like, that was done for a solo player.
Exactly. So what I want to say is, when you take Series S,
Yeah.
Series S runs Gears of War 5. Stunning, beautiful game.
Gears
At
of War.
120 frames per second.
It's a
It
beautiful.
runs Halo Infinite 1080p, 120 frames per second.
That's crazy.
That is not a little crap box.
No.
You just have to plan for it.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to be aware of what that box requires. Plus, Xbox built these systems with all of this tech, the velocity architecture, all this stuff that's in there that none of these developers use. None of them are using it.
Yeah.
So, of course, the system's not working the way you want to, because you're not utilizing the true features of the box, right? But you want to do least common denominator,
Mm-hmm.
right? You want to do the easiest. That's going to work everywhere. You don't want to fine-tune anything, right? And that's
Which
where you
is,
end up in that
like,
situation.
it's a disfavor to themselves, though. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah,
They
they're
should
just screwing
want
themselves, and they're making it a problem.
They should want their games to just run smoothly and as beautiful as possible. Like, those specs should have been with them, and they should have been working on it for like the longest time.
Yeah, they needed to know
This
what
is
they were
not a
targeting.
surprise.
Like, to be clear, Baldur's Gate 3 can run on lower quality PCs, but guess what they're not doing on PC?
What?
They're not doing split screen.
Mm-hmm.
Are they? No, not the Steam Deck. It's the Steam Deck that they made it work on the Steam Deck, right? So it works on the Steam Deck, right?
Yeah.
But they're not doing split screen there.
Yeah. Well, because you.
Yeah, because you're playing it by yourself, right? Like, why would you? But like, you could technically get the screen to split, but they're just choosing not to do it there. But the Series S is no slouch. It's powerful.
What you're saying is that, like, it has the power to go ahead and do it.
It has the power
So
to
go
do
ahead.
it. You
And
just
I
have
told-
to.
listen,
You just have to do it right.
I told you this was an excuse. This is just a reason to not have the game out right now.
Yeah.
They don't want to.
Well, that we know for sure.
Yes.
It just lines up too perfectly.
Yeah, of
You're releasing it
course.
on PlayStation 5 the day Starfield comes out, because you're giving PlayStation 5 players an RPG that they can get behind, and that's why it's like the number one paid game in the PlayStation Store right now, because they're all pre-ordering it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is great. And you don't want to go up against Starfield, because if Starfield was out
That's
the same day
sad.
as your game, I would not play your
Facts.
game, because
That's it.
Starfield is the bigger game to me.
That's fair.
Regardless of whether it's technically better or not, that doesn't
And
matter to me.
Starfield
is
is
the more
going
interesting
into
game.
what? Game Pass.
Absolutely.
And no one's going to say, well, let me just go while I have Starfield sitting over here, let me go ahead and go to the store and pick up, or let me go and pay this much for this game. It's not going to happen. So they're trying to wait until the dust settles and then see if they have a higher chance of making money like that.
So what do you think they should do? Do you think they should keep the parity clause in line and make them match every time? Or do you think they should say, no, if you want to do different on the Series X, you can?
Listen, I think that they should keep them. I think that they need to honor what they said to their consumers.
Absolutely.
Obviously, the easier thing for them to be, for the creators to do, is just take the easy way out. But that doesn't, by Phil doing this, it's only going to make him look bad, and it's going to make Xbox look bad. If they need to delay because they can't figure it out, that's on them.
Agreed.
You know,
100%.
and that's that.
Agreed. 100%.
And you are 1,000% correct. If you take them out, right? If they went out and they said this, and Phil says, you know what? All right, let's go figure this out. Let's just go ahead and not make it split screen for the S. What's next? The next creator, what are they going to say so that you can go ahead and bend the rules? No, you can't be. I've said it about Xbox plenty of times. The problem with them is that they're a bit of a pushover. They hear the noise and they change things out. And this is not something that they should budge on.
They should budge. No, I agree 100%.
And they are growing a backbone finally. So
I'm gonna have you. I want to hear what you think about the whole thing, but give me a second. We're gonna jump into the chat real quick because it's still going strong over here. G Maybe says that Silent Cypher does a Master Chief impression. Ooh, I'll be interested in hearing that. Shintaro says, I need a weapon. It's enough. You have one bullet against an entire army. I told you it's enough. Such a cool line. Master Chief is the shit. G Maybe says, I wonder if it's because of the cloud streaming. Since the cloud is built with Series X's, the stream could support it, but your console wouldn't, which is a negative user experience for S owners. Are you talking about if it was 4K? Well, I think that they should be able to know the system is streaming too, right? So like just on your phones, it knows when you're streaming on a touch device versus a non-touch device, right? So they have the hooks that they can put in there and be like, oh, you're streaming to a Series S, then we're sending you a 1080p feed. You're streaming to the Series X, oh, we're sending you a 4K feed, right?
Yeah.
I think that's possible. G Maybe says, if you are able to stream directly from your Samsung TV app and play split screen, yet a Series S console owner can't, that's a terrible message to consumers.
Exactly.
Unless you can't do that on the app. So I don't know about the Samsung TV app, but I know that when we did, when you do XCloud, you can't do any local multiplayer.
Dude, it sends a bad message no matter what. They need to figure this out.
But you would think that we would be able to get to the point where if Series S can't do it natively, maybe you can do it through the streaming. Meaning you have your screen and then just send, other 1080p screens, streams to fill the other boxes, right? Maybe you do 2 boxes local, 2 boxes streamed, 2 squares of your, like depending if you're doing 4-player or 2-player. And then that way, take advantage of the power. We know the Xbox can
We know the power is there.
Right.
And that's
so
what it comes down to, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a way around it if they really wanted to figure it out.
But I don't think and that's the thing. I think the bigger conversation is that they don't want to right now.
Yes,
I think the bigger conversation is that this is just their excuse for the game releasing only on PlayStation. That's Larian,
yeah.
And,
so for Baldur's Gate,
that's what I feel.
I agree 100%. But I think like Forza and like Halo, the split screen stuff, I just think that at the end of the day, they want to push the system like as hard as they can, and you can't do that if you have to think about doubling up everything all the time.
And aren't we the ones complaining about like next gen and frames per second and all that other stuff?
Exactly.
And in order for that to happen, like just let them do their thing.
Absolutely. Remember, John Wolf said it earlier, right? Like Forza, right? If they're not doing split screen, it's because they have the data that shows that people are not using it. So why lower the quality of the rest of the experience because you want to, appease a small subset of people who ultimately
because listen,
can just play online.
Exactly. And if for them, if they saw the stats and they were like, oh my gosh, 50% of our consumers are playing Forza split screen, there's no way in heck that they would go ahead
they
and
would have made sure it was done. And Halo was in a bad position because when they launched one of the games without multiplayer, people were flipping their shit. And it's like, come on, man. Like, really?
Yeah.
Like, just let it be.
I think these delays only matter if it's for an actual detriment to the experience if it wasn't there. For example, Halo Infinite being graphically on par, that's kind of lame.
Yeah, that needed to be delayed.
But
so
if
we can get something
you're
to look
trying
good.
to delay a game because the protagonist's shoes don't look quite right, that's a little lame. Like, are you serious? Like, you can just get past something like that. Like, you can keep it cool.
Yeah, like for real, like just like complaining, right? Like for real reasons, delay the game. Like it's gonna be buggy as shit. It's not gonna work right. It's not gonna do this. Dude, Halo Infinite came out 120 frames per second, both systems.
Wow,
yeah.
Enjoying the shit out of it. It's amazing. All right, came back to it. So, man, what is your final thought on the idea of parity? Should they drop the parity clause?
No. It's simple, because they will be like, oh, split screen's too difficult. Well, come to think of it, making it look graphically decent is pretty difficult. Making it look beyond an N64 game is pretty hard, if I'm being really honest. We'll just make the shittiest version that we can. It'll soon become what console games and handheld games are, when they would release a game for a console and handheld, but the handheld was obviously shittier.
Yeah.
They'll probably become that.
That's a great point. It literally lead to that. It would lead to that.
Agreed, 100%. Agreed, 100%. Yeah, I just don't think it. I really don't think it's something that is worth even contemplating.
Yeah.
Like they just need to just leave it alone and deal with it. Make the people work. They can figure it out. That's their job. I don't care how it's done.
Exactly.
Just make it happen.
Just do it.
All right, so we're gonna move on, but I want to timestamp this one.
This game looks
the
cute.
other one went long. Well,
What a charming
fun fact
game.
that you're saying that because that's our next topic.
Really?
THQ Nordic
The THQ
Showcase.
Nordic Showcase. They had it.
Boy.
I don't even remember. August 11th. So what's today? This was
The 12th.
yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
yesterday.
yeah, I remember this.
Yeah, yesterday it was.
I had
It
no idea
happened.
this was
I really
happening.
didn't know it was happening at all. So we've been running. If you didn't know, we've actually been running the showcase the entire time because again, we didn't see it because we didn't know it was happening. I imagine that maybe you guys, not everybody saw it.
No idea.
So I figured let's just leave it running over and over again so that anytime you glance, you'll get to see some of it. And I gotta say, glancing over, I've seen some pretty
Impressive,
cool
right?
looking stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like THQ Nordic has a decent amount of
IP.
like nice IP. Remember, Embracer Group owns THQ Nordic, who they own like 100 studios and shit. Like it's
Like a
they
crazy
own a
amount.
lot of studios. They're the ones who own Crystal Dynamics and Idols, who are working on Xbox games that we're hoping that Crystal Dynamics makes Tomb Raider.
Yeah.
So hopefully Xbox saves them from Embracer Group.
We'll see.
But I mean, you see that what they're putting out here is high quality stuff. And the funny thing is like CGI work is obviously not something that you care to see too much. But the way I look at CGI is like the quality of the CGI will kind of proportionally go to how good the game will actually look. Like if they do like a real high quality CGI, it's like, okay, so then obviously the real game's not going to look like that, but it's going to look
Close enough.
like close. It'll look good.
It'll blend
I
well.
wouldn't say close, but it'll look good.
Yeah.
Whereas if you like, there's some CGI that looks really shitty, right? Like this looks like bad CGI, and then it's like, well, if you can't even make the CGI look good,
Yes.
you're not gonna make the game look good. You know what I'm saying? So, some of this stuff looks really good, and it's, obviously you could really tell that it's CGI, but you can see like a lot of quality. You know,
Or they're going to be like PlayStation, where a lot of the trailers didn't look as great as the final product, which ended up usually looking a bit better.
well, not
At least
they
back
haven't
then.
done one in
Well,
forever,
back
so we
then.
wouldn't know. But right now, this looks pretty good.
It's
So
sus.
I will. I don't know
got
what
my
this
attention.
is. I don't know what game this is. I guess we're gonna find out. But I have here a list from IGN. Everything announced at the August 2023 THQ Nordic Digital Showcase. So I'm going to start from the bottom because they start with the best and move backwards. I'm going to start at the bottom and go
Titan
forward.
Quest.
That was Titan
Yeah,
Quest.
it reminded me a bit of Rise.
So yeah,
When
it does
they
look like
came
that, but I don't
yeah.
think the game. This would be misleading then because I think Titan Quest, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's
was
like a
already-
over the shoulder thing. G maybe says that there was a pre-show too from Handy Games. Who is Handy Games?
You know, I don't want to know.
I don't know what games they make, so I don't know what they did. But Titan Quest 2, that looks good. But I think that's like a strategy game, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm not quite sure. All right, so let me see. Actually, they might have Titan Quest 2 is real and officially in development. A sequel to Iron Lore's 2006 game, Titan Quest 2 is being developed by Grimlore Games, a studio best known for developing Spellforce 3, which was released in 2017 on PC before making its way onto PlayStation and Xbox consoles. Doesn't really tell me what type of game that is.
They just look up genre.
But, I mean, I don't know. I think it's a real-time strategy game. What's this one? I think there's another real-time strategy game.
Yeah, it is. Look.
They just stop with the real-time strategy games.
Well, I mean, there's a market for it. You know, we don't need every game to be a game that we particularly,
Enjoy.
enjoy. You know, as long as there should be a game for everybody. And
Strategy can be cool. I'll be getting into it. a
yeah,
little bit
depend.
more.
I mean, I loved Gears of War. Which one was it?
Tactics.
Tactics.
That was really good. Loved it. All it takes is something that you care about to get you into it. I was talking about this. When were we talking about this? I think Infinite Umbra's show.
Okay.
On the Fixed on Thursday night.
Yes.
We were talking about Baldur's Gate 3. And like I'm not that type of player. Like I don't like those games in general. Like that doesn't intrigue me. Like if I see that, I'm like,
Question.
I don't need to play that,
Yeah.
right? But like I played Wasteland 3 because it was a Microsoft, they owned it and I wanted to try it out and I loved
You
it.
loved it, yeah.
And but even still, even though I knew I loved that, I looked at this. I looked at Baldur's Gate. I was like, I don't know. But then the hype was crazy. The FOMO was real. And then somebody mentioned that it was like
Wasteland 3.
Wasteland 3. So I was like, all right, let me try it. And yeah,
Yeah.
I love it, right? Like I'm obsessed with this game now.
Damn.
Last Train Home. That's what it was. That's pretty cool. But it's just like I'm not typically that type of fan, but I love that, right? If you have the right context, right? If it's the right theme, it's the right, brand or license, you can can enjoy something.
You
And
can.
Gears of War Tactics, I did. I played Halo Wars 2, which I thought was phenomenal. Again, I don't play those types of games, but I'll force my way through a Halo game.
It could be a Halo
I'll force my
JRPG where the
way.
pop stars and you would force yourself through it.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though I'm lying because I never beat Halo 1. Halo
Damn.
shit. That's
Halo
crazy.
Wars.
Halo Wars 1. I never beat it,
You
but I
think
think I
you'll
got
ever finish
stuck.
it?
And at that time, it was so long ago, I wasn't really
Into Halo.
always in the Halo. I wasn't really proficient with that type of gameplay, right? I recently, because I'm getting a little more into
Yeah.
strategy games, that I'm able to kind of figure stuff out. But Halo 1, at that time, I couldn't figure it
I
out.
started to get into Fire Emblem.
Halo
a bit
Wars 1. Jesus. What, you into what?
Started to get into Fire Emblem a bit more. I
Yeah,
made 10
you
hours
like that,
of
yep.
3 houses. And Engage supposed
That's
to
a long
be
time.
better game, worse story. But, that looks fine to me. So, yeah. And
glad
I
you
beat
enjoyed
Triangle
your
Strategy
Madman.
a little bit, going live alive. I haven't played Octopath, which is weird. You'd think I'd play it, but no, not yet.
You'll get there.
Actually, that's not a strategy game, so what am I talking about?
All right, so they showed a game called Recreation, which I don't know if you saw on here. So this is Trine 5, actually.
Yeah, I heard about trying.
So Trine was really dope when it first came out. I think they since kind of lost their way with it because, it was really popular for a little bit.
Yeah.
And then
It
it's
died.
the same gameplay over and over again. And I think people
Are just sick
kind
of
of
it?
got over it.
Yeah.
So it kind of lost its popularity. Like I know part 1 I was really into, and I think part 2. But then after that, it just kind of
Died
faded
out.
away.
I remember seeing 2 or 3 on the Wii U eShop. That's the only time I remember.
Yeah. So recreation, they showed it before. That's the driving one where you could do like your own tracks and stuff like that. Because there was a game called Wreckfest. So recreation is like a play on words where you're creating.
So clever.
Yeah, I mean, but it's pretty
Clever.
dope.
I said it sarcastically, but you know, with a hint of non-sarcasm.
Yeah, right. Let me see here. G maybe says the original Titan Quest is on Xbox, kind of like a Diablo or Path of Exile game. Ooh,
Oh, Diablo 4 was dope.
That I might mess with because I feel like I'm actually in the Diablo camp now.
Diablo
like I'm looking.
Yeah.
When I see a game like that, I'm like, yo, I'll try it. It has to be. But see the bar. If it's
That's
not as
the
good
thing.
or better than
Then
Diablo,
Diablo 4,
then I'm
then
not
yeah.
gonna play it. I'm just gonna bounce out.
Time to
But I'm
dip
open to
out.
it now for
Yeah.
sure. So
Just
he
to
also
see if it reaches that bar, though, at least.
G maybe says your joy certainly came through on the fix, CMoney. Good, because I was loving it.
Yeah, you had a good time.
Those are true
for sure.
words.
Yes.
100% facts.
He was comfortable.
I was comfortable. It was great. They're dope. I like hanging with
Yeah,
them.
you had a good time.
Yeah,
The
they were dope.
podcast was, you guys killed it.
Yeah, it was
really
fun.
good.
It was a great podcast.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
One of my favorites that I've been on. All right. Then they announced Way of the Hunter, Tickamoon. Tickamoon Plains.
That's a funny name.
Well,
This
man,
looks
it's almost
cute.
like this is. I'm looking at this list, but I'm like, it's playing right now, and they're relatively short. So this was Space for Sale, which looked like it was like a farming. There's a closed beta.
It looks
like
super
you
cute.
Farm or something. You're like cutting grass or something. I don't know. I mean, it looks like a cute game. Like you still like this is the thing. Like not every game needs to be this crazy game. Like sometimes you could just make something cool and different.
Yes.
But like
But
that's
it
like
has
its
to
own little
be
niche.
Good though.
Yeah, like you
Like-
I have to be able to play it and have fun and enjoy it.
Exactly. Like it's not, you can't have ass anything. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't need to all be the same,
Yep.
but it all needs to be good, if that makes
So
sense.
this is the Way of the Hunter, the one I just said, Tickamoon Plains. So it's like a hunting simulator.
Yes.
Like it's a game where you're going and you're out in this beautiful, gigantic world. It looks stunning,
Holy
dude.
crap. It
It
does.
looks stunning.
It
I would
looks-
play
it looks
this
pretty
just
good.
to try it out. Like you know what I'm saying? Like if
Just
it
to
was-
be there in the,
just to be able to
'cause you
walk in
do
that world and
love
see it.
that type of stuff, like being
Oh, I
out
love
there
it.
in
I
nature,
love
like
it. I
in
love
game.
it.
That looks beautiful. That
In games, I
shot was
love it.
amazing.
But look at these lines and shit. That looks
like
great.
if you like drop money off in this in this life right
No.
there, like yo, all right,
That ain't happening.
see you later. Yeah, that wouldn't go down.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that wouldn't go down. G maybe says nobody talks about Titan Quest. LOL. It looks like they may have a bigger budget this time. Good. Hopefully, if they push it and it looks good, I want to see the actual gameplay. But if it looks good, I'm definitely down to try it. G maybe says Way of the Hunter is a series. Yeah, I've seen some of the other ones. I think some of them were on Xbox, and I think I played one and I enjoyed it for a little bit. But it would be cool to do it on stream. I feel
Okay,
like just to
I'm
try it
in.
out and see how that looks. Shintaro says, I'm loving the topics in this podcast.
Oh, thank you,
Oh,
Shin.
thanks, Shin. Yeah, man.
We're having a good time.
We are having a good time. It's been a spicy episode.
I
It's been a
know.
spicy episode.
I
It's
know.
fun times. Which game is this? Let me try to see if I can guess based off of what it's called. Tempest Rising gets a new action. Is this Tempest Rising? I think this is Tempest Rising. I think so. Space for Sale. Yep, Tempest Rising. That's it. So it's like a real like these types of games. Like I don't have a like Halo Wars is similar to this. I think.
Yeah.
But it's Halo, so I love
It drew you
everything
in.
about it. The story is
Yeah.
great. The CGI, the cutscenes they did,
Mm-hmm.
amazing. Whereas this, I look at this, I'm like,
They just need something to pull you in.
like
with,
I don't
you know what
like
I mean?
nothing about this hooks me in. Like I don't get excited about those types of games.
Mm-hmm.
And like graphically, it's not amazing.
There
so it's
are
like, there's
things
no real
that
hook
we
for
go
me.
ahead and do that we wouldn't normally do for things that we love and enjoy, you know?
Agreed.
Like dude, like, obviously I didn't like Fortnite because of the building. And then I got into Fortnite because I was playing with you guys and some of these characters that pop in and the dances are
rad.
super dope. But now I'm enjoying Fortnite to a whole new level with these Jujutsu Kaisen characters. Like, it's
The funny thing is that I got
nuts.
into Fortnite
Fire.
because the Mandalorian was in it, and that was during the
Yeah, but
Mandalorian
see,
hype.
like, they just need something to pull you in that you are like, all right, bet this is what I want to do.
Yeah, every game has that potential. You know, like there's no game that comes out that I look at and I'm like, I'm not open
No,
to
thank
it.
you. Yes.
Yeah, like I'm always open. Like that type of game, like I said, Halo had me. If there was something that was like amazing about it, I would be hooked. Now this is Gothic. A new Gothic is being made. Now Gothic might not be something that matters to most people because it's an old franchise.
Okay.
But it was a big franchise. And like right here when they're doing this, they're trying to make me feel like this is the way the game is going to look.
It's not.
And I mean, there's nothing about this that can't be the way the game looks. The animation, yes, like the walking up and grabbing the apple nonsense, that's not going to happen when you play. But like graphically, it doesn't look crazy. So I'm kind of glad that they're not overselling the idea. Like there's nothing here that's undoable in a game. Like Red Dead Redemption 2 did way more than this stuff. So now I will say one thing, and it's kind of off topic of everything in general that we've been talking about, but I feel like animation is going to be the big key to like what next gen really feels like when they really put work into AI to animation.
Yeah.
And I think that what they need to do is build something where you have like machine learning, like AI, that controls your animations. You know what I'm saying? So you might be walking, but like he was walking next to that cart with the apple.
Yes.
So I don't want to have to pick up an apple, right? It would be cool as I'm walking, the AI says, "Oh, let me grab this apple."
Yeah.
As long as it doesn't get you in trouble, right? Like as long as it doesn't mess you up,
long
it
as it
should
doesn't do
allow you to
anything
do
If you're in
things.
that it
combat,
would-
but you decided to grab a leaf because it fell on your shoe.
Yeah, exactly.
You're dead.
Like that would be
Yeah.
stupid. But if you're just walking in a forest and you see like these beautiful flowers and you walk by it, maybe you glance at them and touch them or grab one like quickly, you know, like maybe these things just happen.
Yeah.
In the quieter moments. You know what I'm saying?
I
Hey,
get
what's up,
that.
hacker?
That'd be pretty
Welcome, my
cool.
friend.
Hacker, welcome, love.
What's up, hacker?
Look, it's trying to be like The Witcher.
And be
That
cute.
logo looks like
it's
The Witcher.
similar.
Son of a bitch. But that Gothic, that shit does look good. But I feel like that's going to be a huge thing. Once they figure out how to make AI part of the animation.
Yes.
Like I loved back in the day Uncharted. Like even now Uncharted, like every time you go up against the wall, it's always a slightly different animation. They don't use the same animation all the time. Like they think about
Yeah.
it and it's just random. And I'm sure they have some logic built in there. But if it was like completely AI driven, where if I go up against a wall for cover, no matter how short or tall, it just does what you
Adapts to
need to
what-
do.
yes,
You know what I'm saying?
yes.
If they shoot a hole in the wall, don't just stand there like, oh,
Yeah.
now my head's exposed. You're like, oh shit, and now you move, right? Like that should just be normal.
Like
Look at
natural reaction that
Exactly.
obviously you have to move the character, but the character reacts to the situation. Oh, that would be pretty dope. See,
this, right? Like they
I like
should.
that.
That's
I
that's
like that
something
a
that
lot.
makes sense to work on.
Yes.
Like that makes sense to me that they use that machine learning,
like
use
natural
AI. Natural
response
movement.
of the
Exactly.
environment.
Like it's smart enough to know that you're walking somewhere, so let me do this. Or even if you're walking and like there's a puddle,
Yeah.
maybe you don't walk in the puddle. Like maybe you see him just hop over the puddle because he doesn't want to get his
a
stuff wet.
little leap.
Or yeah, like whatever it is, like anything, like those types of things, you should be able to do.
It
with
will
the
definitely
machine learning
add
we
to
have
the
now.
experience in a
That's
positive
the
way.
immersion, right? That's the
I
most
feel like.
game-breaking thing. Think about every time they make a movie talking about video games, like they're pretending they're in video game world. What's
Yeah.
the first thing they do? They show you how you walk and you bump into things, or you do like you should be smart enough where if you're pushing up against a wall for no reason, like if you're just walking straight and you're gonna go up against a brick, it's like he puts his hand out, like
yeah.
what am I doing? You know, like
Like, oh god, I just
Or if
want to
there's
throw
a
myself
table
in
on
here.
the way or something like
yeah,
that.
like just scooch around it or put your hand on it to do it. Or if you have to reach over something, just grab it naturally without me having to trigger that because it's just something that a character would do in real life,
Exactly.
right? Like that's dope to me. So you saw that was Alone in the Dark, and that was they were trying to do like a showing you like the characters, and the character is like it's always a little bit off because you could tell the budget's not as high.
Yeah,
but
I
it still
noticed.
looked really good. This also looks really good. Outcast, this almost looks like a Avatar world.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
A little bit.
Oh, this is just like a
that was rough. That's shot right there.
no, this is not the same game.
There we go.
They're just combining all the games
all
that
of
they
it,
announced.
okay.
This
Here.
is the ending of this THQ Nordic show.
Madman's gonna play that.
Which one?
Whatever that is. South Park.
So they announced a new South Park, right? And that
It
South
looks
Park, if you
bad.
remember back in the day,
Yeah.
there was a South Park for Nintendo 64.
I remember.
And like you just throw
You throw
snowballs
They're
and
like
shit.
turkeys.
Yes.
Evil turkeys and shit.
Yep. And I don't.
So
I guess
it's a
somebody.
version of that.
Well, it look. Well, I don't think it is,
I
but I
mean,
think that
some people
somebody
play
who liked that game when they were a kid is
Yeah.
working on this game. You know what I'm saying? They're like, you know, it'd be cool
If
if
they
we
re-
remade
Yes.
that, but like actually made it really
Spoiler
good.
alert, those games were bad.
Yeah, they were bad.
All right,
So
we'll
hopefully,
see.
hopefully they make
see
them.
what they
They
give
only got
us.
Hopefully they
good
make
when
them
they
good.
actually made them look like the show. Like Sick of Truth and The Fractured Butthole. Yeah, those were the only two good South Park games, and they were RPGs and they looked like
There's
the
the
show.
latest too. G maybe says Gothic looked interesting. Need to see more. Yeah, Gothic can be really dope if they do it. Then they're saying they still have 30. They have 37 games in development, and there's still 20 still announced after this showcase. Which I don't know how their numbers work out because they said handy games not included has 37 games. So if 20 are left and only 12 were shown, that's 32 games.
Maybe they're not the best at math.
Maybe they don't know math like that.
Yeah, because you know.
Because where's the other 5 games?
We can make games, but we can't do math.
You know what I'm saying?
Listen.
I don't understand the concept of what they did there, but it is what it is. All right. So they also show. So I mean, obviously we saw the ticker there, so we saw all the names of the games. But the big one for me is The Last Ronin,
Yep, the big one.
and everybody on Twitter, I see them all doing the same thing.
What?
They're
What
all
the
they're
hell
all
was
they're
that?
all retweeting it, saying, "Please God, let this be good. Please don't mess this up."
Watch them fuck
Lord
up
Jesus,
somehow.
I need your help. Make it good.
That's funny.
And I'm in the
Don't
same
fail.
boat.
Yeah, don't fail us. Don't give this to
Dude,
us, and
don't
then
still
it's
fuck up
just
the
First
it falls short.
Ninja Turtle game that's actually going to be made the way it should have always been
AAA
made.
video
game.
AAA, gritty, like, oh,
Badass, you know.
badass.
Mm-hmm.
In the vein of
And M-rated. It's got
in the vein of God of War. Come on, man.
Don't
yeah, I
fail
heard,
us.
I
Come
heard
on,
the
man.
comic is dark
Don't
as shit.
fail
Like,
us.
it ain't no kitty shit.
Yeah, you bought it for me.
Yeah,
Where
I got
is
you
it?
the book. I
right
mainly
there.
got it for you because it
It's
looked
right there.
cool.
Yeah, but I want to read it. I
Yeah.
just I make the time to do it.
I know
I'm
who,
excited to
who
read
the
it.
surviving turtle was. It was
Raphael.
no, Michelangelo.
No, I'll
No,
I'm
there
gonna
was
burn
a-
that shit.
There was an
I'm
artwork
gonna
for
burn
the
the book.
game where there were shadows of Raphael,
Oh my
Leonardo
God.
Donatello, and it was the last Ronin. That means that's Michelangelo. Somehow he
It's
survived.
not Mike. First of all, it's not Mikey Angelo.
Michelangelo.
It's Michelangelo.
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 My name is Michelangelo.
Listen, he calls him Mikey.
So now we're on the same page. Yeah, but I love the idea of that. I have the figure. Remember, I
Yeah.
bought it at the store. It looks so dope.
Oh.
I gotta set it up. But yeah, this is like our chance. My biggest problem
chance.
is what studio is making that game? Some
No,
no-name
no.
studio that I have no idea who they are.
Listen,
It's
you
gonna be
never
Game
know.
Mill Entertainment.
I mean, anybody can take a shot and be big,
Surprise
right?
us, yeah,
wait, Dad,
right?
no.
So good.
CMoney. No. It's gonna be Game Mill Entertainment.
Game Mail. No, I saw the name of it, but I didn't know.
I mean, THQ
Who
is
it
whoever
was.
owns. Well, okay, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Whoever
this is a
THQ
handy
owns.
game joint right here. Handy games on the side.
Welcome to Handy Games, where we're very handy.
Yeah, is this the pre-show? Maybe this is the pre-show. Oh, okay. So maybe it's all attached. Okay, but the
All
point
right.
is that The Last Ronin, like that's the shot to really make a dope ass
Turtles game.
Turtles game, man.
Do it.
We'll
It
see.
just needs to happen.
And next gen only.
I'm so ready.
Listen, yeah, one can only hope, right?
One can only hope. So you had Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, you had South Park Snow Day, you have Gothic 1. Oh, it's a remake of the first one.
Also, not like a reboot. It's
That's
actually a remake.
great. So the chances of it being good are high because
yeah.
Gothic 1 was good back in the day. So
Was it 360 or original Xbox
Oh
game?
damn, I don't even know.
So
It
I
was
thought it was gonna be like the
2000s
tried and
era, so-
true. It's a reboot, had nothing to do with it, but we still kept the name. It was
And it's only
nah, a
coming in
remake.
next gen.
Ah, good.
So,
well, that's enough time. I'm sure it'll look better.
yeah, I think that's good. That's awesome.
Cool.
That's awesome. And then
Good.
Titan Quest 2, we already talked about.
Titan
Alone in the
Quest.
Dark. It was focused on the 2 playable characters. That's the one where you just see the people in the light. I think that looks really good. I'm excited for it. I feel like Alone in the Dark is a big property that deserves like a good game.
It was a
to
big
come out. I don't know if you
franchise
ever heard of that.
Yeah, it was like the
But
Resident
it was a huge
Evil's
franchise.
nemesis, essentially.
Yeah, back on the PlayStation 2.
It was a big thing.
Or
Resident
PlayStation
Evil,
2 or
It's
PlayStation
crazy.
don't ask me.
1. One of them. I used to play
love
it. I
that
used to
they're
love it.
remaking them.
That's I'm telling you, I'm so excited for the remake games that we have now. Like the fact that they're going back into our legacy of gaming, like the games that I saw firsthand and played them when they were shit looking,
But they look great
and
to you.
now like brought back to life in a real way that I can actually enjoy it and play it.
Yeah.
And without all the hangups that a lot of these older games I didn't even play because of the way they were. Like Resident Evil, I played a little bit, but then I never got too far in those games
They're too
because they were
hard.
too hard. Like I'm not a puzzle dude. Like I like
I mean,
regular
to be
puzzle
fair,
games,
the
but
puzzles were identical, except they were in a third-person perspective.
what do you mean?
They didn't make it easier.
No. But at the time, I didn't have YouTube or
To look it
Google to
up.
be like, yo, how do I do this?
How?
You know what I'm saying?
Answer me. Tell me.
Back then, you were just
What do I
SOL talking to your friends. Like, yo, did you ever beat this part? And they're like, nah, dog, in the
Stuck.
same place.
Yeah.
Or you'd have
Like,
to get like a
same boat.
magazine that was tips and tricks and stuff like that, and they usually were no help.
Yeah, and then but it's like they give you something, but it's like they don't give you everything, and then you had to buy like the whole. Back then I couldn't afford it,
The
so.
manual, how to beat the game.
Yeah, right. That looked pretty cool.
See, that's
Lethal
when the
Honor. I think
manuals
that's the pre-show that
mattered,
that G-May was talking about. That was pretty dope.
Yeah.
Like a cartoon, almost anime looking thing. That was dope.
Interesting.
But Alone in the Dark, I think is cool as well. I'm down for them to bring back horror games. I know that's like your favorite type of game now.
What?
You love them.
What?
You love them.
No,
Every
I
time we
don't.
play them.
See, Money,
you
I
love
will
'em.
never admit to that.
You should
But
make
I don't need you to admit it. I have the
horror.
footage.
Whatever.
Happy as shit.
Not true.
Happy as shit playing
I'm
Resident
getting
Evil.
murdered.
And what was the other one?
Sad,
Evil
sad.
Within we did.
Come at me, Jason, you little bitches.
Now we got to do Ghostwire Tokyo.
We do.
But Outcast does look good as well. Outcast is the one that, like I said, had a kind of like that Pandora vibe from Avatar.
Yeah.
Like it's one of those out there worlds, and that looked really cool. This looks good too, man. This is like I think this is from the Handy game stuff. See, there's a lot of exciting things out there, and
Yeah,
again,
it doesn't need to be
I don't think
100%.
anybody-
They,
no
they don't
one
all need to
making-
be Starfield. You know what
exactly.
I mean?
No one making any of these games that were in this showcase at all. Not one of them is saying, "Oh man, Baldur's Gate. How am I going to compete?" You know what I'm saying? They're not. They're just
Yeah.
doing their thing and they're making cool stuff, and that's it. And they are trying, right? They're trying to do cool stuff that's different, that's unique, that makes you
That's
want to say,
creative.
"Oh, I want to try
you know,
that out."
and that's what's gonna put you aside from everybody else.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely. So,
all right,
Yeah.
see.
and that's it. I think that was all of the showcase. So
All right.
that showcase was pretty dope. I'm not upset at
You're
it.
not mad at it.
No, I'm not mad at it. I think it's dope. All right. So now
What you got?
these I think are going to be some smaller stuff, but we'll talk about them either way. So Avowed,
Okay.
okay, the game that was on the showcase for the Xbox, the one that everybody thought was Assassin's Creed when it
Yes.
started, and the one that people were kind of gave a lot of shit to because they felt like, oh, it doesn't look like the trailer, blah blah blah. So they did they put out a video celebrating their 20th anniversary, like the
Oh,
studio.
Yeah.
And I want to watch it because they put a lot of like tidbits in there of like different games. I think they went over every game they've made and kind of
That's
talked
super
about
cute.
it.
Yeah.
So that's dope. But at the end, they talked about Avowed. So when they did, these are the takeaways from it.
Okay.
Okay. So they said, and this is via Clobril. So Clobril is dope. If you don't follow him, you should, because he does a lot of great summaries for a lot of the things that they put out there.
Oh, that's cool.
Keeps you up to date on a
Yeah.
lot of stuff. So, all right. So Avowed had a co-op focus early in development, now changed to a traditional Obsidian single-player RPG. Avowed is Obsidian's version of what a fantasy first-person RPG is, finding the right balance between taking things from Pillars of Eternity, which is another game that they made, that this game is based in that lore, like in that world, and yet creating a new game that is more approachable for larger audience. They say, with Avowed, we focus on unique, bespoke content, deep systems, and incredible storytelling that's focused on characters, societies, and factions. That's music to my ears. That's what I love. That's what I love about Baldur's Gate 3 so far. Avowed is the natural extension of all the things we care about as a studio, of all the things we are great at. And then Obsidian showed Avowed to Microsoft as early as part of the acquisition process. So that's the game that's basically sold Microsoft on buying them.
That's so cool.
So that's really dope.
That was beautiful.
It was.
But the big thing that we that I want to kind of focus on, aside from talking about that, is the thing that has plagued the industry recently. Any game, especially the Rocksteady game, the Suicide Squad.
Justice League.
Yes, right. So that is suffering from it. The Gotham Knights was suffering from it, and a lot of games are suffering from it or suffered from it. Was that whole phase we had where multiplayer had to be in everything.
Yeah.
And they wanted to make everything live service or games as a service, right? Everything had to have multiplayer. And it's like, yo, like everything doesn't need to have multiplayer, right? But they were in that time, and then obviously these games take a long time to make. So when they were making it, it was all the rage, but that died. And then people were forced to make changes. So that's why, like, Suicide Squad is in such a bad shape, because the game they made, they were thinking that they were focusing on it being like this game as a service. And now people are like, we don't want that shit. And it looks like a game as a service. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It doesn't look like a single player.
You can just look at it and be like, man, they're trying to sell me on something.
Yeah, like it just looks that way. Like it looks like Avengers that was a games as a service, right? Like it just looks like it was made for that reason, and that is not
good.
Like that's not dope.
It's not appealing.
Like I hated how that game looked, and I was so pumped because Rocksteady is amazing.
Yeah, I know you were.
They are amazing. They basically got Redfalled. That's what happened. Redfall was supposed to be a multiplayer focused game, and then they, had to change it. It's still multiplayer focused, but they took out all the live service hooks on it, right? The things that were supposed to keep you engaged and going are not there anymore, right? So when they planned the game, it was different.
Yeah.
And I'm so pissed that they went ahead and did that, because, dude, Batman's are my favorite.
I know.
The Arkham
games?
trilogy is amazing. Amazing. Even Arkham Origins was amazing. Like, I love them so much. And my mind couldn't fathom how amazing Rocksteady's next gen game was going to be. And then they showed us that
you were disappointed, to say
I
the least.
was so disappointed, and it hasn't gone away. You put on the damn thing right now, I'm going to just feel sadness. Like, every time.
Let's not.
We won't. I don't ever look it up. It's dead to me. I hope they took that game and said, yo, throw it out. Let's make a new one. Right? Like, that's what I feel. Because I don't think there's any version of that game that's going to make me happy. That's just my thought. But all these games fell victim to it, right? Where they were making them in a time where people wanted something, and now it's done.
Yeah.
Right? So
it was a phase.
So, like, thank God, Obsidian, they were making this game. They showed it to Microsoft when they got purchased. And I know this game was obviously being made before they got bought, right? So it was before 2018. It's been 5 years since acquisition that this game has been made. And obviously they had something to show Microsoft beforehand. So they showed it as a multiplayer game. And I think Microsoft said, like, listen,
the time
we
has
love
passed.
it, but cut this multiplayer shit and just give us your game, what you want to make. Like, would you have made this a multiplayer game if the world didn't tell you needed to?
Yeah.
They're like, no.
You know what I'm saying? And like, they obviously, that's what they felt. They went ahead and they changed gears.
Yeah.
And now they made it a single player game. And the reason that this is so important to point out and to recognize is because people keep this bullshit argument about consolidation and Xbox is buying all these companies and this is the only thing they can do. Like, dude, they are saving companies.
Yeah,
they are helping companies be the best version of themselves.
Because, I've said it before, Starfield, which everybody's so pumped up about,
which was supposed to be released years ago.
Exactly. It wouldn't be what it's going to be, what it is, if it wasn't because Bethesda was purchased by Phil, and he's given them the time and the resources to go ahead and make it what it is now. I'm sure they didn't even think that they could have made this type of game, right?
Agreed.
So,
because they've never been in that situation where they can just, we have another story coming up that's going to dive deeper into this. That's really going to spell it out. Yeah, see, that looks really good. Alone in the Dark.
Yeah.
So that when they took Starfield, they said, listen, don't worry about the money. Make the best game that you can make. If the money wasn't a problem, would you release it this year? Well, no, because I would want to do this, and this. Okay, do that. Like that's where that's where that came in.
Yeah.
And that's a very big deal. And Microsoft going out here and doing this is not just them. Every studio that they've purchased that has released something or shown us something has impressed us.
Yes.
Okay? They bought Playground Games. Okay? Same year, 2018. They've made Forza Horizons that were mind-blowing. Top of their class, some of the best games of the year. They finally showed us Fable. Stunning. So beautiful, in fact,
I know.
that there are PlayStation fanboys right now
That's crazy.
who don't believe that what they saw was real. They think that shit was CGI. Even though the makers of the game are telling you, no, that's gameplay.
Crazy.
That's gameplay.
It has to be a lie.
Yes.
So obviously, why would they say that's gameplay? And then when we see the game, it looks shitty. Because then they know the world that we live in. We're all going to bring it up. We're going to talk about downgrade. We're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about that, right? So they put it so well that the game it looks amazing. It's funny. The gameplay looks dope. Like they're just hitting on all cylinders. You got Forza Motorsport out here crushing it, right? But they've owned them forever. The South of Midnight.
Oh my God,
that's a small team.
The most creative,
that's a small team, and they let them just rock,
beautiful games I've ever seen. Like
I love it, man.
Yeah, I was beside myself when I was watching that. I couldn't believe it.
Dude,
and
Xbox
it was just captivated. It just pulls you in. As soon as I started watching that trailer, it was like he was playing the guitar, and it's like, oh my God.
Yep. You gotta imagine being bought by Xbox is like having Christmas every morning.
Yeah.
Because it's like, obviously development is hard, but I'm talking about the idea that they're looking at you. I guess it could be a gift and a curse, right? Because they're looking at you saying, hey, do your best. Go do what you need to do. The problem is if you make it and it's not the best.
Yes.
If it's not good, then you're screwed.
Yes.
Then it's like, why did we buy you? You probably don't need to exist. Close that studio, right?
Shut it down.
I think everybody gets a mulligan, right?
Yeah.
Everybody gets to mess one up. Like, I think that's what happened with Redfall, right? They were like, Arcane,
they're
do
fine.
you.
Yeah, you
do
got
you.
this.
I know you got this.
They F up with Redfall,
and then
you won't let me
blew
down.
that shit up in their face
Yeah.
and made Xbox look like fools. Look at this shit. This shit is stunning.
And they're like, that was just a one-time
That's
thing,
Outcast.
right? We don't have to wipe out your whole studio, right? Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he said, I'll definitely bet on their next game.
Yes. Right?
Just that one, though. Just one. fuck up again, maybe you don't need to be here.
I am your daddy then.
Exactly. G maybe in the chat says, if you think this Lethal Honor looks cool, you really need to play Hades, the narrative. Yes. He says the narrative and gameplay is so deep. It's just incredible. So I agree with you. I have played Hades, and Hades was really dope.
Yeah.
The problem with Hades is that I don't like roguelites.
Okay.
Or roguelikes, whatever. I don't know which is the difference.
I
don't like games that I die and
that's
like,
the point of the game. You
like
die.
have to start over.
Okay.
But Hades had a dope ass story, so I did it for a while. You know what I'm saying? I don't just whatever. I played, I got pretty far, but then once I felt like I got really far, and then like I just felt like I wasn't gonna be able to do it anymore. Like I keep dying, and then
to restart to try to get to where you
mean,
were.
yeah,
and
to, like,
your
get back
intentions.
there. Like, it was hard
You were
enough
this
to
is
get
as far as I
here.
can go.
Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I wasn't
realistic with
breezing
yourself.
through. Like,
Yeah.
it was hard enough to get to these moments.
Yeah.
And then now I'm dead. And then I got to do that again.
So it was like 50-minute runs. I mean, I played some of Hades, and I died.
I don't remember how much, but
And I
like
died.
I enjoyed it. It's fun to play, for sure. Like, it's really fun to play. The story is really good. It's just that I can't beat my head against the wall over and over
Yeah,
again.
I
Like,
get
there's
that.
only so far. Like, I don't even, like,
There's
I
only
don't,
so many times you're willing to restart.
yeah,
the
like,
same.
depending on the game, if somebody tells me a game's going to be hard, then I will play it on easy.
Yeah.
Like, if somebody says, hey, yo, this is a hard-ass game, easy. If it's an option.
Did you
because
pick
I'm not beat. I don't-
easy, or were you just? Is there difficulty?
In Hades? No, I don't think there's difficulty in Hades. I'm not sure. Maybe there is, but if there was, then I clicked it and it still didn't help me. But yeah, that was dope. But I just couldn't keep going with it. G maybe says CMoney is very subtly proving that designing games as a service most often equals shallow gameplay. Facts.
True.
That is 100% the case, and I hate it. Did you ever get out of Hades? No, not a chance. Did not happen.
You didn't make it out.
Did not happen.
The whole point of the game is to escape.
Yeah, I never did. I got to a few floors or a few different levels of it, but I got my ass beat, man.
So yeah, when you start, you have to
gotta beat
restart
down.
that entire damn thing, right?
It's not that I could. This is the thing. It's not like I couldn't keep going.
It's the
right?
patience
It's not,
and the desire.
Yeah, it's not like
and
I
the
would
want. It all
have.
has to go ahead
If I
and
wanted
go
to
together.
do
Yeah.
it, I would have been able to
get
do
that.
it. It would have took me a long time, a lot of stress and annoyance, but I could have done it. But I don't play games like that anymore.
Yeah.
I used to play games like that, but I don't. Like, if I'm feeling something, then it calls me to play it.
Yeah.
And it did. Hades did that for a while. It was like, oh, I want to play Hades. I want to play Hades. I want to play Hades.
And then you
But
were done.
I was like, I got enough. Like, I get it, and I wish that it was a little easier so that I can try. I didn't have to try so hard to get to the end. But you know, once that happened,
That was
it's
your
kinda is
end.
what it is. It was my end.
Yeah.
It was the end of my Cinderella story.
So he didn't
with,
escape Hades in your story.
I didn't. My guy's dead, or he's bound to.
He
Hades.
didn't make it.
He didn't make it.
So
So yeah, but back to what we were saying with a city and being able to make this game
Yeah.
the way they wanted to. That's Papa Phil. That's Xbox, and that's the real moral to all this is the fact that the Xbox we have now is looking at their studios, and they want them to do their best work. They want them to be the best. And the good thing is, we were joking about, well, the problem is if you don't make it the best, then there's an issue, right? The beauty is that they have so many studios right now that if the game's not the best right now, nobody needs to rush it out.
Yeah.
Go fix it. We'll help you. We'll send Coalition over to
and
help
we
you.
have
We'll send
other
this studio to
games
help
as
you.
like buffer, you know?
Yep.
And that's the whole point of them being able to have all these studios, right?
Exactly.
And you are
Exactly.
correct. This is like a service. This is also like helping a lot of studios that like, you know, wouldn't be around if they didn't get bought or like we're in danger.
Or would be stressing or be making booty ass games that they have to make because that's the only thing they can get
Exactly.
approved
Pays
for.
the
Like them,
bills.
they were gonna have to make a multiplayer game to get people interested. You know what I'm saying? And it's like now they
And
get to
then-
actually be
yes.
themselves and just make what they want to make. And if they're a great studio like we know Obsidian is, that's gonna be amazing.
And
this game is gonna be.
Listen, you said
a
you
big
mentioned
one.
how that was already outgrown, right? So imagine what that would have done to them as a studio
Yep.
if the game didn't hit, you know?
Yeah, they would have been screwed
Put in
because their
all of-
next one
yeah.
is not guaranteed.
So
You know what I'm saying? So, and look, they were able to come out. Obsidian has put out passion projects, Grounded, which
Yes.
everybody thought was a joke. People were making fun of it when it was first announced. It has like 20 million, 30 million, or 15 million, some crazy amount of people who play that game, who love Grounded. And they recently did an interview and said, as long as they keep letting me make Grounded, I'm going to keep making new cool things in Grounded.
Yeah.
So, like, the people who are making that game are passionate about it. They love it, and they're going to keep supporting it.
yeah, we did a for the win gameplay for Grounded, and it took, you know, a little bit for me to get going. But once I had my task, it was kind of like, okay. So as a team, I don't see myself like solo playing it, but like as a team, like going ahead and like, I'll take care of this and you take care of that, and like that would be the only way that I can
my
play.
problem with Grounded is that it's a little some of the mission stuff that you have to go find, or no, not at all. They're just difficult. And I'm not like a creative player. So like part of Grounded is wanting to build your
Empire
base and build all your armor and do all this stuff, and that's dope. Like I saw a video where like he has magic, like he's like lighting a spider up on fire, and I'm like, damn, like that's dope, right? But like I'm not creative, so if the story doesn't move me forward, or I don't have like side quests that I could easily do and have fun and engage, like I don't want to do it.
So what's the end goal? Get out the backyard?
I don't
It's
know. This is
kinda
story
create
mode.
your own community, essentially, I would say.
Well,
No?
yeah, you can make your big world and keep your place. Obviously, the whole goal is to unshrink, right? They were shrunken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you want to find all the tools so you can unshrink and
Be
be big again, I guess.
But some people say, no, I don't give a shit. I'm gonna be small.
Or maybe it's going to be a moment when they're like, you could be big right now. And they're like,
I'll stay here.
but I've made so many friends as a little person.
Oh, okay. All right.
You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Some
Never know.
brother
Yeah,
bear
look
shit.
at that acting.
Yeah, you know, I could do voice acting too.
You never know what
just saying.
CMoney's here to give you, okay? So,
But yeah, so they were able to make that passion project. They made Pentiment, Josh Sawyer, you know, who's a great developer who could have made big games, huge games. They could have been like, nah, man, we want you to make a big game. They were like, no, he said he wanted to make this game for a long time. Let me make it. And they did. It didn't cost that much money. He didn't have a huge team, but he went, made the project he wanted, and it was good. Got great on Metacritic, great review scores. Like, people like it. You know what I'm saying? It's not a big mainstream game, but the people who played it like it. I enjoyed it. I actually went back to it randomly a little bit ago on XCloud, and I just was playing it for a while.
So
it's great.
we
The
know
story's
that-
cool.
like, we know that Jim Ryan can't even hold a controller. Does Phil
We do know that.
Spencer play
He's
games?
a hardcore gamer. Absolutely.
I think that's the difference. Like,
Absolutely.
that's wanting
Xbox is the
for
home to
people
gamers.
to go ahead and do a passion project. And it's like with this stuff, you kind of don't know what's going to hit. So, like, if you make something good that it's like personal to you, that you really want to, like, it's a higher chance to really go ahead and make something special.
Yeah.
All right.
G maybe says that I guess when we're talking about Hades, he said, I get that. You get what you put into it. Yeah, for sure, 100%. He also says, I never did warm up to Grounded, but I prefer single player experiences. Me too. And I don't like building stuff. Facts. Especially when that is a main mechanic. That's why we didn't play Fortnite until they dropped the building. G maybe says, my daughter still spends time in it with her friends though. So that's cool. Like it's a great, like, socially, those are cool games.
Yeah.
I think, you know what I think, G maybe? I think our generation is very antisocial. I think we don't,
little
like,
bit,
we're
yes.
cool with people, but like it's not like our driving
Yes.
force. Where I think nowadays these kids are all like up on each other. Like they need constantly talking to each other on all these devices. You know what I'm saying? Like back in the day, if you weren't hanging with your peoples, you were alone.
And I think
Now you're never alone.
So this
Your
is the
phone
thing.
is always
Yes.
there. What are people
I
talking
think
about on
that's-
TikTok? TikTok. It's even grabbing some of the older folks.
CMoney cannot stand TikTok.
I hate it.
Okay?
I don't do
Listen,
TikTok,
I
Facebook,
never
none of that
said
crap.
I like
Just
TikTok.
Twitter.
Okay?
You don't have to say it. You scroll that shit non-stop.
Listen, I do not.
Oh, okay.
Do
Got it.
not.
Got it.
But sometimes you kind of get going in there and it
Sometimes.
keeps happening for a little bit and you're like, oh shoot, TikTok, huh?
This is pretty silly.
This
And
is
then
sometimes
I
it's
have
pretty
my
good.
daughter doing it, and I get a random text message with a link to a video. Oh my god!
But that's the thing. I'll get a text with a link, and then from there you kind of keep going. You're like, oh, yo, that was funny, or whatever the heck.
And then you stay.
And then you kind of stay for a little bit, and then you move on with life. But I do think that that's the difference. Like, we didn't grow up with cell phones.
Nope.
We didn't like we were out in the streets playing and hanging out.
Facts.
And like it's not the same thing. Like these kids have access to everything. We didn't have social media. So I don't think we were as needy, you know.
And pathetic.
You said it.
First.
I just feel like we found a way to entertain ourselves and kind of like be alone, and that was okay, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
But
absolutely.
Whatever.
All right, so on to the next topic. Starfield marketing is in full gear.
Ooh.
Okay, so it's funny because we had a discussion like a little while ago where people were talking about how Starfield's not marketing their stuff. What are they doing? Blah, 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 blah. Well, Starfield basically on August 1st started marketing hard for their release. That's September 1st for the early access, right? It actually comes out the 31st at 8 o'clock
Really?
at night.
Look at CMoney with
It's
all
going
the
down.
details.
It's going down.
Oh my gosh.
Going down for
Welp.
real. Welp, indeed. But it's in full gear, so they have a bunch of stuff going on. First of all, we already know that product-wise, they started with the controller. Hello, controller.
Oh my gosh, see.
Hello, little buddy.
And
They are beautiful though.
the headset, which is dope, right? So they made very beautiful.
I feel like the controller looks better
Oh,
in
way
real
better.
life than
in the picture.
Yes.
Yeah, it's stunning. It really is a stunning controller. I
Yeah.
really want to use it. I just haven't taken it out the box.
Well,
Except for we did
you
one
certainly need to
But I have
take
to
it
check
out
it
the
out.
box before you use it.
for sure.
All right,
for
all
sure.
right. Those are just,
Absolutely.
steps to live by.
Yep. Oh, by the way, G Maybe says, "True. I don't require others' opinions when I'm in my own world."
Mm-hmm.
Facts. It's just a superpower that us oldies have.
Yeah.
That this young generation will not keep.
Yeah. I don't
They're
think
constantly
so.
in need of contact with other people.
Yeah.
It's like nonstop. I must see what other people are doing at all moments of time. Fun times. Okay, but Starfield. So they started with that, but they have since expanded. So they're also doing a chair. So like a
Really?
like a gaming chair.
Yes.
They're doing it. I think they're called Noble Chairs is the brand.
That's cool.
But they're doing a pretty cool Starfield edition. Is white on the front, black in the back. I don't know like what gamers, like some of the younger gamers or the nasty gamers who like eat stuff and they have like a white seat. They're gonna be touching everything,
that's the
getting it
first
dirty.
thought. As soon as you said like it's white in the front.
Not a good look for them.
I wonder how much
Yuck.
you can customize the seat though.
No, there's no customization
At all?
No,
Like even like writing on it, nothing?
Nope.
Damn.
it's just a seat.
Brutal.
But yeah, so they have that. They also have a bomber jacket that looks pretty cool.
That's dope.
It says Starfield on the back.
Yeah.
Has like some things. There's a blue jacket with like white trim.
Yeah.
Because obviously like white is like their
Yeah.
big color. But yeah, it looks really good. And they are doing a on their Discord channel, if I'm not mistaken, they're having a dev Q&A.
Okay.
So I already signed into their Discord, but if you're in their Discord,
Of course you did see.
well, no, from this,
CMoney was the first one in.
I was ready.
Just kidding.
But they're doing a Q&A on it, and you can be in there and you can ask them
That's
questions.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
See,
so
you can always
that's gonna be dope.
reach them. You know? That's cool. Like I feel
it's
like
really
they like to hear back.
Exactly. I agree. And then remember, they're going to be at Gamescom, right? So we have a lot of Starfield information that's going to be coming from now in the next 2 weeks,
Yeah.
basically. We're like 2 weeks and a half away from the game starting.
It's coming.
Man, are you super excited for Starfield?
I am looking forward to it. I will check it out when it comes out. So yeah, I'm definitely excited for it.
Okay. Dope. Doodle?
What's up?
Are you gonna play or are you just gonna watch?
I think I'm
sidelines.
Well, I love how that sales pitch came through. Are you gonna play or are you gonna watch?
From the sidelines.
You know, trying to commit me into some type of Starfield situation. Either I'm playing it or I'm watching the game.
Listen.
I don't know. Maybe neither.
Maybe neither. What do you mean neither?
Neither. Nah, I won't play or watch. You know? Heartbroken.
That sounds suspect.
CMoney's heartbroken right now.
That
we'll see. Maybe
really
I'll watch
suspect.
a little bit, but you know.
You'll watch a little bit.
I don't think it's my type of game.
You don't think it's your type of game?
It's stunning, but I don't think it's my type.
But you can play it anyway.
Yes, I see that. And that's when I was a little bit more intrigued. I'm not opposed to doing a little gameplay. And we'll see what it does then. You know, if it's like, oh my gosh, I want to play this again. You know.
All right.
I'm like that with games.
Well,
if it captivates me and if it like pulls me in and I want more, then I want more. But you know, you can't you expect the unexpected with Doodle. You can't expect me to be like, yo, Starfield, I'm gonna love it or I'm gonna enjoy it or I'm gonna play it.
It looks amazing though.
It looks beautiful. So that's the one thing. I can do that. I can appreciate things for what they are. Yeah. And I can really criticize. So I'll go in there and watch and see what's wrong with the game, if anything. Looks pretty perfect so far. So we'll see.
She ain't gonna hold back any punches.
Never.
So
never.
She'll be there.
Oh yeah.
Day one.
Like Ken.
Just Ken. I'm just Ken. All right. And then so the early access does start at 8 p.m. Eastern time.
Don't forget, guys. August 31st. Early access.
Maybe you can get it at 5 p.m.
Ooh, nice.
The question is, are you gonna play at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Maybe? I feel like that's I don't know. Amazing game. Cannot wait.
Yeah.
Cannot wait. I'm so this is crazy as Boulder Gates 3 has me more excited for Starfield.
Yeah.
Because of how good Boulder Gates 3, I just imagine, I love all of their
my
games,
gosh, can you imagine if you play Star Wars and you're, Starfield, and you're like, oh my gosh, I miss BG3.
Boulder Gate 3? I don't know. I'm going to try to see how far I can get into BG3 before Starfield comes out. But
we'll see.
I don't know. I don't think so. Starfield is it's different because it's more my type of game. I'm gonna go shoot things and do the whole stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's gonna be.
It's a little it's a little more action, more engaging.
What you like?
Let's go.
G maybe says maybe I will.
Wow.
G maybe you should. Everybody should.
I like that. G. I like that.
All right. So we're gonna talk some Call of Duty.
Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. So I've been pretty vocal.
Raise your hand.
Pretty vocal out in these streets that I feel like Jimmy Jim is going to back out of his deal because he pretty much said that he doesn't think it makes sense to market Call of Duty for Xbox.
I don't think it makes sense to him because he's a bit bitter, right? So at the end of the day, Call of Duty is a big game for PlayStation. So if he doesn't want to do that, I don't see that Phil Spencer.
Those people aren't stupid anymore. Like they're not gonna be like, oh my god, PlayStation is marketing it. No, I can just go on Xbox and go on Game Pass. And yeah, he knows that they're not just gonna be like, if PlayStation says it on PlayStation, I can only get it on PlayStation, sort of thing.
Well, I don't think that Jimmy is in a place where he wants to spend more money. I don't think Jimmy's in a place where he wants to go ahead and market anything that he feels will highly benefit Xbox. So, and I also don't believe that Phil or Xbox are going to go ahead and hold him to the contract.
If he wants out.
If he wants out. I think if he wants out, they'll be more than happy to let him go.
So this is the thing. I believed all that stuff.
Yes.
Right? That's what I believed. Because I just think it makes sense, right? But there's something pretty damning that has come out that's not official.
Okay.
But it is rumored and leaked, so we'll talk about it. But let me catch us up to what's going on in the world of Call of Duty.
Sure.
So Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 is officially announced. It will be the game that is coming out. One of the big things that I'm very excited for, because I just literally got into Call of Duty and got into the multiplayer.
Okay.
And I may have purchased some skins that were fire.
No crap.
my God.
Listen,
So-
if you told me that you didn't buy Snoop,
Snoop wasn't out when I did it.
No.
I gotta go
It's
check. I haven't
gotta
played.
go get-
right?
I got Homelander.
Oh, cool.
And I
you
got
gotta
some
go
other
get
cool ones.
Snoop.
I gotta go see if
and
he's
you
in
gotta
there.
go get Nikki
And Nikki, yeah.
for sure.
But so I may have bought some stuff, right? And I was like, man, I'm doing this shit, and it's so close to Modern Warfare 3. That's so stupid of me. But it has been confirmed. Breaking news: Microsoft-owned developers Activision confirmed that everything you have in Modern Warfare 2 will carry over to Modern
What?
Warfare 3.
Yo, that's
including
crazy.
all purchases and even your weapon levels.
That's so dope. That's
Now,
really
let me
cool.
tell you what that is. That's
really
Xbox right
Being
there
awesome.
saying we are going to be doing this shit right.
Yep.
Activision. Activision has never done this shit before.
Nope.
Now they're getting bought, and all of a sudden it's like,
They're out here like Santa Claus handing out
nope,
gifts.
you keep all
Keep
your
your
stuff.
stuff.
You don't have to rebuy it. It's all yours. That's beautiful.
Bull crap. That's Philly Phil.
Philly Phil in these streets putting in the work.
That's right.
For everybody, though. And you see, that's what they
Exactly.
don't understand. This purchase is going to benefit every Call of Duty
world.
player, not just Xbox,
Mm-hmm.
right? Unlike the way things were, where the deal was only benefiting PlayStation players
Exactly.
who was getting extra shit for Call of Duty. Now that's all done.
This is so
and Call of
cool.
Duty
That's
will be
awesome.
everywhere. So that is really, really dope. And another big thing that people were concerned about,
Mm-hmm.
because remember, the majority of people who own a console still own last gen consoles.
Yes.
Right? So the majority of PlayStation people are still on PlayStation 4. They're not on PlayStation 5. Xbox people, a lot of them have changed. There's still people who are not, but I think I would probably at this point say you figure they're at almost 20, they're at like 20 million or 25 million, something like that, console sold for the next gen. So that's like half of what they sold on Xbox. So it's like pretty close, neck and neck, like half and half. Xbox next gen, Xbox old gen. But still, that's a lot of people to miss out. So it has been confirmed, even though every logo we saw was only for next gen, they have confirmed that it is coming out on Xbox One and PlayStation 4 consoles.
Nice.
So that's really dope.
Good. Excellent.
And then, as a fun fact, before we go into the thing that has damned my vision or my thoughts on this,
Okay.
My vision.
it was, again, showing the Xbox effect. In the UK, Call of Duty Black Ops 2 was the 4th best-selling game in the UK in July. Because remember, Xbox turned on the servers so you can play the old games on your Xbox.
That's pretty dope.
And then Call of Duty Modern Warfare Part 2 was number 5.
Wait, the old one or the new one?
The old one.
That's
Damn.
The one from 2009.
wow.
These are digital sales.
Oh, yeah,
It
because
was-
they don't sell physical copies anymore, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
So this was number 4 and 5 old Call of Duty games for the month of July.
That's
That's the
crazy.
power of Xbox bringing that shit
That
back.
is pretty awesome.
I gotta
That's
wonder,
crazy.
It's like
do you think
bringing
it'd
all
do
these
well
games back to
if
life.
they reprinted old copies and put them in store shelves?
No. There's still old copies out there. You can buy it on
Used
Amazon
copies,
or eBay.
whatever. Yeah.
It's not worth them doing that. That's just costing them
That's
money.
probably
yeah.
funny.
That's wasting money. But
All right, now this is the thing. We have to take this for a grain of salt, though. So that's why I'm
Okay.
not completely giving up on my ideas of the game coming
His
to
idea
Game Pass
for the
this
future.
year. And
Oh,
the-
Modern
the
Warfare 3,
marketing
there's still
deal.
a PlayStation deal and stuff like that. So, it might
So
not come to Game
I
Pass
thought the
yet.
marketing deal was going to be over for sure, but there's something that came up that can maybe prove otherwise. So Eurogamer went ahead and they found, I guess, according to an advertisement taken from Sony's Arabics YouTube channel,
okay.
Nice.
It reportedly said that players can, quote, play the demo first on PlayStation at least 5 days before any other platform. So if that's the case, then it will be, obviously the marketing will still be with PlayStation. But the only thing that has me a little bit is that it's the same marketing, it's the same trailer.
Yeah.
That everywhere else has, but nowhere else has that verbiage. Whereas even when the PlayStation, if you go on PlayStation's, YouTube and look at that ad, it does not say that, but the Arabic version does. So what I'm thinking, what if the Arabic version of it, they just didn't update it correctly.
That's potentially true.
You know what I'm saying? Maybe they don't, because maybe that deal is technically, Xbox doesn't own them yet. So maybe they're just keeping it in there because that was supposed to be the deal.
Yeah.
And once Xbox owns it, it won't be. Like, that's the one thing to keep in mind. Of course, right now, everything was set in motion before, right? The deal was already done that they were going to get the beta early. They're getting this, they're getting that. All that stuff is set in stone from previously. But if Xbox goes, buys them, then that's what I'm saying. I think he's going to break the deal. So I feel like he's going to stop it.
I don't think that he'll feel like it's necessary.
Or maybe he'll just let the beta happen early, like let that part of the deal go through, but then shut down the rest so that by the next game, they can, remember, for sales, once the sales start coming in, they want to be able to have that happen.
Yeah.
So again, for people who are looking at this saying, no, for sure, 100% is not going to, they still have the marketing rights. Yeah, they do still have the marketing rights because Xbox did not complete the purchase yet.
Okay, we'll see.
Okay.
We will soon see.
It's just, seeing it there, or having it kind of leaked this way where people are like, no, it says it there. It just kind of puts it out there that, look, at least one of the places is assuming that they're going to keep the rights.
Yeah.
Or maybe they just didn't take it out. Whereas everywhere else, though, does not say that. So that's what I'm saying.
The bigger
it's like,
question, right? How can it not have it anywhere else, right?
Yeah, like PlayStation's YouTube channel doesn't have it that way.
If this was the way, that's the bigger thing, right? Yeah. And I think if this was the way that they were planning on, then it should have been there all along. And the thing would be to take them out now. It seems more of like an either overlook or I don't know how legit is it, like full blown, like for sure that it wasn't added on to that video.
Well, it's in Arabic.
Okay.
So it's reportedly because somebody translated it and put that there.
Okay.
So we don't know.
Okay.
If that's reality. We just know that's why it's leaked. Like we don't have 100% confirmation, and nobody's saying it. Like PlayStation's not like, oh, we have it. Like they would say it.
I feel like they're braggy like that. They would definitely say it. And especially, I mean, if I spend the money on something, I would be, announcing the rights that I have from that happening, right?
Yep.
Like, wouldn't he be out there just promoting the crap out of it?
That's what I'm saying. So, like, I'm still on what I believe is going to happen. I still think that that's going to happen. But this was just like a little wrinkle when you see it. It's like,
I do think that Phil will let him out of it. I do believe that, it is probably a smart business decision to go ahead and pull out if you can.
Yeah, because you're marketing for the other team.
Yes, and
doesn't make any sense.
Save that money, especially now.
Absolutely.
With all the hiccups.
Yeah. And it's not like it's an exclusive. You know what I'm saying? That's
Exactly.
different. That's why like PlayStation kept the exclusive deals because it still benefits them. Even though it's Microsoft getting the money for that game, it still benefited them because people were like, oh, I can only play it there. I'm going to go buy it there. I want to get a PlayStation to play those games. Like, it made sense. But for this, it's everywhere. So why would you market their game?
Exactly. Especially their game that it's going to Game Pass, right?
Well, assuming that's the whole point. If he breaks the deal, it'll go into Game Pass.
Jumping right in.
But if it doesn't break the deal, then this year we'll skip Game Pass. Next year it'll go into Game Pass. The new game will go into Game Pass directly.
You think that he would want to? I mean, would you think he will want that in Game Pass though?
Well, I feel like this year there's enough people who are not going to even know about the deal. Like
That's
casual
true.
people. I'm not talking about the
Yes,
hardcore.
I get that.
It's the people out in the streets
Yeah.
who are not going to know. So they already have a PlayStation. They're already going to buy it.
Mm-hmm.
Or they might buy a PlayStation this year for this Call of Duty because they don't know what's going on with
I think it'd be
Xbox.
smart to try
Exactly.
and market it mainly as an Xbox game, so they're like, oh, I can just buy an Xbox, and then they'll soon find out you get Game Pass and just get Call
Well,
of Duty.
Xbox will always market it as an Xbox game, meaning they're never going to say, not going to go on Xbox YouTube channel and it's going to finish to say on Xbox and PlayStation and Switch. No, it's going to be on Xbox only. But Switch will have the ability to have their version of that trailer. PlayStation will have their version of that trailer.
Yeah.
But Xbox will never market the other people's
Of course, they
stuff.
want people to buy their version.
But this is gonna be the year. And G maybe says Jim has to want that extra 10%, 100%. Like for facts, like Jim wants the money, and he knows.
Yeah.
This is the reality. He knows that this year is going to be the best year he has for Call of Duty, and is potentially the last year that it will go higher.
Yeah.
I feel like Call of Duty for PlayStation will progressively start shifting
Things
a little
will start
bit
to
over.
balance out for sure.
A little bit, not crazy. I'm not saying it's going to be some big dramatic thing, but let's say it's 20%, 80%. I could see it going to 35%, 65%. You know what I'm saying? Where you get a bump from this acquisition, but still that
will
equals
gradually
lost
happen,
dollars
yes.
for PlayStation. So
Yeah.
for them to lose
It's a
that
hit.
extra is a hit. So why not take advantage and get your full 70% for Xbox, 30% for them, versus the deal he has for Activision right now is 80% for Activision and 20%.
He needs that money right
Yeah.
now. PlayStation does.
It's too logical for me, and I feel like he's too much of a money man to let that
He's a businessman.
to let that slide.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I just can't see it any other way. It doesn't make any sense to me. Jim would literally like blow my mind if he didn't back out of the deal.
That would be very
and
unexpected.
Get more money from it. Yeah, it just
Yeah.
doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
Kind of silly, if you ask me.
Yeah, so we'll see. Again, if you see marketing out there that says PlayStation is going to have something exclusive on Call of Duty, that's because they still have the marketing rights for it. Nothing that I say goes into effect until Xbox 100% seals the deal with Call of Duty. Once it's 100% sealed that they own Activision, then is when that negotiation will start taking
and
place.
we're assuming that Phil will let him be.
Of course, because he
know?
also wants it in Game Pass. I mean, that's Phil's motivation in life.
Yeah.
He wants everything in Game Pass. Because Game Pass, I don't know if it was
his,
G
like-
maybe that said it or where or who said it. But, when I heard it, I was like, yup, that makes 100% sense. And I've thought about that before, but when they put it this way, it makes the most sense to me. So, like, the games as a service fad, right, it's kind of come and gone, right? And that's unfortunate for the games that tried to get in but now are hampered by it.
Yes.
But what Xbox did is they big brained it. And what they did is instead of having a games as a service, they essentially have a platform as a service. Because Game Pass is their games as a service. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like they have you paying $15 a month regardless of what you're playing in their store, no matter what.
Yes.
And as long as they have you paying $17 now, that's $17 a month for Ultimate, right? Because we saw the report that like 80%, 70 to 80% are all Ultimate, right? So that's the vast majority of people. I think it was on the Fix we were talking about this. Which is Infinite Umbra and Daniel's McGee's show. They kind of made it where you are in a games as a service.
Yeah.
Like you're using their platform as a service. Obviously, it's so crazy when you think about it. We've been doing this forever, right? We've been doing the multiplayer. You pay for multiplayer, so that was technically a payment. But we like anybody who's anybody got the $60 version, right? You paid for the year.
Yes.
Got it for $60, right? And then you just did that every year. But now they're literally getting $17 from you. They're tripling what you were paying them
Yeah.
for Xbox Live Gold to now. Now you're paying over 3 times as much monthly. You know what I'm saying? So they have you.
It makes sense, dude. Like, I don't know who can't see that for them it's such a big deal just as much as the consumer. You know,
Absolutely.
they're banking on that.
Absolutely. So yeah, when it comes to Call of Duty, if you're sitting there and you're saying to yourself, look at CMoney. He's wrong. If they got the marketing, the proof is right there.
CMoney thinks he's right.
It hasn't happened until Phil literally owns them. It's not real. It's all fake news.
Not yet.
G maybe says, exactly, why would I spend $20 on one skin when I could spend $17 and get over 100 games?
Yep. Facts.
Facts.
Damn.
150% factual.
Yep.
All right. So we are going on to the next one. This one was just, this is cheeky. Like, this is cool to know because I didn't know that. And it also explains why it was so small. So, Inside. Remember the game Inside?
Oh, that was a great game.
No.
I remember that.
An
From
amazing
Playdead.
game.
The people
From
who
Playdead.
bought,
They remember they made
Limbo.
and then they made their next game was Inside. It was amazing.
remember
Yeah, it
Limbo.
was. I beat that
So
game.
maybe we should have you do a
And
Never Have I Ever
yes,
played
you
for
should
that.
do Never Ever. That was a
Because
great
that was
game. I beat
really,
that one.
really good. But we found out because the developer said had an interview and he kind of spilled the beans here. So Inside actually had a deal with PlayStation already done.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm trying to figure out how to phrase it. Well, I'm just going to keep it simple. It was Dino Patty, the guy. I think it's the same guy who made that Somerville game who was talking crap
Yes.
about Game Pass.
Yes,
Right?
I remember.
Remember him? So I think he's just salty now. So he's like trying to put things out there because he's being a bitch about it. But this is just good information for us. So he had a deal with PlayStation already, right? But this is his quote. I don't know if he got wind of it. I don't know if he got wind of it somehow. I was sitting one night at 8 o'clock in my sweatpants, and then my phone rings, displaying an American number because he's from another country.
Okay.
And it's Phil Spencer from Microsoft. It was crazy.
CMoney, what if he got a phone call from Phil Spencer like, "Hi, I'm Phil Spencer.
I would be very confused as to what he wants.
What do you want?"
I'd be like, "Yo, what's up, Phil? How you doing? Love
that
Xbox. Why are you calling me?"
This harassment,
No,
Phil.
Yeah, this is weird. How do you get my number?
Get the fuck out of my house.
So he continues, listen, we need to make a deal with you. What do you want?
What the hell? That's creepy.
Okay.
And
What do you
he
want?
says, well, we've actually made an okay deal with Sony. Phil says, no. You don't understand what I'm saying.
You don't want to say what I'm saying.
I can make anything happen.
What the fudge? That's creepy
What
as
do
shit.
you
Whoa.
want?
That's creepy as
Okay.
shit.
First of all, that's
What
not creepy.
do you want?
That has nothing to do with being creepy. That's
What?
all smooth. That's business. Let's
All right, go
relax. Okay. It says, what do you want?
I always wanted
Obviously,
a
they
car.
don't tell us what he wants, but obviously they got what he wanted because they did go ahead and make it exclusive.
To
And it was
Xbox
literally
for
one of the
long.
shortest exclusivities ever known to mankind because I'm assuming he couldn't get out of the deal that he already signed with Sony.
Yes.
So maybe he had to renege on part of the deal, and Sony was like, Xbox was like, all right, I'll pay
For this.
for that.
Yeah.
You know, for you to get out of that part because it was only the exclusivity was from June 29th, the release date, to August 23rd, 2016.
Wow.
Well,
So it was super small amount of time, but it was impactful because you get to say it's released for that time, but the whole build up to that moment, you market it as Xbox exclusive. So you get all that time. So you know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter how long it's there when it comes out because if the marketing didn't get people to buy it in that time frame,
and no, they're not.
then they're not going to buy it
yeah.
anyway there, right? Because it's already moments past. But it got super highly rated.
What do you want? Look at that.
But
boss
look at those
call,
boss moves, dude.
He
That's
probably had
pretty
like
cool.
Those are boss
giant cigar,
ass
like, listen,
moves.
What do you want?
Right?
All right, see? What else you got for us?
So, another note here, we're talking about the ABK deal. So, New Zealand approved it.
Good for them.
Okay.
So, another place that approved
Good for them.
it.
Jolly good.
So, again, we're literally waiting for the CMA. And there's an update here. It says Seeking Alpha expects the CMA to submit their provisional view on the deal on Monday. This is from Jay Wood. This is not the final decision, but more of an opinion, so we can learn a lot in just a few days. So by Monday, theoretically, we should have an idea
of how this is going to go.
How this is going to play out.
All
but we
right.
already know how it's going to play out. This is the thing. Like, I forgot about this whole thing. Like, I was just focused on all the new stuff that we've been talking about and hearing about, because
we talked about this for so long, by the way. It was such a big deal.
Once Sony signed the deal, there's nothing to stop this deal from happening. You know what I'm saying? Like, no matter what regulators say, everybody's on board now. So CMA is going to approve it no matter what. It's just, what did they, they're going to take their deal and call it a day. That's it. But it's just nice knowing that it's coming to an end. All right, so a little bit of Gamescom news. There was this game, I don't know if you ever saw it, Doodle or MADMAN, but there is a game called Black Myth Wukong. I don't know if you can see, but this guy, he's kind of looks like half monkey man. It's like an Asian game.
So I don't know what this is about, but I saw like a side-to-side situation.
Yeah, well, it's been years. Like, it was like the first Unreal Engine 5 looking, or it was Unreal Engine 4 before, and I think they changed to Unreal Engine 5, but it was stunning, like crazy good looking. But it's finally reemerged, and it is looking like it's actually going to be at opening night live. So we're going to get to see. They call it a world premiere new look because it's been long enough. They made a lot of changes. And it's going to be playable there as well. So we're going to get a lot of hands-on on that. So I thought that was cool. Yeah. Another big thing, this one I'm really excited about because this fleshes out the rest of Xbox's year. Stalker 2, right? We talked about it last week that Stalker 2 is going to be at Gamescom. They're making that the big focus, right? Stalker 2 versus like Starfield or whatever, right? At Gamescom, you're going to play it hands-on. Well, we were like, oh man, when is it going to come out? Well, a leak reveals that it could be released on December 1st.
Ooh.
So this is
coming out this year.
This is important because it's fulfilling like the rest of the year. So basically from now to the end to the new year, we have bangers lined up, right? So actually this was Boom's whole big brain thought of it. He was saying that he believed that we're going to get Starfield in September. We have Forza in October. He believes, like I do, that November we're going to get the new Call of Duty in Game Pass. And he believed that in December we would get Stalker. And
there it is.
That's where it looks like it's falling. Looks like it's going to happen that way. And we're getting Stalker 2 to round out the end of the year. Remember, it's coming to Game Pass. So it's going to be good times.
Philly delivering
Christmas gifts.
Actually,
they also, if you haven't seen it, guys, you should definitely go take a look. They believe they released a new trailer, which looks awesome.
Yeah.
So definitely worth looking at. This story, this is again quick hit, but Final Fantasy 16, right? If I'm not mistaken, the last time we talked about this, we referenced how like the week before, like the 2 weeks before, their sales were bad.
Now it's
and
great.
then they changed their mind that they felt.
It looks good, right? Okay. Well, the saga continues because this week the sales are bad
again.
According to analysts who attended Square Enix's earnings call, President Kiryu said Final Fantasy 16 sales didn't meet the high end of the company's expectations, and that PlayStation 5's installment base was a limiting factor. So this is why, see, when you hear that, this explains it all. This is why Xbox is getting Final Fantasy 14 and this is why things are changing. Because Sony probably sold Square on the idea that by the time we get to year 3, we're going to have like 80 million consoles sold. Like we're going to have so many sold. And
that everybody's
Square
going to
is
go
like,
and pick up this game.
Yep. Square is like, okay, we're going to make it for you guys, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And then look, they only at 40 million. It's not enough for them, for the percentage to work out in their favor.
Yes.
And they didn't make what they wanted to make. So just whoever's keeping score, the number that Final Fantasy 16 sold was bad. And then it was good.
and now it's bad again.
Bad again.
Yes,
okay?
that's where we're at.
So we're ending it there. If they come back and say it's good next week,
good.
We'll
needs to
update it.
Yeah, we'll let you know.
All right.
We'll let you know. But so far, I think we're good. Also, just quick mention that Street Fighter Ninja Turtle crossover. Did we talk about that last week? No, right?
No,
no,
we did not.
I thought we did.
Nope, we didn't.
No. So basically,
Fighter
and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles,
crossing
where
over.
you can go and if you buy Street Fighter, which I kind of want to do now, and you can buy the turtles, and you can use the turtles in the story mode.
Did we talk about this?
We never did.
At a different time,
announced.
I feel
it was just
like
announced.
Maybe privately we talked about it.
No,
Maybe.
we did talk about it.
Because I feel like I remember you saying, well, now I want to get the game.
Yeah, that was privately.
Okay.
That was here we were talking.
Gotcha.
You know.
But yeah, so we
That's
had...
pretty dope.
Yeah,
the Turtles are like making a comeback, and you know they're going a little hard on the advertisement. So that's good. That's good.
I'm in it.
Yeah.
So I saw Insipid Ghosts on Twitter.
Yeah.
He has a pretty cool podcast that he does by himself, but he turned it. I think he does it by himself, but he also interviews people in the show.
Oh, that's pretty
cool. Called
the
Xbox Expansion Pass, I think it's called. It's really good. If you haven't heard it, you should check it out. But he was on Twitter and he kind of put out there that, you know, these things are $15 a pop and you can't even use them in the game, like the regular mode. So you can't fight with them.
Okay.
So yeah, you can't put them against Street Fighter in your normal matches.
Like
so how can you use
it's
them?
only, you can use them as a costume in the story mode. Because the story mode is you are your own person trying to learn and grow in the ranks, right? So you can wear the costume and be the Ninja Turtle in the story mode.
What if the costume is big on you?
No, you turn into them. You turn into
morph into a turtle.
It sounds so bootlegged.
I know, but it's not. It's just skin. That's all it is. You're just playing as that person.
Not gonna sound like
so
that.
at first, I thought like when I read that, I was like, nah, man, that's garbage. If I can't play with them as a thing, that's whack. But then he unsold me and then sold me. It's weird because he told me that stuff and I didn't want to buy it. But then he was like, yeah, look at this. This is all you can do. And he put gameplay of the story mode.
And you liked it.
And I was like, yo, that looks dope. Like, it just looks dope that you can, like, I didn't like the story mode when I watched it, and you're the generic character.
You
looks
didn't care for
whack.
it, but being a Ninja
But
Turtle,
if I could play as a Ninja Turtle and do the story mode, that sounds awesome.
And I feel like it goes hand in hand. It's like very 90s, you know?
Yeah.
And like the Turtles in that time.
Yep.
That's pretty dope.
That's dope. So I'm going to buy Raphael, and I'm going to
right.
I'm going to do it.
All right.
That's going to be super dope.
How'd you buy Street Fighter 6? Oh, Ninja Turtles.
Yep. And then just a quick
little punch in the
little
stomach.
thing. Borderlands 4 release date was leaked.
Yeah.
I didn't know they were making a Borderlands 4.
I had no idea.
I had zero
But
idea.
somebody's
Borderlands
resume.
was good. The first
the
one.
hype died
The first
out.
two we played a lot.
yeah.
Then 3 we never
First
even
one
tried. We
most,
should try
but-
3 to see if we like it. I played it by myself a little bit, but
You can't play without us,
Borderlands
see?
is sad.
yeah, I don't think. I feel like that's a
sad
4-player
day
game.
for you.
The problem is I feel like Borderlands just died out hype wise. Like there's just
Well, it
nothing
definitely
really.
it's not the same.
It took
And
a
you know why?
hit,
Because it
but-
was the first of its kind. Like it was not the first looter, but it was like a looter shooter. That was like the first one that really hit, that was big. Then they made part 2, it was great. But then other people started doing it. Then once other people do it and they do it well, it's like it's not special anymore. Now there's choices.
I feel like Purpleberry would enjoy
yeah, I think so.
the game.
I think so. But one of the she plays a character in it. I don't know. But her resume says that she's playing. She's gonna be in Borderlands 4, and it's releasing holiday 2023.
That's pretty
so
dope.
at Gamescom, we might get like a special announcement. Like this might have just leaked Jeff Keighley's special surprise announcement.
Oh my god! And now Jeff Keighley's losing his shit in a room somewhere.
Can you imagine that Borderlands 4 is coming out and it's?
I'm not gonna lie. Hearing this makes me want to go back and play Borderlands. Like,
yeah, I think we should.
Dope.
We should do it for the win. And then another thing at Gamescom, 4A Games is going to be there. And there was a rumor or a report that they're making a new Metro game. Did you ever see Metro, like Metro Exodus?
I don't believe so.
I think you've seen me play it, or maybe. But it's really stunning. Maybe that's another one we should do. Man, there's so many good games out there.
So many games, so little time.
Yeah, so Metro Exodus, well, all the Metro games were really, really good. Like, it's like a Russian type, Ukrainian type. I don't know. But it's really cool. Like it's first-person shooter. Graphics are amazing. They're actually one of the first studios, I think, even on the Series S, that the whole game is in ray tracing mode.
Really?
Like they didn't add ray tracing. They remade the game.
Yeah.
Took out all the lights in the game that were not like electrical lights.
Yes.
So like all the place lights that they put to make things look a certain way, they took it out. Only the sun or the moon or whatever it is. That's
dope.
the only thing that lights the game. And obviously actual lights that you have in the game.
Yes.
But aside from that, it's all ray trace and it looks stunning. So maybe I'll have you play that.
We shall see.
Absolutely. Quake 2 remaster release, which is on everything, but it is in Game Pass.
Good.
Quake 2, that's not the Quake 2 we're looking for. Hopefully, ID id Software is going to be making
a real
actual
Quake 2 sequel to the remake.
That would be dope. Absolutely. But that is out in the world. And then the last really quick topic in our gaming news block, Far Cry has a new head of IP. And it's the guy who was the narrative lead on Far Cry 5.
Yeah?
Yes.
I like that.
Far Cry 5
Someone who's been involved in the game.
You know I still haven't beat that game?
No?
I have to play it.
Okay.
Like I have.
Did you even start 6?
I started a little bit and then I stopped.
Far Cry.
But I think that's why they're doing the Far Cry 5 guy, because I think the story of Far Cry 5 was that whole cult and the thing. That
crazy,
shit was really, really well done.
Yeah.
Like it was really good. And I wanna go back and play it. But yeah, so he's in charge of it and they're making a new Far Cry. And that's dope because if he's the guy who wrote that, that's the type of sensibility we want going forward.
Yes.
Right? We want them to really, do cool shit that's like darker and deeper,
Dark and
like they always have great villains. Like that's
They
Far
really
Cry's.
do.
That's Far Cry's MO. It's all about the villain.
The villains are crazy.
And the last one was good
Always
too.
next level.
Yeah, the last one was good too. But I think it was just it was okay. It was okay. I think it was a good game. I think if we play it, we'll like it. But I think they need to shake it up. So hopefully he's doing something. G maybe in the chat says, it makes sense because custom characters break game balance on fighting games. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Right? So you don't want to put him in the multiplayer regular matchmaking stuff because it does imbalance it. Like you have to balance them for that.
Yeah.
Versus in the
I get that.
The make your own character, you can do it up. That's actually a great point, and that puts a lot of perspective into it, actually. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, G Maybe.
G Maybe also says everyone ignores Gearbox when they talk about Microsoft buying devs from Embracer. I guess they don't like the Borderlands series. Oh shit! I forgot Embracer owns Gearbox.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I forgot about
Embracer.
Embracer.
I forgot. You know what? It's funny because the thing about Gearbox is that's all they have. Borderlands. And kind of like as we talked about, it's not like. It's not popping anymore.
It's not popping right now. Yeah.
It's not popping. Like even if
we'll
it's
see what
good,
happens with this fourth game that's coming out.
We'll see. I mean, now they got a different owner, so they were independent before. Maybe Embracer is gonna put some real money into it. Remember, the movie's coming out too.
Yeah, next year.
Kevin Hart's in the movie.
Oh.
Maybe
We'll
there's
see.
maybe there's something there. But yeah,
He probably doesn't even know it's based on a game. Like Borderlands 2.
that would be actually funny if that was the case. All right, so we have made it through our gaming news block.
Damn.
There's a lot,
we have.
but we did it. So we are going to. I'm going to take this timestamp right here. So
Guys,
we are going
thank
to
you for hanging with
transition. Yeah, we
us.
really
It's
appreciate
been a
it.
while. Thanks, guys, for sticking around.
We are going to transition over to our anime news block.
Did you say anime?
I did.
Yes.
Do you have something special for us? Because it's anime time, Doodle. Do you have something special for us?
It's time for the anime block.
Do you? Oh my God! G maybe says it's Kevin Hart claptrap. That would be hilarious.
Oh
I
my
have no
god,
idea.
that'd be funny.
Are you gonna do it?
I don't know,
I'm ready.
guys. Okay, so I told you guys that I didn't like One Piece, but I did find the hat, and I saw it online, and I had to order it.
It's the king of the pirates.
There you go.
So
The One Piece is
So-
real.
I'm gonna rock it.
Damn, she's
During
all
our
bored in the
anime.
hat.
real.
The
Good
hat
times.
is out.
The hat is out, and the hat
It's actually
looks
kinda cute.
amazing on you.
Thank you. All
Bro.
So I am digging it.
right,
I am digging it.
let's go.
All right, so anime block. First up, the My Hero Academia movie 4 was
The fourth
announced with a visual teaser.
So we talked about this last podcast,
Ooh.
and yeah, they did confirm it does exist. However,
Was it a rumor last time?
no, it was real. They did say, the creator said in like an interview that yes, we are making a fourth movie, hooray! But they actually, not too long after, dropped a teaser trailer, and they released a key visual, or like a little poster art that's showing what the movie will look like. And it will, it's going to take place in a collapsed hero society. So right now, people have lost complete trust in heroes, basically the boys, essentially. Like, that they don't fucking trust heroes, all heroes are bad and shit, and that they're no better than the villains after they saw heroes mercilessly killing villains and causing mass destruction and shit. They don't trust them anymore, nor do they like them. And yeah, it's gonna, like, Deku almost had like his dark, edgy shit going on. This will take place after destruction happened, and it'll be a much darker My Hero movie, which actually sounds really
I'm
cool.
excited. I'm excited for it. I thought their last movie
Yeah.
was great. I
I did
can't
like
wait
the
to see
third
this one. I am really looking forward to Deku, like, getting really into that darker side and, you know, cry less.
Well, he's not Dark Deku anymore. He's kind of like in that middle ground where he's
Cry
not exactly
less.
happy right now, but he's not
yeah.
pissed either.
Well, I'm just
He's,
glad
like,
that he's not.
Dark Deku was
you
like his
know.
Batman arc and shit like that. Now he's like Superman again. He's like
All
happy
right,
as shit
I'll
now.
take it.
So yeah, but now when I first heard this news immediately, I'm like, oh shit, another My Hero movie. Now I thought that they were gonna do like a prequel movie, like maybe when All Might was a kid or some shit like that, or some cool thing like that. Because if you saw the ending of season 6, you're like, how the fuck are you gonna squeeze a movie in here? Like, at least the other times I was like, all right, it makes sense. There was not that much going on. Like, you could probably fit something.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, why? But I'm still happy nonetheless. The movies are pretty good. So, yeah, that's cool.
So
However,
does this movie take place during the actual thing, or
It
is
takes
it like
place
a
during the
side
show,
piece?
just at
So
some
it's during
point.
the show.
like, they always have some
So it's-
weird way to squeeze it in. Like, it's like, oh, no. That time when they're having a lunch break, yeah, that movie took place there. Like,
So to be
it's like-
clear, if you don't watch the movie,
you will have zero impact.
you will
Yeah.
have like this random gap in time during the show. Where
Nah.
you're like, what the hell
Nah,
took
they
place?
only look for moments where, maybe they weren't doing much at this point,
They don't
so they
have
try to squeeze it in there.
Like, yeah, it's not like Demon Slayer that
Nah.
it's like
Demon Slayer. Like, you
episodes
had to,
from
if you
it.
wanted to know
Okay.
what the hell was going on, you had to watch the movie.
Mhm.
Or just Cousin Zero, where even though you didn't necessarily have to watch it, it was
adds
a
shit
big, it
ton
adds
of
a lot.
context.
Yeah,
so much.
it makes season 1 much better in my opinion. Which
It's
I'm
so
like,
much better, by the way, to watch the movie than season 1 and move on
yeah.
from there.
After watching season 1, I was like, well, that was season 1. But yeah, when you watch the movie, you
When
see
you're
there's
at
a
the movie,
lot
oh
of
my gosh.
references that you never even notice.
Yeah.
It makes it a lot cooler.
It's almost probably worth, like, if you watch the movie after, to then go back and watch season 1.
Yeah, I watched season 1 and
For
then 0,
Jujutsu
like the way
Kaisen.
God intended.
Oh yeah,
So,
Jujutsu Kaisen. Man, I'm so sad about this season so far.
I mean, the season, we're going to get into that in a little bit.
All right.
I've been enjoying season 2, though. I like the direction it's going. And this new arc's supposed to be like fan favorite. It's supposed to be the best arc in the whole series, as per the comic readers. But sorry, my point is that as excited I was initially about hearing about a movie, that also means that the animation in season 7 will take a blow. Because when they make a movie, they will be taking budget away from the show. And season 6 would have been much better if it looked amazing, because it did have a much darker palette, which if they had a little more animation poured into it, that would have looked so cool. Like, but it just, you could tell that there was like parts where it were much choppier, or they're like, you really didn't pay attention there, did you? And it annoyed me, because it could have had a potential to look amazing. Especially with the art style. And if you see the comic panels, he went way too hard for no freaking reason. It looked awesome. Like the Dark Deku parts in particular, it looked like sort of Tim Burton drawing. It looked epic. But that was way watered down in the comic. I mean, in the show. It's like but I just hope that they don't like mess up the season 7 look because of it. You know?
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess we have that to look forward to. Hopefully, we'll see. We're for sure going to see it because
for sure,
Purpleberry is obsessed.
Purpleberry loves
it was
My
my
Hero.
first My Hero in theaters. I remember I wanted to see the second one in theaters, but that's when COVID struck right after that, and I was like, "Well, I'm not going to go see that movie."
Purpleberry's going to want to go see it in theaters. So
yeah. All right, moving on.
Yes.
One Piece Gear 5 episode causes Crunchyroll to crash.
Yo,
yep. So
the right day to wear the hat.
Perfect day.
Perfect day.
Perfect day.
So yeah, One Piece of Gear 5
Was that one episode?
No, the one episode that introduced it, where that crazy ass fight shit happened, it was only the beginning. There wasn't even the real fight. The next episode was where shit really went down.
But so the first episode was what made it
They
crash.
hired a bunch of people from Warner Bros. Who worked on the Looney Tunes series to help give it a zany edge. It felt like a really drugged up Tom and Jerry episode. Like, it looked beautiful. Wow. It was so smooth, but it had a lot of like there's even a Mr. Krabs walk sound effect if you really listen closely and shit. They went all the way, and it went pretty darn crazy. And the manga readers were like, "You haven't seen nothing yet," and shit like that, because the whole next episode was gonna be of what really goes down. So yeah, this is the third time this ever happened to Crunchyroll, but it caused the whole website to shut down because of the hype surrounding it. So yeah, that's a little nuts.
I feel like this is where I need to start with One Piece. So with One Piece this year,
no dub, by the way.
Oh damn!
It's in the 900s. There's so many episodes that only like episode 900 something's been dubbed, and we're at like 1,000 something. Like there's a bunch of sub left.
So they have it. So they need to catch up.
In Japanese right now.
Japanese right now.
So there's no knowing when this episode.
They're just like, oh, we just announced we have our next batch of episodes in English because there's just so much of it. How could you expect them to stay on top of it?
Well, you know, I expect them to stay on top of it.
The same way everybody else stays on top of it.
Exactly. I think
simple.
that at least for me, like it's just too far back. When we watched the first episode and it was like, this is not for me.
I don't know. When the problem.
Yeah, I think we just need to see this.
We need to see this.
Yeah, you can
kind of move on from there.
Crunchyroll, the fight. It's like a 7-minute fight. The problem is that I can't get into a 1,000 episode storyline. It's too much. So this is the first time I actually did it, but I actually watched the whole fight scene. I picked the toppings off the pizza and stuff like that. Yeah, it's pretty freaking epic.
Yeah,
yeah, I don't know if I'm still gonna get into One Piece. Probably not, but still, you know. It's pretty badass.
So it was worth watching, though.
I was happy I watched it.
All right. It caused the website to crash. So
which hasn't happened in like a year or two.
That's dope.
It hasn't happened in like a year or two. Like that sounds like super often.
Yeah, they're very aware this happens. Like they lied about the time for the when Attack on Titan came back for the first special. They lied. Because when part 2 was like the finale or beginning, I don't remember exactly, but that destroyed the website because some people were trying to watch it and its live premiere that the website wouldn't work. It literally
That's crazy.
wouldn't work. So when they said stick in for this time, people were like, "Well, where is it?" And like for like a 12 hours, like a ridiculous amount of time, it finally dropped, and people were like, "Wait, it's live." I watch on Hulu, so when Hulu got it, it was like, "Oh yeah, that's exactly when it's supposed to come up." So yeah,
That's wild.
That's
and then it happened again with Dragon Ball when Goku first went Ultra Instinct. That shit blew up and broke Crunchyroll again. Yeah, they can't catch a break. So yeah.
Well,
they need a better website.
They need to do something.
Mm-hmm.
Something.
All right. So next up, Kaiju number 8, new anime trailer.
Ooh.
This is our boy Daniel McGee was pumping this up on the fix.
Oh,
right.
Yeah, I actually, before he even mentioned that, I did have it in the podcast notes because I saw a trailer because I knew the manga was really popular. Like, I did hear, like, a lot of good word about the comic. I knew about it way before they even confirmed a series because it's been popping for a while. And it always looked really damn cool. The artwork was always sick. It always looked pretty interesting to me. I almost consider, like, maybe this would be the first time I asked for a comic without knowing, like, of an anime adaptation. But then, soon as I considered adding to my Christmas list, they announced that adaptation was on the way, and I'm like, well, I'm just gonna wait. So yeah, the trailer looked pretty badass, and it's kaiju is like a genre of like monster Godzilla-like things, and the series about monster hunters in the near future. and the monstrous kaiju has created an onslaught in Japan where destruction is in every corner and shit. Until one monster hunter becomes a hybrid where they get infected with monster shit and can become a monster themselves. It actually looks pretty damn neat and stuff like that. It looks really cool.
Oh, that's dope.
That's pretty dope.
Yeah, I saw the trailer. So
Oh, you saw the trailer?
Yeah, well, when Dan put it in our show notes, I kind of opened it up and watched it, and it actually looked pretty dope. I didn't know this. So it's like a Godzilla type, like big ass monsters busting through things. It looked dope. Like the animation looked really nice.
That's pretty cool.
So I'm definitely looking forward to checking it out. You should see the trailer too.
I'm gonna check it out.
All right, so next up, Oshinoko. Manga goes on hiatus.
Yeah, the manga's taking a break. Yeah, they're taking a little gap of time. I don't know whether they'll do like health issues or some shit, but yeah, they're taking a little break from the story. Just when stuff was getting really hyped with the show and stuff like that. However, in its place, they're releasing an interlude, which is like a kind of like a side story, like a little thing that I think it even touches upon his the author's real life or some shit like that.
Okay.
Oh yeah, something kind of neat. But yeah, if you are looking for this year's chapter in the Shonen Jump app and you're like, well, where is it? Yeah, it's on hiatus for now.
All right.
Oh, wow.
So
how many episodes did they release?
Like 11 episodes. That's it. Now, if you want to go on Crunchyroll and be like, oh, where it? No, it's High Dive. They bought the rights to it. And
so Crunchyroll doesn't have Oshinoko?
No.
High Dive, which is a website that is definitely much lesser known, but somehow they snagged the rights. This is before Oshinoko was huge. To put it in context, some people already had their eye on it because the author of Oshinoko made Love is War, which that was a huge hit that no one expected.
The one that Purpleberry likes.
No one saw that shit coming. Yeah. Like, that was a huge hit, and no one saw that coming. So when Oshinoko was announced to adaptation, a lot of people were like, this could be the next big thing.
You gotta check it out.
I didn't really hear shit until it actually came out. And just like Love is War, blew up and no one saw it coming.
The song is so catchy.
And High Dive, the small ass High Dive, probably got it for mad cheap. And we're like, no one knows this shit yet. And yeah, oh, look at the paycheck.
No one knows this shit
Love
yet.
is War.
Well, I mean, if you imagine if you make that and you're like, well, nobody knows this. I don't know if it's gonna do good, and this guy's gonna pay me. So yeah, let's do it. And then you're like, shit,
you don't know how people will
Crunchyroll.
receive it.
Well, but yeah.
All right, cool. All right, so this one I saw and I was like, "Yo, this might be for sure an anime that I get behind." Bruce Lee has an anime that's gonna be made.
House of Lee, it's called.
All right.
Damn.
Now they're actually doing this in the style of '90s anime, the golden era, meaning that it will look visually like an old school anime series. But obviously, it'll have some touch-ups that'll make it look new. Like, it's not gonna look ass old, but it still has an old school style.
You just went from like,
I know.
I'm super pumped and like, what do you mean?
If you look, did you see the trailer? It's got a very hand-drawn, roughish style to it. It looks cool. It looks very pure to the source, like how his movies were. It wasn't like CGI bullshit. He was actually doing the art and shit like that. It wasn't like it's not like a bunch of motion blur or mythical like blue shit coming out of his eyes. Like it's actual fighting. It looks like, and it looks really cool.
All right,
that's really cool. I feel like that's gonna give it a authentic look. You know what I mean? And
I can only imagine he'll be in the voice cast.
Of all the other.
What do you mean he will be in the voice cast?
Like I'm sure he'll probably voice a character. I'd imagine.
Who?
Bruce Lee.
Bruce Lee's fucking dead.
What?
He died? What? Bruce Lee died?
Madman, you have me creeped out over here. I was getting
1973. Holy shit!
How is he
talking about, fam?
His character?
Oh, Jackie Chan, I might think he's the one who's alive. What happened?
He died.
I mean,
people think he got poisoned.
He died the same year Enter the Dragon came out. Shit. All right, that was a plot twist. I always thought he was living, breathing.
What the?
I always thought he was.
Did
breathing.
we just fail as parents?
I don't know.
I never seen Enter the Dragon.
I don't think so.
No,
that's on you, Madman.
Yeah, that is on you. I feel like you should just know that shit.
Right?
Everyone knows he died.
Don't you think we would have been like blasting some Bruce Lee stuff around if you? What the?
Yeah.
Oh my God! Look at that. G-Man says, "What the fuck, Madman?"
I mean, Enter the Dragon is coming to 4K.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll raise money and buy it or some shit. I don't know.
Raise money and buy it.
I don't know.
We could just buy it if you want it.
Oh, Madman.
Is it coming to 4K?
Yeah, he's got getting a 4K remaster. I heard about it at my karate school.
Maybe.
And they're like, it's so amazing. And I'm like, oh,
all right.
All right. Sounds dope. All right. So I'm excited definitely to see that. And our last topic of the anime block, anime news block.
This is a doozy.
Is our favorite anime right now, I think. Overall, I guess, maybe.
Oh, shit. It beat Spy Family for you?
It's just because I haven't had Spy Family out in a while.
It's a different,
Wait till season
it's
2
a
and the movie
different
comes out.
vibe. It's kind of like how you will.
Even though this first season, the second season, I'm kind of.
If you, well, that's
Yeah.
it's just like you seem to really not like Gojo as a kid. You're like, he's an obnoxious fuck.
Yeah,
So
well, I
let's
like
get
the
to the
original
topic
cast.
before we get to the
so
actual
the topic is
conversation.
Jujutsu Kaisen. KFC reacts to the separation of the strongest duo. Fill us in, Madman. What took place here?
So, in Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2, the first 4 episodes were the hidden inventory arc. Then the episode after was a premature death, showing what made Geto freaking snap and turn evil. Because he's like a pretty cool guy.
He did. I thought he was
Right?
normal.
He seemed like a more
Gojo
moral
looked
guy
like
than
the
Gojo.
asshole.
Gojo looked like a prick. I mean, he's always been a prick, to be fair. But now since he's a kid,
Yeah, but he was a funny prick.
He was,
but now
he was
he's a
funny.
kid.
He was pricky, but he was also like super cool.
But he was
right?
badass as shit, so if you try to
And-
talk shit, maybe he'll fucking uppercut you. But he's a kid right now. He's not as strong, so it's like, I'll look at this kid being a fucking dick. And he wasn't as strong, so yeah. But yeah, Geto, let's just say that, he didn't like the world. Humans were pieces of shit. He didn't understand why he had to stand up for these horrible people that were doing bad shit, torturing people. He literally had to save people who were torturing 2 children because they had some magic shit. And he was so disgusted that he decided to burn down the whole freaking village and kill everyone there. And take the
damn.
2 kids with him and raise them as his own and shit. It was pretty deep. And Goto's like, what the fuck are you doing? And he's like, I'm gonna kill every goddamn human and replace them only with Jujutsu sorcerers. Because we are the only people who have any moral or decent status. And Goto's like, that's nuts, that's impossible. And he's like, but you could do it if you wanted, right? And he's like, oh shit. And he's like, exactly. You tell me it's impossible when you know it's possible. And he just leaves. And that shit happened in front of a KFC.
Yo,
So then
that was
KFC's
crazy.
Twitter account posted, that was hard to watch behind a register.
That's clever. That's clever
that's
marketing.
really cool.
So they had KFC in the back of that scene.
Yeah,
So they're
literally.
talking in the forefront. In the back, there's a KFC. KFC posted on Twitter as if they were the cashier
Actually
in that
watching,
KFC
yes.
at that time, watching it, saying it was hard to look, peering behind the register.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's pretty dope.
And then
That's
and then you
clever.
see him, the camera pull out, and he just like, and Yuji's like, "Wake up, bro! Are you ready?" Like and shit like that. We're here for the mission. And he's like, "Oh, sorry, just thinking." And shit like that. The whole thing was a
Nice.
memory. He
The
was
thing
daydreaming.
about it is that it was from when you watch Zero, right? It's like they have this relationship, Gojo and
They
Geto.
teased that they were friends. They showed at the very end. There were some images.
And kind of like Gojo lets him get away with more than he should, but you kind of can't understand. And I know you're having a hard time with this season because and Gojo, we freaking love Gojo, but he's such a prick
Yeah.
and so
It's turning me off.
immature, right? But
Yeah.
I do like Geto a lot.
I
And
like
I'm
Geto
not
a
saying that
lot
I dislike Gojo,
No,
but
that's
I
fine.
get why you don't like
You can
Gojo
tell why
this
someone
season.
would like. If you know season 1, a lot of people don't like Gojo. Even Megumi, he kind of pricks, like ticks him off. You notice it. A lot of people don't like him.
Like I really liked Geto, like throughout.
It made me
this,
like him way more. 'Cause
Yeah,
he was like
throughout
a
the
whatever.
time.
Well, it's like that backstory,
He
so you can
was-
see
You're like, yeah,
how
actually,
he
I kinda
became.
agree
It's
with
like the
him
Joker
now.
movie. You know what I'm saying?
Well, kind of. It's like the roles were kind of reversed because Gojo was a little nasty and a little
Yeah.
loose with
One
things.
of these I never changed, but because he had his black bandana, had swag at that point, it was like, he's cool.
Yeah, I feel that.
Well,
I feel that.
I'm excited for the
Yeah, absolutely.
for the rest of the show.
All right, on chat, G maybe says Warrior on Max is a show that is based on a story written by Bruce Lee.
Oh, interesting.
Ooh, so I wore it's I'm assuming he's not in it, but that sounds pretty cool.
All right.
All right, so we are done with our anime news block, and we are going to be wrapping up the show with our TV movie news block.
Let's
we need
go.
I want like a jingle. We got to make a cool thing come over.
Right?
We're going to make it happen.
Every
It's gonna
time we
happen.
switch subjects, right?
Yeah, every news block
Every
should
news
have
block.
its own little
I
jingle,
feel that
some
way.
graphic. I think it'll be dope. So let me do that timestamp because I am about that life.
Oh, and then you could do your stamp in peace. Right? Like
Yes, those are
while
facts.
the super cool jingle plays.
Exactly.
Show
Wicked
me
cool
the money.
jingle.
Who was it that
Jungle
played that
jingle.
for you? Web Dave.
Oh yeah.
When you were
Here
on,
comes the money.
Yeah, here comes the money. Yes. Oh my gosh, that was so
Shane's
cool.
McMahon's entry into WWE.
That was dope.
All right, so we're moving over to the TV news block, TV movie news block. So first one off the rip, Barbie is smashing ass everywhere.
Yes,
In the box
explicitly.
office.
Yes.
Oh,
What's going on, man?
Barbie has
Listen.
officially passed $1 billion worldwide.
Woo! I'm just Ken. Every
The
time.
hype is real, and it seems not to be letting out anytime soon. Will it pass the Mario movie? To be continued.
Ooh,
It will.
to be continued.
It will.
We shall see.
Yeah, CMoney and
I'm down.
Doodle, of course, have seen the Barbie movie. They did enjoy it. So that means there still seems to be fun to be had in the dream house.
If you haven't
And
watched it,
I like that.
check out our review. Or actually, if you did watch it, check out our review. We did it. I think it's the video before this.
Yes, and if there's anything
it's
that
really good.
you want to add to it, just
Leave
leave
it
it in the comments. Let
Don't be
us
shy
know what
about
you
it.
think. Anything we
sure.
missed.
But it was.
I can't wait to
really
watch
good
it
movie.
again.
Yeah, I
Like-
can't wait. Like I honestly cannot wait for it to be here. I want to watch it again so I could take it in. But loved it. It was great.
Tomorrow we've got plans. We're gonna see some reptiles
We
dancing
are.
on screen.
Tomorrow we're gonna
Let's
see
go.
Ninja Turtles.
Dancing?
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
it's a musical?
It is a
Break
musical.
dancing.
Oh, I
It's a
didn't know.
mutant musical.
Damn.
But yeah, so it crossed over $1 billion, which
That's
was
awesome.
That's a great,
Such a big deal.
Great
Feat
triumph
for
for
Barbie.
them to come from people essentially mocking the idea of a
Of
Barbie.
a
That
Barbie
movie was
movie,
stupid.
right?
Yeah, like what are they gonna do here? And they actually found a
Be a
way to
doll.
make it compelling and make it really good. So yeah, that's
4
awesome.
times, you guys.
Well
I cried 4
deserved.
times during the movie.
G maybe said that he wants to also watch it multiple times over and over again
Because
for Ryan.
Ryan Gosling. He loves Ryan
I get
Gosling.
it. I get it. He does.
Yeah, we
He does.
understand.
I mean, we're fans,
G.
but not like
We
G
get
maybe
it.
the super
We get
fan.
it. He's a
Fanboys.
super fan.
Just saying.
Oh,
For
that was
sure.
a plot twist.
Just kidding. All right. Next up, Oppenheimer surpasses 500 million, which
Oh.
this is a fucked up
Well, this
conversation
is,
because
I think
Nah,
that
this-
maybe we
same day
should've-
they released, Barbie stomps Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
So the only reason it's significant is because it officially become the biggest World War II movie of all time.
What
Okay.
a fucking what's some bullshit? How can we sound good? Well, we're the best selling World War II movie.
It's the
Get
only
outta
one
here.
made, you guys.
I mean, it did better than Saving
I'm
Private
just kidding.
Ryan.
I don't know.
That's something.
Yeah,
It's
that's
a
because in the
different
theater there
time.
were not as many people
It
alive.
was a different
They all died
time.
because of the World War II.
Shit. Oh man, G maybe says unsubscribing.
Damn, I saw this coming.
You would stay if I was Ryan Gosling.
Oh, how silly. What a joke. What a funny joke.
Oh shit. So yeah, Oppenheimer, like, I don't know. It's an embarrassment to be up against Barbie and get slayed like that. Not that Barbie doesn't deserve it, but
It's
the
a
movie
Christopher
that everybody
Nolan
thought it
movie.
was a joke versus this high-end movie that was supposed to be like
Yes.
Probably
this
gonna be a
amazing
Best
thing.
Picture nominee. Let's be honest.
Yeah, it'll win it'll win Oscars. Barbie won't, but listen, that Oscar don't pay the bills.
Wait,
You know
Robert
what I'm
Downey
saying?
Jr. was there in the movie, so I mean, you know, Iron Man.
It cost them a lot of money to make.
It
Oppenheimer.
did, yes.
Way cheaper to make Barbie.
By far. The only
all right.
expense was pink paint.
Pink-
You need to make a bomb for Oppenheimer. There's no VFX effects. So it's like, how the
Exactly.
fuck did you make a bomb?
Exactly. All right. Next up, Little Mermaid Disney Plus release date.
Ooh.
What's going
It's coming
on?
to September. I think 6th or 8th. I don't remember exactly.
Nice.
But yeah, it's coming.
That was
It's
a good
coming.
movie, bro.
It was really good.
I enjoyed it.
I think I like it better than the original.
I like it better than the original.
Um,
I know G maybe was it G maybe who hated it?
Hated
No,
the new
I
one?
think it
no,
was-
it was
Wasn't it Paige?
Paige. She didn't.
Yes, she didn't enjoy
I
it.
thought she liked it.
I
Oh.
think so. I don't
Who
remember.
knows?
But,
But yeah.
To think I had already hit the like button twice, G maybe says.
Yeah. I like the original Little Mermaid. I am a very against Disney's obsession with remakes because a lot of time they're pointless. But I hope Little Mermaid's good.
Little
The
Mermaid's
funny thing is
really
that
good.
the Ariel, what's her name?
Halle Berry,
Halle
which
Berry,
is
she was probably the
which
only
is
good-looking
wild.
part.
Is it Halle Berry or Haley
not-
Berry?
it's
Berry. Well, she's the only part that
Haley.
looks
Is it?
good in that
But
movie.
you gotta. Can you imagine? Yeah,
Literally.
well, she is Little Mermaid, so
Yeah,
she
exactly,
should
but
be
she
the good
sings
part.
beautifully.
She's
But
so good in the movie.
just a side note: how pissed are you in life if your name is Halle Berry and you're like the only Halle Berry like ever known, so you're super famous and your name always stays relevant?
Yeah.
But then somebody comes up who's also now famous and they're called Haley Berry, which looks like Halle Berry, so
Yes.
people probably call her Halle Berry by mistake
Vice
sometimes,
versa.
and then you get forgotten because the new young thing took your name and spot in the world
Listen,
of
see.
entertainment.
Well, that's sad.
That is sad.
That's you made that sound really, really sad.
It is. Purpleberry finally came out of nowhere. It says, "Hey."
Yes, Little Mermaid, such a good movie.
So yeah, Little Mermaid coming to Disney Plus. Great. It's gonna be good. I can't wait to watch it again because it was
too.
really good. I enjoyed it.
Excited.
Okay, now our favorite blue hedgehog, soon to be owned by Microsoft. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 will begin filming without actors during the strike.
Interesting. You might be wondering how the hell are they going to do that?
How are they going to do it?
So they're going to film. They're going to do all the scenes with Sonic and his pals that are CGI, and they're going to do those scenes. None that have actual humans in them.
That's smart.
Yeah.
Get the hardest part. The stuff that takes the longest is going to be the CGI.
You gotta get it. You gotta keep it moving. You know.
So real quick, G maybe says, isn't it Halle Bailey?
Who knows?
That's maybe possible, but like I said,
Who gives a
the
shit?
name looks so similar. You know, I just lump them together because the name sounds right, and
I don't know. But I get what you're saying. Kind of like, you know,
Yeah. Okay.
so it has the same ring to it. I don't know.
yeah, it looks the same visually. Like it starts with an H and a B. It just looks the same. I don't know. It does. Write both names in the chat, G maybe, and see if it looks different. Because I don't believe it. I think they're both the same name. I don't believe it. Okay.
Anyways.
So Sonic, they're doing all the digital stuff first. That makes sense. It's the stuff
smart.
that takes the longest. By the time they finish doing all the digital crap,
The strike will be over.
the strike will be over, and they can make it.
And everyone will
amicably.
lose.
Or they'll just bring in other people who are not on strike.
Or just make the whole movie about Sonic and friends. We killed all the humans. Hooray!
Or just do CGI humans. We're getting there.
Ugh.
We are.
You know.
I agree.
They're gonna look Uncanny Valley. That'll be something.
All right. Next topic. Twisted Metal
Oh my gosh.
is a success for NBC Universal. Is the most binge comedy ever for Peacock with an average of 3 episodes watched per sitting.
Now we actually started Twisted Metal. It's actually
We
quite
did.
good. It's very good actually.
Yeah, the first episode was good.
Yeah.
I liked it.
So yes.
I feel like it took me a little bit to get used to
Anthony Mackie, who's the
Anthony
Falcon,
Mackie
the new
being
Captain
like
America.
so
Happy.
like trying to be funny.
Yeah,
Because
like-
it's not natural. It looks unnatural.
Yeah.
Like if you knew him as a person, maybe you think, oh, finally the real
Anthony Mackie
Anthony
is
Mackie's
here.
here.
Right? Can
But
you
we don't
imagine?
know him, so we only know him from like
The movies that
Like
he's
8
made, and
Mile,
they're
the end
always
of
8
Yeah,
Miles,
8
where I know
Mile.
him first from.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he's also Captain America now. With Falcon.
Yeah, he's the new Captain America. Like I just don't see him as somebody so
I've
happy-go-lucky
personally
all the
only
time.
seen him in like super serious roles, so it's kind of
Cool.
I get what you're saying. I also feel like I think the show, when you saw the preview, I didn't have much hope. Like it was like, okay, what the heck is this? So it didn't have anywhere else to go but up. So I'm interested to see the next couple of episodes and seeing where it leads and see if I will continue to watch it, because I don't know if it's one of those cases that it's not as bad as they said it would be, or that as it seemed to be.
But it's not necessarily gripping to call you to want to
Yeah.
watch it. Especially we started watching The Bear, which
Oh my
we're on
gosh.
season 2.
The
Wow.
Bear is so
and
good.
Damn.
Shit, it's really good.
Season 2 is good. That might be show of the year. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Low-key.
Yeah. So G maybe in the chat says, yeah, Daddy must have been crushing.
What?
Are you talking about me? And
I
are you
don't
talking
wanna
about
know.
Halle Berry?
I don't want to know.
Because Halle Berry was in the Flintstones movie with John
Really?
Goodman back in the day.
Ooh.
And am I gonna lie? No. Back in the day, I was like, oh my god, pretty girl. I was really young.
Wait,
though.
oh, was she a
I was
kid or
super
a
young.
baby? Like,
No, she was a grown woman in the movie
what the hell?
with
How
John
old is
Goodman.
she?
She's like 50 something
And
now.
she's Ariel?
No.
the other. See? He thinks we're talking about the young
Oh,
one.
that scared me.
The
You
names
see?
are similar.
The
but
names are so similar, bro.
Halle Berry is in John Wick 3, I believe.
Yes,
Kicking.
she was the one that had the dogs,
Yes.
Oh yeah, I know that lady. Yeah.
and she teamed up and she ended up.
Yeah,
they-
John Wick 3 was the
They
best
shot one of her
Definitely,
dogs and
yeah.
she got pissed.
That was a badass move.
Yeah, that was a really good movie.
Yeah.
So yeah. Now he says that he binged all of it in one sitting. Anthony
Oh.
Mackie is trying hard to wash that Marvel off of him.
Yeah.
That's the hard
Seriously.
part. It's like it's crazy because like as much as you get success from something and you want to like live in that and revel in that, like you also want to be able to do other things. And if they keep just seeing you a certain way, they won't ever let you change your role. And as you get older, you change and your personality changes and you don't want to
And you get sick of playing the same character and the same type of thing, you know?
Exactly. So,
but there are certain roles, especially
that.
like with superheroes and stuff like that, that they kind of really immerse you in that personality for some reason. The Harry Potter that
I think that's why all the Avengers wanted out.
Yeah, probably.
Because they're like, how many more of the same movies am I going to make? I want to make other movies while I still can.
Well, as an actor, you can only imagine, like, I want to play other roles. I don't want to be the same person. I'm just being Captain America or I'm just being freaking Iron Man.
Yep.
You know?
Exactly.
Although that money's
great. But like when they give you enough of it,
yeah,
at what point does it matter?
You have enough money that you can go ahead and want to do
not
whatever
like
you
you
want.
don't always want more money, but I mean, you'll get more money somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? G Maybe also says the preview they showed was terrible. Yeah, the Twisted Metal preview, I was like,
holy
I'm
cow.
never gonna watch this. The only reason we ended up watching it was because
the buzz.
The hype. People are saying it is good. G Maybe says he could very easily end up as Will Smith in Reincarnated. Yo, maybe Will Smith was the.
Wait, which one? Which one is that?
Anthony Mackie.
No. As Will Smith in what?
No, Reincarnated.
Oh. Gotcha.
Like new Will Smith.
Yeah.
Oh,
I thought it was.
I mean, it looks similar.
Like a movie.
Yeah.
No, I mean they don't really look similar, but I think Will Smith has a swag that's what I don't buy from Anthony Mackie, right? Like this happy-go-lucky swag, I don't see it. But we also knew Fresh Prince. That was the first way we knew Will Smith.
Yeah, and then
so
he got
was
into the more
always goofy
serious
and stuff. So serious was something that you didn't know he could do. So and once he did that, he can go in and out. Like,
so
what's our movie that we like with
Doug?
Not Doug. Is that his name from King of Queens?
Yeah.
Doug.
Kevin.
Bacon?
No.
What?
Kevin.
No.
I know.
Kevin. Something. He's.
Yeah, but they have the movie together. Will Smith and him, the love movie. What's it called?
Hitch. Yes.
There you go. So
James,
yeah,
Kevin James.
Kevin James.
Thank
Yep,
you.
I knew it was
First
I
name.
knew it wasn't the last name I was looking for. I was trying to find another first name for him. So G Maybe says their voices and mannerisms are similar.
I think maybe it's easier to start as a funny actor and then go ahead and get a serious role and be like, oh my gosh, wow, you could do that, than to be very uptight and serious and composed and then, play a little more loose. Especially because it's not the character that he's playing loose, it's more of like what he's kind of saying that has to land and his face is super serious.
Yeah.
But when they're singing that Cisco song though, that was super dope.
Yeah,
and that was a teaser. That's funny. Everyone thought it was so bad.
Yeah. Well, once you watch it, they're like, all right, it's not going to be that bad. So then you can appreciate it. I don't know. Their voices and mannerisms are similar, I guess. So I'm like a huge Will Smith fan. So
huge. So if you
I
did
love
it, you
all
would be
his
happy.
Movies. Yeah. I love all his movies. I love his music from back in the day. He's underrated as a rapper. He won the first Grammy for rap. He's a pretty talented dude.
All right. I'll let
Independence Day.
I'm going to let you
Wild
be.
Wild West.
All right.
Men in Black. Come on. Woo.
Listen,
Fire.
the only movie that I was like, oh, holy crap, it was Enemy of the State.
Enemy of the State.
That was
what's
really
the one
good.
that he's
Everything
in
else, I was like, oh my gosh.
Armageddon, like in the abandoned city.
Oh, I Am Legend.
I Am Legend. Come on, man. You start rattling off. What does he miss? Banger. Wild Wild West maybe is a miss, but because he could have done that other movie that he gave up for this, but Wild Wild West was great. The soundtrack. You're going straight.
Oh, he did Bad Boy.
Sure.
I'm not a singer.
He's a bad boy, right?
Bad Boy. God damn. Shit, Bad Boy. Come on, man. Will Smith is awesome, bro.
All right.
He's a goat.
I'm going to let you be today. I'm going to let you be. Just because it's the end of the show.
Nightmare on My Street was a great track. Yeah, it was. G Maybe. Yeah, it was. Okay. All right. So Twisted Metal, great. Now we are on the absolutely last absolute topic. And this one was for G Maybe because he brought it up earlier. Disney Plus Premium.
Yes.
With no ads. will have a price increase from $10.99 to $13.99 a month.
Oh boy, I love spending
for
more money.
U.S. consumers.
From what? From $12.99 to
$10.99 to
oh.
$13.99, $3 increase.
Damn.
Hulu without ads, which is what we pay for, is $14.99 to $17.99. And you know what? You know what's messed up?
Yes.
I paid. Remember when they
feel
first
like
announced it? I got
ads
the bundle.
everywhere.
So I paid for Disney Plus in the very beginning. I bought like 2 years or 3 years for like way cheaper.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
I don't
remember.
know if it timed out.
Bundle.
Like I don't know if it's over. And am I paying monthly already? I have no idea.
Genuinely
I don't know.
Like you're just like, I don't know if I've been paying for Disney.
No idea.
But see, that's a big jump. How long has Disney Plus been out for?
Since 2019.
So it's been 4 years. Shit, we are paying for it. At the very least, if it was 3 years, it's over.
So that's the thing. I feel like
this is affecting us. Damn it! Cancel it now for the $3.
Well,
I'll never pay that extra.
I don't go to. I don't.
Creeps.
That's not an app that's like super used.
That's the problem.
What do you mean,
Younger
Disney Plus?
sisters, the baby,
kids
the
use
munchkins
it.
love Disney Plus. That's where they
Yeah.
watch most of their stuff.
But I feel like that's a big jump. People were complaining about Game Pass. Like it went up $3
What's a dollar
in one
more?
I mean, I
shot.
love
too.
Hulu's still worth it, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, all of it. I don't know. We spent so much. Like
We spent
all
so
the
much.
kids.
What does it matter?
No,
$3 more bucks.
it is true. Like, what is? I spent 250, but now I'm spending 253. Oh no, whatever.
Damn, what a way to show off.
He's giving an example.
I'm kidding.
man.
giving
I'm
an
joking.
example,
James,
dude.
I'm joking.
But yeah, man. I just think I kind of guess it is what it is, man. They're hurting. They need more money, so they got to milk their ad-free Hulu. Yeah, Hulu without ads will increase from $14.99 to $17.99.
So
Oh shit! So both of these increases. Oh, we got both. So we have Hulu and Disney Plus. They're both going up.
yes, the
Oh,
crazy
damn.
thing is that Disney owns Hulu.
Yeah, I know. Same cost as Game Pass. Yeah, $17.99 for Hulu.
That's crazy.
I don't know how. I don't believe this, dude. We spend so much money on Hulu. Oh no, but see, we have Hulu TV. This is just regular Hulu.
Okay.
Basic bitch Hulu. Yeah.
Maybe it's not. Maybe it's.
Basically, which what?
Is it or is it the same shit? I don't even know. Maybe I should check. I don't even know what's out
It's probably
there.
good to check.
Yeah, I should probably
Isn't
check.
TV like ridiculous or some shit like that? I don't know.
Cable sucks. That's where we dropped cable.
Cable's
'cause
the worst.
That was horrible.
Yeah.
But
Catastrophic.
Man.
well, guys, we did it.
Holy cow.
We
This was a lot.
are done so.
5:57. Damn.
5 hours and 57 minutes?
Yes. How did this happen?
I don't know, but somehow I
nearly
feel like we say
6-hour
the same
podcast.
thing every freaking podcast. How did this
Wow,
happen?
how did this happen?
Honestly though, like we went ahead and
Smashed our previous
we didn't
records.
think that there was going to be too much.
Bro, I was...
Stuff, but I don't know. Those two meaty. It's because of the two meaty ones.
Sure.
The opening
Sure.
topic, the topic of the show that we did, and then the other one was meaty too.
I don't
Talk
know.
about Forza.
Listen, we had a good time.
I had a great
If we
time.
weren't having a good time, we probably wouldn't be still talking and going.
Like, we were miserable. We wouldn't be talking right now.
Well,
I'm pretty
listen.
happy. Fuck.
I think we were great. I think the chat was amazing.
Chat was awesome,
Especially me.
especially Madman.
Especially Madman here and in the chat.
Here
All right.
in the chat.
So, yeah, this was really cool. I
This was
had a
fun.
great time.
Very
I
did.
hope
I
you guys
did.
are digging the hat.
It's a good look for
what's
you.
his name?
It's a good
Luffy?
look for you.
Luffy.
Luffy's hat.
Luffy.
Lo-fi.
And
Lo-fi beats.
guys.
G-Navy says it wasn't my fault this time.
I
Nah,
swear.
man, it's all good.
G-Baby,
We love having
we
you here.
love having you here. We appreciate you being here. We have a great time with
G-Baby's
you.
pretty
we
rad.
hope you. We think you enjoy
Absolutely.
having time with us too.
Fun
No,
time.
I'm fucking miserable.
I hate you guys, even though I'm here
I
for
hate you.
hours listening to you fools. I hate watch you.
I'm just waiting for you guys to talk about Ryan Gosling, and then I'm out. All right.
I picture so many ways to destroy you.
Oh, Luffy Doodles.
Luffy Doodles.
Luffy Doodles.
Man,
All
you
right.
guys
Yeah.
are fun.
Well, guys,
Brought to you by
listen, thank you
Chili's.
so very much for hanging with us. If you haven't,
Hit the like
please
button.
hit the like button
Guys,
on your
come
way
on.
out.
Yes.
That means a lot to us.
If you don't do
If
it,
you're
you will
new
be destroyed.
here, fun fact: if they talked, they were subscribed. But if you're just sitting in the background watching, hit the subscribe button. You know, we're here every week. It's a fun show. Apparently, we just do these long-ass podcasts.
And we don't even realize
that
it.
we don't even realize that happen. It's wild.
Yeah.
But yeah, hit the subscribe button. Also hit the bell because as you probably know or don't know, we're more of a pop-up podcast. We have a time that we are able to do it. We just do
somewhere.
it. You know? And that's what it is. G maybe says, I enjoy the discussion. It can go anywhere. Absolutely.
It does. It goes anywhere.
I think that's what makes us a little different. What kind of sets us apart, maybe a little bit, is the fact that we bring in the chat heavily.
Listen, we're here for the ride.
You know, we want you guys to have a good time. We love your input as well. It's your show too. You know, we want to be able to see everything. So that being said, hit the bell. Subscribe, share it out to your friends. It means a lot to us.
It does. Thank you guys for hanging out. And listen,
thank you all.
We'll be back soon with something else.
Oh yes, I know. Blow your mind.
We're gonna do some gameplay soon.
Yes, we have to. We have to. I want to show off that game that you were.
Yeah, I want to do Baldur's Gate.
Some Never Have I Ever.
BG3.
Some Never Have I Ever.
Yeah. We'll see.
We'll see. Maybe tomorrow we'll be able to do something. I don't know. We'll see. But if we can, you'll know because you'll see the notification. Follow us on Twitter. It's in our description. I'm at CMoney Forever. Doodle's at Doodle to be free. And our link to our Discord is also in the description. And you can go ahead. It's actually right on screen too, right underneath MADMAN. And you go ahead, join in the Discord, and that way we can kind of chat in between sessions, in between live streams. Kind of keep in contact with each other and just keep bullshitting over there too. It's a fun time. And you'll know when we go live before everybody else.
That is true.
Right? That being said, guys, again, we really appreciate it. We love doing this. Doodle.
Yes.
MADMAN. We're done.
We are done.
We're done.
Real. We're not lying.
So, with that being said, until next time.
Remember the time where I slipped out a banana peel?
No. Until next time.
You're intruding.
You're intruding.
You're intruding.